That introduction gets me so hype to welcome you all back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. My name is Necker and I'm your desk host this weekend, and to kick off today, we've got Boulevard and Skarzig. How are you both doing? This is an amazing day. We get a chance to look at our top 16.
The top 16. Pumped. I mean, I can't wait either. Elder Dragon can't be stopped. Apparently, neither can I, and neither can the players. Are going to keep trucking along, trying to lock in the next stage of the tournament. And regardless, for our folks at home, going to be a lot of great matches today.
I'm just excited that, you know, the tournament's almost half over. We're kind of cresting that halfway point. We're keeping the energy up. We're keeping it going. We still got so much more Runeterra to play.
I can hear that you are both excited. I'm sure everybody watching at home is also feeling the same way because, yeah, we've got top 16 today, but it was a long road yesterday where our players played through 7 rounds of Swiss, and players that had at least 5 wins under their belt were able to move forward. Now, entering into day number 2, we do have our top 16 that are going to be playing out a double elimination bracket for the very first time. Boulevard, this is unprecedented. How do you feel like players are going to be navigating this format?
I don't think they can think about it too much. You're afforded 1 loss because we do have the lower bracket system, but you still just want to try and win as many as possible, right? The easiest thing to do is simply not lose, and there's going to be at least 1 player that accomplishes that and is eventually crowned world champion. So you can't really think of yourself as someone with a safety blanket.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Boulevard. You like to have the extra lifeline, but a lot of competitors, especially a long-time seasoned competitors like we have in this top 16, will tell you, yeah, just win. Don't even think about losing. Pretend that every game is the finals.
I love that mentality because it really is just one hurdle at a time, one match at a time, and there is so much on the line for our players. It's a $140,000 prize pool, and you can see that everybody here in the top 16 is getting $2,000 or more, but that first place is taking home the lion's share of the $30,000, and first and second place get a chance to create a follower and a spell respectively. So let's take a look at who is going to be playing for all of this amazing prizing. Our top 16 gets broken down this way. And Skarzig, I feel like this is just any of these matches today is a world championship level broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Any of these players could go all the way. Even when we were looking at the top 64 yesterday, you could just throw a dart at any of those names. And I am happy to see a lot of the fan favorites and a lot of the heavy hitters indeed did advance. My personal pick for Worlds, of course, is Kuvi, a player who has known for, again, another one of our sort of background prep group heroes. Really good at picking solid decks right at the beginning of a new expansion. So I was kind of hyped on Kuvi for this fresh meta that we're in.
One of the things we've been looking at over the course of LOR, it's a 1v1 game, but teams still play a very important role. And Chenia and J01, both of Team FNP, have brought the exact same lineup to this tournament, and both made it into the top 16. Neither of them playing Mordekaiser, Elder Dragon, or Morgana, showing that the old stuff still stands. And it's so impressive that they were able to craft a lineup that got 2 players through to the top 16. Of course, Aurora, another returning player from the previous year, as well as the Tank Buster.
When the players are able to still find a line for their comfort picks, especially old tried and true tournament level decks, you know they're going to have that extra edge. But I got to bring it all the way back full circle to MajinBaee, sitting there for the first seed. I know that he is also a big fan favorite. It's been going on a tear across many different games. And now that he's come all the way back to his home, Legends of Runeterra, maybe he can really show us what he's still made of.
And on the other end of that, we've got 4LW, who's honestly been kind of squeaking in all year. They were the last player to make it off points in the last season and are now the only 4-3, slipping into 16th place.
The tiebreakers do matter. The people who you happen to take some heartbreaking losses to, as we kind of touched on yesterday, are those same players that are dominating the rest of the Swiss rounds. It does count for a little something. 4LW has been known to be just a monstrous player when it comes to his presence in the overall competitive scene.
Been amazing to see everybody just put so much effort and thought into their lineups, their level of play. I feel like we saw just some really awesome interactions yesterday, and I think we're going to be treated to even better lineups. But I wonder what's going to happen because we have a nice region breakdown here. We've got 4 NA players, 2 Brazilian players, 5 from EMEA, which I'm sure is going to make Alan very happy, 3 from Korea, and 2 from SEA. I love that regional diversity that we're getting here in these top 16 players. But when you take a look at how they've shaken out in the upper bracket, a lot of these matches are actually intra-shard. So you're looking at EMEA versus EMEA, NA versus NA. Boulevard, this is going to be shard-on-shard violence. How do you think their players are going to fare?
It's always a little heartbreaking to get to the international stage and then just have to play people from your home region. MajinBaee versus 4LW is a matchup that has happened countless times on ladder and in tournaments. Same with Tai Guy Tank and all of the inter-shard matchups. And eventually there will be a break from that, and that's when things are going to get really interesting. So let's get it out of the way early, right?
Yeah, the yes. Script writers went a little ham here, saying, yeah, we've got our top 16, but if you want to be the world championship, it's best to prove that you are the best from your section of the globe.
Someone take the coffee away from the script writers. I agree with you, Skarzik. They might be getting a little out of hand over here. But when you take a look at the day 1 meta, I think you can understand that any single matchup that we have today is going to be amazing. And like, let's break that down a little bit, because Boulevard, I know you were looking at the deck list yesterday. You were kind of peeping around and seeing just the diversity that people brought. And we even saw this as we worked through our Swiss rounds yesterday, that the farther along that we got and the more successful players that we ended up seeing, they were bringing some really unique takes to this tournament.
There's going to be your top end, right? The set P&Zs, the respect your elders, all the standard decks that everybody knew were going to be brought in a high presence. And when we look at the graphic here, we can see that the Seraphine set was the most banned deck on day 1 of respect your elders being the most played. And then, to the surprise of nobody, Jax Ornn was the highest win rate deck on day 1. If everybody at home has not seen this deck before, if you don't know what to root for, if it's a 1v1, always bet on Jax.
That's very well said indeed, Boulevard. Jax gets that special combat buff, and it's been a long-running tournament deck for a reason. If your opponent thinks that, oh, well, in this new meta environment, I can leave this unbanned, I can let it through, I can certainly beat it, you just somehow have gotten competitive amnesia about how powerful this deck really can be. But when we contrast that to the meta innovations that players are brought to the tournament, players like Seku, players like Tapinator, bringing some more aggressive ideas, some more off-the-wall ideas, that is sort of the second strategy that players love to bring. Bring the strong stuff or bring the counters. And in a recent interview, Kuvira had mentioned that they typically like to be in that second column, and after switching up their style to play the strong decks, we'll say Drizzoth style, is feeling a little bit of pressure that some of these oddball counter lineups might shine on day 2.
We have a nice breakdown of some of the decks that we're going to end up seeing. And I think what sticks out to me from just looking at how much Elder Dragon and the Respect Your Elders lineup in particular was played, I'm looking at all of these other Dragon lines that we can see today. We've got a couple Age of Dragons decks. We do have the Shyvana Elder Dragon deck that's going to be making an appearance today. We also have a Morgana and Elder Dragon, and just like Elder Dragon and Elites. And so Elder Dragon is still appearing, even if it is the most played, but it's also going to be there in so many different flavors that's really where my eyes get drawn to see how successful those other lineups, including Elder Dragon, really can be. But what a great preview into what we're going to have ahead of us for this day number 2. I think we're all looking forward to just the players, seeing them execute these strategies, as well as what is in store in terms of those meta decks. But we want to make sure that we're getting right into the action. So, Boulevard Skarzik, thank you so much for joining me at the top of the show today to give us the preview for day number 2. We are going to go to our very first match of the day, which is going to be an upper bracket round 1 match. It's 4LW versus MajinBaee, our first versus 16th seed, but of course still a grand champion caliber match nonetheless. So let's hear what MajinBaee has to say about being in the World Championships before we send it over to Spids and Alan.
Stoked to be able to fire another Worlds bullet. The last 2 didn't go exactly my way. I top 16 the first one and then went out in the round of 64 on the second one. It's really cool. It's kind of funny though, because when I lose, the first thing I think is like, oh man, I wish I'd have won for everybody. You know, like the first thing you think is like, oh, I let everybody down, because like so many people are watching you, which puts a lot of pressure on you, but in a fun way. It's like nice. I need to feel like I have a lot of options, because if I don't, I get upset. So playing decks that just play units and attack makes me feel like I don't have a lot of agency, even if that's not technically true. But when I have 10 spells in my hand and a Seraphine on the board, I feel like I have infinite options. And so even if I lose, I'm always like, oh man, I probably could have done something better. And that keeps me from getting tilted and keeps me wanting to like continue to get better. So I tend to focus on those kind of decks. Friends think it's the coolest thing. Strangers think it's super cool. Family's super supportive, even though they don't know what's going on. They still tune in, and then my brother sits in a call with them and tells them whether or not I'm winning in like the important games. Winning it all would be super sick. I mean, the money's cool and everything, but like, one, I get to clickbait every single Twitch stream for like the next year, right? World champion does this, world champion does this. But second, being able to like put myself in the game, making a follower card would be really nice. Although everybody knows, everyone who watches my stuff know that making my own spell card would almost be better for me. But yeah, I really want to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everybody to the match 1 of Day 2 Worlds 2023. Oh, we're gonna have quite a match for you covering, because it's gonna be Brotherhood battle between MajinBaee and 4LW. That's very unfortunate. One of the NA representatives will go to the bottom bracket right away. Spitz, how do you feel about this match?
It's hurting me. 2 of my favorite players trying to represent our shard are going to have to fight each other in the first round. They're such amazing players, both liking very similar decks. Both players just, I mean, you could say they were going to win the whole thing and I would like believe you instantly. It's sad to see it, but also we get to broadcast it, we get to cast it. I'm kind of excited for that as well.
Yeah, those are 2 players. One of them is first seed coming into the brackets. Second one is the last. But definitely those players are playing on the very equal level and will have a great show to see. Going into the decks, Majin came with the pretty much more of a standard lineup that was mostly seen abroad in the whole competitors, which was just the Elder Dragon, which was the Respect Your Elders deck where we had the standard Seraphine set, and we had also the Morgana Mordekaiser decks. So on the side of the 4LW, he kind of came with the very similar lineup, with the Respect Your Elders, Morgana Morde, and also Sera set, but with the splash of Janna. So pretty much mirror lineups coming through. We'll see the list just shortly, and yeah, this should be pretty even match, and excited to see who can go forward.
When you've got 2 lineups that are very, very similar, they sort of equalize each other. You know, there's no massive advantages because the lineups are different. So these minor tech cards, these minor differences in these lineups will matter. The Janna is in one deck, but not the other. There's an extra landmark in one of these Karma decks, but not in the other. There's different amounts of Na in the Respect Your Elders deck. There's all of these slight single cards, and in these long, grindy games where you're going to be drawing all of these cards eventually, these individual changes can matter quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. In the decks especially the Seraphine type of the deck, where you rely on that Pursuit of Perfection, flipping the Seraphine, the key cards, like those, like how many denies do we run, how many no P5s do we run, how many recalls do we run, because as those type of the decks run a lot of time just one-offs on the crucial cards. Sometimes it's gonna be two-off, as we see here, Unworthy Soul, but most of the time you just rely on that Seraphine flipping up as soon as it can on top of the Pursuit of Perfection.
The other deck that 4LW has brought, or one of the two other decks, is this Morgana Mordekaiser, one of the main staples of this tournament format, and we do see slightly different versions of cards in this deck. We're seeing 2 Darken Halberd, which is twice as many as most of these decks try to bring. It allows you to self-sack cards for Mordekaiser to level up quicker, get those self-slays to resummon things. Very, very cool card, of a card that we haven't really seen that much, but is a big prominent part of why this deck is so good, and I think it'll do quite well having excess versions of these in the mirror.
The last deck that 4LW brought is the standard Respect Your Elders with the take of the Bearable Fish, and on top of the Plaza Guardians, some players opted to play either one or the other. 4LW says, oh, I'm going full in, I'm greeting all of them, cutting on some of the early game control spells, putting a bit more of a top end, which might pay him off, especially in the matchups like Mirror against the Seraphine, where you need that extra greed.
Now, this is actually a different slide, even though it's the exact same deck, because MajinBaee did bring a very, very, very similar lineup to 4LW, but some of the key cards are different. We're on 2 Na as opposed to no Na. We're not on any junk construct in this version. MajinBaee saying, I'd rather have these larger versions of the cards that I can bring. Na gives me draw, while junk construct helps block against aggro, but as we can see in this matchup, there's not that much aggro to be seen. So getting rid of some of these superfluous cards and adding in cards like Na or Early Bird helps that out a lot.
We see that MajinBae's version of the Morgana Morde is a bit heavier on those spells. We have also that one of Ruination, which is a great tech in the tournament, because sometimes, even if you don't draw it, the other player might be playing around it. You can be bluffing it. And it's a great tool to have in tournament when we're playing open deck lists. We said the difference, there is only one Darkin Halberd, but also important card because it keeps the opponent being aware of it in the combination with the Mordekaiser.
Finally, there's this Seraphine set. I think, like, you've got these 2 main decks that you can bring. You can bring the Respect Your Elders, you can bring the Morgana Mordekaiser, but when you're picking your 3rd deck, MajinBaee went for comfort, went for a little bit of strength in this Seraphine set. This is like his home territory, right? He's playing these Ionia PNZ piles, he's just going to recall stuff, deal a bit of damage, then play set, play Seraphine, spam out a bunch of cards. You heard in the interview that he loves this deck. This is what he wants to be playing, and he brought it and is probably going to show up with it quite well.
You can see already the confidence of the players' faces here on the cams. Oh, they are ready for the first match. Both of them confident that they can bring it home. Even though it's the same home, both of them want to get it. We'll see what of them, what they'll opt to ban. We could expect both Seraphine set bans if they tend not to go into those high roll options where one of the players can just get their landmarks in, the other doesn't, there is no landmark removal, and we can see the Elder Dragon ban. The Respect Your Elders both ban. They don't want to deal with the broad main high rolls, they don't want to deal with the Bearable Fish RNG outcomes, and they decide to go for, oh my god, what a joy! Look at this first matchup, what's that?
At least one of us is happy on this cast, because one of us, I'm going to tell you right now, is extremely miserable at this scenario. We do see the mulligans come through. Oh, look, spells got replaced with spells. I'm sure you're in a very happy place.
Oh, 4LW has insane hand. You have all the proactive lines you want to play. You want to play Janna to get the discounts in, you get the Sunken Temples, you get to spend your mana, and then, like, MajinBaee will be looking for the landmark removal for those Sunken Temples. A really solid hand from the 4LW. You don't want to draw your champions aside of Janna too early, because again, Set is the unit that you don't want to necessarily throw too early in here. You don't want to damage it unless you have like cards like Mixologist, Recall, or Notify to protect it afterwards when you're already chipping on that value. So like, if we're gonna see 4LW dropping Janna here, we might be seeing a Set in response to try to get rid of her.
Looking in both of their hands, there are a lot of spells, but the landmarks are one of these like very, you either have removal for it or you don't sort of cards. And if you can't remove them, they become quite powerful. If you're looking at the deck lists, both of them are only on 2 copies of landmark removal, while MajinBaee is on 4 landmarks and 4LW is on 3. So there's a little bit of difference in the greed amounts for LW already having 2 of those landmarks in hand, and MajinBaee not having that interaction just yet, but then drawing 2 landmarks of their own now. Now they're equal.
What a hand from both players. We see on the side of the LW having landmark with aftershock protection from the Tailstones, on top of Nopify protection for his own landmark. And on the side of MajinBaee, pretty much mirror hand. He can develop Sunken Temple plus threaten opponent's Sunken Temple, or he can decide to protect his own. So like now that Majin sees that 4LW stopped out, he can go for the Tailstones plus discounted Sunken Temple, which is such a great tempo play because he'll get to discount so many cards thrown out, and he gets to cycle those away while removing 4LW Sunken Temple. Really, really good turn for Majin.
Yeah, this is the sort of ways that tempo swings happen in these like Karma decks. When I'm used to playing with all my board-based mid-range, we can try and like see stats as the way tempo is like expressed in this. We do see the coins get played to try and threaten that Nopify. The Nopify is cheapened in the hand as far as I'm aware, but MajinBaee is going to be thinking, okay, you've played coins. There's a reason you've played coins. Why did you do this? And there's going to be a read about what that means. We're going to see the aftershock come down, presumably answered by this Nopify.
So in this case, 4LW still had mana for the Nopify due to the fact it was discounted. If the 4LW doesn't play the coin, then he overdraws due to Sunken Temple drawing you and that extra card. And he was on the 9 cards, he draws up to 10, and then that 1 extra, and that would be going to 11. So playing coin was just throwing away a card because he wasn't expecting removal coming from the Majin, and he didn't want to really overdraw key cards like, let's say, the Pursuit.
Yeah, overdrawing is a big issue in this matchup. When you're drawing 2 cards per turn, 1 from your natural draw, 1 from the Sunken Temple, you now have to play 2 cards every turn. In a matchup where you don't really want to be blinking first, right? You do have to flip your sets. You do want to be blinking somewhat, attacking somewhat, using your spells a little bit proactively, but you don't want to be doing it too much. We're going to see the equivalent of a pass by just attacking with this elusive unit, a very common play in these Ionia mirrors, although spending a little bit more time to think about it. But then going for this pass in quotes. Your attack token doesn't matter too much, and you're just giving 4LW an action here as MajinBaee.
For LW, having that Janna on top of the Sunken Temple is so important here. Having those discounts, able to cheat out on mana, get slight more advantage, progress that Seraphine, progress the cat, potentially remove stuff. So this is a very interesting turn because for LW can decide either I go for the more proactive development here, go a bit more aggressive, either I try to go for the remover on the landmark, or he can just spend mana while holding back. Like, so let's say we can play here Block Link and still upkeep mana for Aftershock because the Tailstones is discounted, forcing Majin to use mana and not being able to protect the temple, or burn mana because we see that Majin has no Nopify available to him, only deny. So like if 4W decides to go with Clock Link, he can get that extra mana advantage Majin.
And the mana advantages are pretty important, right? There's so many resources you're trying to balance with these decks. There's mana advantages, there's card advantages. The Nexus is like the least important factor out of all of this. In fact, like level up progress is a way more important factor than anything. So being able to like conceptualize, you know, we can't really look at the board for all of the information that we want. We really have to be paying attention to these minute details in the hand as well as the deck to fully understand what's going on. We see Seraphine is 4 away from flipping for 4LW and 6 away from flipping for MajinBaee. This is one of like the big factors of this deck. Whoever gets the Seraphine down first will have that a couple of actions for a big tempo advantage by just spamming out spells.
So the thing is, if there is on one side there is a Seraphine, on the other one there is not many units going on, then like Seraphine wants to come down when there is stuff to be played, because if you play Seraphine and there is nothing to remove, and when most of your deck is just reactive to what opponent does, then it gets slightly awkward because like your opponent threats Seraphine and you have really nothing to do except maybe drawing some cards. And in this particular matchup, you don't want to overdraw. It can also go down to milling. Because of we have the tools like deny for the pursuit. So in this position, imagine played Mariam for the extra mana. Usually you see Mariam being played for the extra draw, but in this case, like you don't want to be spending extra cards, you don't want to be overdrawing, because if you decide to draw, you put yourself into position where you need to spend even more mana and potentially get threatened on your temple. So again, a great heads-up play by Majin, understanding greatly the matchup.
I want to ask you, Alan, what stock do you put into the fact that when you updraft, you get things for 1 cheaper mana? When you're playing in this matchup and you're trying to counter what the opponent's doing, are you able to play around the fact that everything's cheapened by 1, 2, sometimes even 3 mana every turn? Or do you just have to ship it and say, I can't rely on me trying to play around these sorts of things?
Most of the time you can play around like 1 or 2 cards, but you're not gonna be trying to play around much more than that. Like here, clearly, Ascending double Mystic Shot, very aggressive line by Majin trying to get rid of the cards. For all the W having good chunk of answer, we can deny, we can use the Tailstones, the Onion Tailstones to swap around the units, make the Reggie take the hit instead of Janna. So a lot of options. Deciding what for a W we go. Usually the Tailstones are not that useful in this matchup, the Ionia one, so swap might be the best, especially that Janna provides you that extra resources every turn, cheat out on the mana when you need it. While Majin hand is pretty heavy, so eager to see what both of the players will go for this turn.
The hand is pretty heavy for MajinBaee. Not a lot of things they want to be doing in terms of this turn, but obviously with the Sunken Temple card, every single time you've got an awkward hand, you can just threaten a pass, and if it goes through, you're able to reset your hand a little. We do see the Deny come down, which you've said was one of the key cards in this matchup, right? Being able to have like this stop a spell interaction is quite prevalent. Do you think this is too early of a Deny, or do you think it makes sense?
So now, denying that early, not playing around, excuse me, not playing around Pursuit with your deny might be a bit fast, but again, the decks have so many tools to deal with the cap that for W decides to keep Tailstones, value it more than the deny in hand. And also deny eventually might become so cheap that you can nopify that in a response. So, interesting play. I usually try to opt to keep it for the Pursuit, but again, with the Temple on board, you can't really guarantee to keep it for the later turns. While Majin deciding to deny from the LW deny, while holding mana back for set, if in case he needs to remove the Janna, deciding that the Janna is threatening a bit too much of the mana ramp on the 4LW side.
You can also have a read there that 4LW, by playing a deny, one of the more key pieces of interaction against what MajinBaee is trying to do. 4LW is saying, I really want to protect this Janna, so I'm going to play my deny early. And MajinBaee can see this and be like, okay, you're putting a lot of stock into this card, I'm going to put a lot of stock into this card and try and double up on that deny. They're sort of trading each other's value based on what they're saying is important to each other without actually saying anything verbally. It's a very interesting sort of like conversation they're having about what spells are important and what spells are not.
Yeah, most definitely. None of the players have deny left for the Pursuit of Perfection, which might be an issue, but for LW, finding the Explorer and that landmark removal, progressing by 2 the Cat, plus progressing the Seraphim by 1, will be extremely important pickup, since we see that Majin has nothing to protect his temple, and he cannot develop his second temple, which might be an issue. But this is a great hand for Majin to get stuck on. Because we have so much value. We have Mariam, we have Pharos, we have Seraphim, Cardro, we have Set that will be able to flip in 2 turns. This is a very good hand. If you want to get stuck on, definitely that's the one you pick.
It's a good hand for MajinBaee to get stuck on, but also not that bad for 4LW either. We do see 2 champions, and we do see the augmented clockling. If that finds any landmark or any other second champion, it'll very much help these hands sort of like expand into something greater. We do see the level up progress on both of the Seraphines. Again, MajinBaee is still 2 less than this 4LW right now, but they're getting pretty close to being flipped, and we're going to start seeing some spell slinging action.
Yeah, 4LW funds the bar, which will be pretty important with this hand, because it will be able to double cards like Howling Gale for the Seraphine if he comes down, levels up. And we see Make It Rain generated by the bar, which is a really solid card, not only for the Seraphine, but in this particular position. Look at this board. It's gonna be able to hit it perfectly, unless Majin decides to develop a unit, which he doesn't. It was for the landmark. So here, 4W can prepare a pretty powerful open swing that Majin won't be able to really answer, bringing the next Zeus probably below 10 HP at this point.
And while, as I was saying earlier, like the Nexus isn't the most important resource to be caring about, if you can threaten that as an extra axis, it puts a lot more pressure on MajinBaee. Not in the way that normally these matchups work, or normally mid-range or aggro matchups work, where you need to threaten the Nexus more. But being able to put this damage on means that things like the set spell dealing 1 can actually matter. There are like slight burn cards in these hands, and being able to threaten attacks means that MajinBaee will have to develop blockers or use these spells to defend attacks in future. It's a very minor thing to be thinking about. Typically you just go from 20 to 0 because the tempo is so obvious, but being able to open attack for quite a bit right now isn't irrelevant.
Yeah, we see for LW, he can burst level up Seraphine at any point with Hellstones, and this is a really powerful board. Since he has a lot of removal in hand, he open develops, trying to get Majin to develop something into the leveled up Seraphine, and finding Song Spinner, which is so big in this position, because again, that Seraphine will be level at your wish, doubling all the cheap spells from the 4LW. This might be the turn where he can take it down. We see that Majin is getting that landmark removal ASAP, trying to remove that landmark so he doesn't get blown out by the Seraphine.
4LW has a lot of things going in his favor, as you were saying, right? He's currently got the mana advantage, he's currently got the Seraphine level up advantage, he's currently got the landmark advantage right now as well. There's so much going in the way of 4LW, but MajinBaee shouldn't be discounted. We do see the Rocket Barrage, which can answer a little bit of what's on the board. We can see Set and some recalls. There are ways to sort of interact with this, but outside of Concussive Palm, which is like the main thing, all of this stuff is super, super expensive and not the best way of interacting with the board right now. We see the Song Spinner come down, trying to have some good picks.
There's a lot of good stuff. There was a Cosmic Call, which is a great value card for the matchup. So 4LW had a line where he could have chosen to play a Set to apply a bit more pressure, and if Majin decides to play on stack his slow spell now, then 4LW could respawn with the removal, making a swing of total of like 15 damage here and threatening lethal. So Majin couldn't really just develop a removal on the landmark. So he'll need to develop actually another unit to prevent the powerful swing. Instead, 4W goes for the just attack, try to chip down the Nexus before there is a landmark removal for Majin side. I would be very happy on the Majin side that this is such a weak attack and there are any buffs coming from 4W from the Song Spinner, unfortunately for him. He has only buffing cards and invoking that comes with the Cosmic. So there will be a lot of value, and he'll most definitely will be able to protect his Seraphine from dying right here.
Yeah, the Song Spinner pool is rather interesting. There's a lot of 2-mana buff spells in this game, as well as a few toolboxy options. And what MajinBae's deck needs to rely on, I mean, it's also 4LW's deck, is either damage-based removal or relatively expensive recalls. And so being able to counter that with buff spells is a very, very powerful thing. We do see the Set come down, trying to apply pressure, get back into this game by playing your champions, just getting back your tempo by having these powerful cards consistently work. But it is a bit of a struggle for MajinBae right now.
This is very interesting line because Majin decides to develop Set into the bar instead of trying to threaten bar before developing anything else. Now you allow for LW to just respond with the discounted cards and to kill the Set. This might bite him back pretty heavily here.
See a hover of the Sump Fumes. There are lots of pieces of interaction in 4LW's hand to try and deal with the Set. We see Howling Gale as well, which is almost certainly dealing, it's dealing 10 damage right now because it was cheapened and then doubled up by the Seraphine. We do see Concussive Palm, presumably to get the Showstopper, trying to deal with one of the champions, but trading champions here when 4LW has the tempo advantage isn't like good enough for MajinBae. He needs a little bit more.
So here in the position, like Majin had an option, either remove the landmark or threaten Seraphine. He goes for the threatening Seraphine due to the fact that if he decided to play landmark removal, no, he still could have no, he wouldn't have enough mana. He would need to spend one more mana, which he had no option to. So that was the only way to generate a Showstopper this turn without threatening landmark. So very interesting 2 lines you could have taken, and we see what a pulse from Cosmic. You have 2 Winkles pulled out, the whole everywhere buff plus the big elusive Spell Shield Dragon. Man, the 4LW spot looks very, very good. If Majin doesn't draw into solid, drawing into Seraphine and Set, we see some spells on top of it, Majin might be able to pull it back.
Margin did draw sort of what he was looking for, but 4LW, without having the Sunken Temple, means he's able to maintain this very, very good hand that he has. Getting his own Sunken Temple removed may have actually been a boon for 4LW in this position by this point. We do see the Cosmic Inspiration come down, buffing everything up. Quite an expensive spell for a matchup like this, but it will protect everything from PND type of removal and be able to pressure consistently when they get the attack token again.
Since 4LW already seen the deny spent by Majin, there was really nothing that could interact with it. So he confidently just slammed it. So he might be worried here a bit about the pressure Majin can apply with his attack token, but there is a fair chunk of the cards to protect yourself. You have Palm, you have Sampiums, you can protect your units with the Sky Splitter that was generated. So there is a good chunk of the cards that you could have protected your Nexus. So slamming the buff for your whole deck was definitely a solid line to take.
It does do quite a few things for 4LW. You can see what it's like to do a Karma set mirror or a Seraphine set mirror in this instance. There's so much just thinking and looking at each other's hands. They're deciding to both trade passes here. MajinBaee able to draw an extra card from this, but 4LW being able to spend his mana on this turn with the attack token, try and threaten in a little bit more. MajinBaee redrawing a set as well as a Seraphine, getting sort of the things he's looking for as well as a bunch of draw. This is a good updraft from MajinBaee.
Yeah, definitely. Majin was looking for some sort of spell hand. Last hand was a bit clunky for the Seraphine, so he needed definitely to redraw into something better. And this is one of those hands you were definitely looking into. Leveling the Seraphine on the stack with the burst spell, and we'll see what kind of magic can he do with the Seraphine leveled up. And all those updrafted cards. Can draw million cards, he can deal like full clear the whole board. And on the 4LW, on this, for the pressure side, all he has is either play the I'm the Dragon or the set. So he doesn't have much pressure to put on the board. Where on the side of Majin, he can still develop a set, he can still develop Showstopper this turn. So Majin might be able to pull it through. Given how much cycle he has in hand, he has as well Cat, which might not be ready yet, but he might be able to pull it with all the discounts he has gotten from the updraft so far.
See the Tidal Invocation be played, one of the Seraphine cards. Obviously, these players are doing their best job at hand tracking this. MajinBae's knowing sort of what's in 4LW's hand and now has been able to tick off one of the Seraphine generated cards. Now he doesn't need to play around some of the more absurd hits. Going to see Time Trick come down, get the double draw, but the timer does threaten quite a bit. When this game goes so long, you don't have that much time to make your decisions anymore. Seraphine does go down to this, but there is the other Seraphine in hand if they decide to go for it.
There was an option to protect the Seraphine, but it would be a bit too expensive. You have to spend 7 mana to protect that 1 HP Seraphine, which would be very likely to go down regardless. And you need to be aware that opponent could be playing like Pursuit of Perfection and just straight up die to the lethal damage. While we see that Majin pretty much can get his Pursuit of Perfection on board, 4LW is missing still one in the hand. He had that early, but it got updrafted. So, and right now 4LW doesn't have much tools to deal with except the Palm for the next turn. There is not much protection against the Cat, but then Majin has a combat trick that would allow him to sneak the lethal with the Stand United. So very interesting if Majin decides to go for the Pursuit of Perfection this turn, potentially into last Notify from the 4LW.
We were talking earlier, or at least I was mentioning earlier, that it looked like 4LW had a lot of the tempo advantages earlier, but we can see that MajinBaee has sort of tried to bring this back. The value of this Sunken Temple, being able to redraw the hand, draw 2 every single turn, has sort of brought this back a little. 4LW has been able to play set now, rather a large version, with this Showstopper coming down, trying to deal with one of these champions. Which one do you go for?
The question is if you start with Showstopper or if you go with the challenge first, but like this is a really good play from Majin because now once the Showstopper goes down and he develops a Cat, he has a pretty clean line next turn to just go from lethal. And right now 4LW has nothing in hand that could potentially stop it if Majin decides to go for lethal. In terms of challenging, it depends how much Majin would have left over mana. If he goes below 12 mana for the next turn, I would go for the Seraphine. If he keeps 3 mana here open, I would kill the set. Because it's about threatening next turn Showstopper versus not threatening it at all. decides to... Oh, that's very interesting. Majin decides not to go for the cat this turn at all.
Deciding not to go for the cat. It is hard to go for that guaranteed lethal because you have to redraw into your stand United. The Sunken Temple will get rid of it from the hand. That's one of like the downsides of Sunken Temple. You can create these lethals in your hand, but if they require multiple turns to set up, it does make it a little bit harder. We do see the attack come through. And MajinBaee having to decide, do I need to preserve health on my set or do I need to preserve health on my Nexus? Typically, you want to be protecting your backline champion, so the health is just going to go, the damage is going to go straight to the Nexus here. MajinBaee a little bit low, but that's okay. If you've got 1 HP in a dream, that's all you need.
Yeah, definitely. It's also a matter how much of LW has burn in the deck, and like after looking at the list, Majin probably realizes there is. I still have some HP that again uses the resource. So let's keep that set. We don't know what we're gonna redraw next turn from the updraft, so let's play it a bit safer. And we see that he's able to find a very important piece, which is place your bets that will enable getting the showstopper this turn, due to the fact that it will enable him to spend more than 11 mana, which is 12 or higher, to get that first showstopper.
See both of the hands being redrawn. A lot of good stuff I'm seeing in MajinBaee's hand. Another landmark, double champions, being able to be a little bit more value oriented this turn. But for LW, obviously, also has some decent options, but not as amazing compared to what MajinBaee's putting down.
Majin has a very good hand for this turn. He can protect his set with the Nopify, he can develop Seraphine. He has a lot of great value tools and to apply some pressure. Here we see that for W just spending cards. He doesn't have much to go for him. He developed a blocker, he has a palm to go for, but outside of that, like, his hand is very dry. Like, he has no win con at any side right now, and like he can't really generate showstopper because he came into the turn with only 10 mana, so the 12 mana is quite far away for him.
Seraphine has generated a little bit of a brick and Soul Harvest because we saw the Cosmic Inspiration come down. That card will basically kill nothing except a 1/1 if it's ever summoned from something or other. We do see the Nopifies come down trying to deal with the High Note, protecting these cards from for LW's little bit of interaction that they can try and afford. For LW's hand is looking very low, and now MajinBaee's not only got the board tempo, not only got the champions, also has the bigger hand state. So MajinBaee is looking in at just a phenomenal position here to take this game.
Yeah, 4W was considering, was bluffing perhaps that he has another Mystic Shot. He was also considering palming in combat to have a blocker for another unit, but decides not to spend mana because we see that Majin couldn't really threaten detail on the board, so decides to hold on a bit. And again, it's a kind of rough spot because 4LW needs to draw into some win con, and we said that he's gonna be updrafting those cards, but he's not he's redrawing 4 cards. Like, the odds of drawing something that will save him in this position are not too great. Like, he needs to imagine low roll, and 4LW needs to find the pursuit, and if the Majin doesn't find an answer, maybe that's the only shot 4W has, but the odds of that are very, very low.
The flash bombs come down, dealing with this unit. Not that it's too important, I mean, the units don't matter as much. You also saw the Caustic Rift come down last turn, trying to empty the hand a little so MajinBaee doesn't overdraw. We have to go through one of the world's longest drawing animations, seeing all of these updrafted cards show that they're cheaper. None of these cards really cost their normal mana amount anymore because of all of these updrafts. Seraphine comes down, and now that board has got 2 Seraphines on it, they're now looking at each other, trying to figure out what's going on.
How don't you love those hands? Like, you can blast all your cards for 0 mana. That's so much fun. Look at that. You can threaten your opponent with 0 mana, then your opponent can respond also with 0 mana. Not in this case, but sometimes when the board state get to this point, we see the last Nopify coming for LW, trying to protect the Seraphine, but there is not much else spells left to follow up. We can threaten the Seraphine with the Aftershock, but not much besides it.
You find these hand states very good. All I want to do is play my 2-mana 2/2 into a 3-mana 3/3. That's all I want to be doing in this video game. We see the Bilgewater spell come down. I forget the name. I think it's Line 'em Up, trying to deal some Nexus damage, excess burn. We do see the Tag Out trying to go on the kegs.
I think that's lethal from the 4LW. Unless the Majin finds any way out to remove... Oh, there is a recall for the keg. That's really important. Otherwise, RLW have actually found a sneaky battle in this position.
Deciding to take that damage earlier from MajinBaee has caused this possible out from 4LW, but it ends up being answered with this unworthy soul. Very interesting, you know, random generation causing a very surprise method of trying to go for damage, but MajinBaee, heart of the, you know, luck of the draw, heart of the cards, getting what he needs and able to deal with this threat.
We'll see what FRW will decide to play. We might see Clocklink to come down, try to find the lethal on top of the keg. Potentially, I'm not sure if there is one more Mystic Shot left in the 4LW deck, but this is the position where if 4LW doesn't find lethal this turn, this is game.
I'm pretty sure there's no more Mystic Shot, right? That Mystic Shot I don't think was doubled, and that means Seraphine has already seen one and there's only 2 in the deck, so I'm pretty sure there's no other Mystic Shot. We do see the Aftershocks come down, very shocking dealing with this Seraphine, but we do see these double 30-30s and not a great way to try and deal with it. 4LW can try and updraft, try and find multiple stuns or recalls, but we've already seen so many come through in this game that it's hard to find them. Your deck does only have 40 cards in it.
Oh, Seraphine not quite. Might be a skip angle. Not sure what else he could possibly draw into. There is also potential generation. If at 0 mana Seraphine we can generate the burn here.
You can generate burn. You can also generate things like a stun. You can try and get Steel Tempest to interact with the 30-30s. Combine that with a Sunken Temple, draw into something else would be nice. Sunken Temple also is able to make value of this line 'em up, or the skill that comes from it, because despite it being fleeting, it will be shuffled back into the deck. So that is sort of like a nice little bit. Rummage? You can try and draw back into it though.
Yes, you can. I think because the Mystic Shot was not double, so that had to be the last one. There is just not much, like potentially maybe there is Song Spinner, because the first Song Spinner was generated by either was generated by the Pharaohs or it was drawn into, but like definitely that would be possible out. And we see there is an option to transform one of the cats into the unit that doesn't have Overwhelm. And outside of that, we have a Palm that's still gonna be 6 damage. Okay. Decides to go for the heal, decides to go for more draw.
Drawing even more, trying to find anything, seeing what's in the deck, not finding exactly what they want. Find their own pursuit of perfection, but that doesn't really matter in this instance. We're going to see the spells hovered. Final turn probably coming up right about now.
He can still
have things to interact with it.
He can technically stay alive with this line, and we see there is no lethal yet in the Majin's hand.
You can try and do formula, look for things. I'm sure you can find something via the draw, but also the tempo advantage here is just like massive. 4LW looking upset at this position. They had such an great early hand and it sort of curved into something not that great now. MajinBaee thinking about what's my best line. Does go for the formula, tries to find some draw, finds a Nopify, but I don't think these are cheapened concussive palms. I don't remember how much mana these cost.
It's double, so it has to be 2 mana or less. But like you can only palm Nopify one of them, and there is a good handside play to transform into Clocklink to prevent high noting or Mystic Shotting your own Barkeep. So that's why he didn't transform into a 3/3, but he transformed into Clocklink to prevent that option from the Majin. Very good handside play there. Well, staying alive, still in it. We could possibly see the cat this turn, but like 4LW is aware how much stun there is still left in the Majin's hand, and also there is a showstopper generation this turn. So like 4LW can't really go for the cat this turn because it just gets obliterated right away. So all he has to do is just pass and wait.
4LW does have that burn now. Now that they've got some actions, now that they've got some time, 4LW can go for the showstoppers plus the kegs, try and go for the Nexus damage. MajinBaee plays their own kegs, trying to empty the hand out a little, play something kind of non-committal. By the way, you're going to see 4LW emote a lot. This is the 4LW special. If you've ever fought 4LW on ladder, you know that this man loves emoting. I'm sure MajinBaee muted him like 20 minutes ago. Keep in mind, this is still the first game and there's 20 minutes left on the clock. I don't know how you're enjoying this, LNZQ. This is taking so long.
This is pure. What do you mean? This is so fun to watch. Look how many decisions you have. Like, instead of having decision, oh, I drop a unit 1, 2, 3. Imagine couldn't really spend even full 12 mana because everything's so discounted. It's so cool to see. You at this point you are so deep into the game where you have full hand, but you can't even spend 12 mana because everything's so cheap. Ah, it's such a joy. Let's see if the 4W can find lethal. We see there is a cheap dragon. But on top of that, there is not much else you can follow up with. We can discount that dragon even farther, to 4 mana. But how do we find the lethal in this?
4LW has drawn back into the lineup as well, going for Singular Will, trying to recall everything. Because MajinBae's hand is so full, a lot of these cards get obliterated, while for 4LW, only the Seraphine is currently being threatened to be obliterated. This was picked off the Reggie, God, I don't know, maybe 27 turns ago, and now we're seeing it finally come into play, and MajinBae definitely was not expecting this.
Look at this play, and like there is nothing he can do really. Like everything is burst, slow speed. It's like you are not using Palm here, and he's obliterating his own Seraphine, which is okay at this point. You want to develop, like, she's not that needed, and you don't have any more spells you can duplicate anymore. Like, should be nice to get that generation spell, but at this point, I think those palms will be just better. And we see the Keg 2-3 development coming in, and imagine he's just scared of the potential lethal that would come from this, that decides to remove it right away.
This is one of the few things that Soul Harvest can actually target. So despite these both being like Seraphine generated cards from multiple turns ago, they actually get to clash together and interact with each other in a good way for MajinBae. 4LW is going to be able to play these units like the Mayim, make it come down, and there still is that Celestial in hand from 4LW. MajinBae would need to find some way of interacting with it. It's sort of like a pseudo cat in this matchup right now, and it has Spell Shield even.
If I'm not crazy, Majin has 2 cards left in the deck. He might deck out this game straight up because of the how often did he updraft and how much he drew with Formula, and for LW could just stall with this hand very easily. All he needs to do is just not draw more cards for now. And we see that
you do see the Great Beyond come down. MajinBae trying to figure out, what am I going to do against this? You can do Explorer's Blunder into Concussive Palm. That's probably one of the better lines here, but MajinBae also has to figure out their own way of not dying to a bunch of other things. Very difficult position.
Yeah, we're gonna wait. It was the first. It was already second palm play this game, so it was. He couldn't stop it. And that's just straight up lethal. What a game from 4LW. He was ahead for the first half of the game, then Majin took it back because of how well he drew, and 4LW finding that win with the full recall board obliterating because MajinBae was too heavy. Clunky card that were not doing so much. Such a great hindsight pick from Reggie.
What a tough, like, heartbreaking game. I mean, there was so much going on. You broke it down so well through the last 30 minutes of gameplay. MajinBae just forgetting one minor thing as the timer ticks down ever so quickly. It's such an easy thing to miss. I don't want to rag on MajinBae too much for that, but it's such a heartbreaking loss on what is one of his favorite decks to play.
Oh man, that show, like that match was such a joy to watch. And now we'll jump into a bit calmer, more straightforward match, just more the Morgana going into the set Seraphine, and we'll see there. Oh no, what am I seeing? This is a Legion of the Severed into the Inquisitor. Once Majin sees this, he'll be devastated because such an insane combo against the spell heavy deck. Because you just have to spend so much mana removing the suppressions while not having a great unit to remove the Legion Severed, because again, it's a 2 HP tough unit, and when it comes back, gives you another one, suppression. Oh, that will be massive. If, of course, 4W decides to go for this line. But like, it's so powerful for swing-wise, I couldn't imagine he's gonna be greeding for the Rekindler, given he has the second Legion of the Severed for later on for Rekindler.
It's such a good curve, and we are going to see that the Inquisitor was targeted as going to have Deathless. MajinBaee going to be looking for things to try and get his own win cons organized, trying to spiral himself out of control. We do see a landmark as an option right now, but MajinBaee has to consider, do I need the Mystic Shot? Do I need these pieces of interaction to try and deal with what 4LW is trying to go for? Lots to think about here, but MajinBaee is going to have to try and stall out this game for a long time, and we are going to see the back alley bar taken to try and go for that win con.
Yeah, we see that there is a clock link and set, so like there will be two plays Majin can still do post Match Seeker Inquisitor development, but like, okay, 4W develops Inquisitor now, and Majin, and then what? Majin just donates him the clock link for free, like you get to cycle, you have to do something, and if you pass here, 4W just takes the pass and takes a great tempo swing for himself, so it's a bit of the pickle spot, and like, yeah, he decided to develop to just dump the suppression and develop blocking on top of that Inquisitor, and it's such a great turn for the 4LW. Pressuring Majin here, already taking 4, clearing the full board.
MajinBae's hand does have a fair bit of value in it, but a lot of these value cards are rather expensive. We don't see these cheap cards like Mystic Shot, Divine Draft, High Note, Aftershock that are able to deal with units like a 4-2. MajinBaee drawing into a second set. We're probably going to have to see it come down just to apply any amount of pressure, while 4LW consistently draws these like just regularly statted units. Some of them have tough, which is really hard to deal with for a PNZ deck. 4LW is in such an amazing position with both the hand and the board compared to what MajinBae's got.
This is such an interesting turn because Majin already can see in Majin's eyes, oh, I'm gonna drop set, and then 4LW just gonna Devs Grasp me. Well, I guess it is what it is. I have to just take the gamble. He doesn't have it, and that's a great gamble because there is no answer for 4LW in the hand. So we can take the free swing. The only decision Majin has to take is, what am I killing? Am I just killing fodder? We've seen the attack 3-2 attacking into 1-1. So this can tell Majin that 4LW has excess amount of the fodder units and he doesn't have much spells. So like based on that read, you can technically save up your set HP and just start chunking the 0-1 units and or for the 4-2 free to save up the HP over time, because you have that bar going for you. You have like a lot of heavy cards, like you mentioned. Try to stay alive until that bar comes down. But the problem will be, how do you stay alive? We see so much pressure coming from the 4LW, coming on top of another Inquisitor, just making everything more expensive by 2.
MajinBaee trying to take out the Legion of the Severed, trying to deal with the board a little bit. If set goes down, it's not the biggest deal in the world because we do see another set in hand from memory. Yeah, right at the final card there. We do see the Mage Seeker Inquisitor killed and thus redrawn, putting the suppression in hand, meaning that an open attack has no way of being interacted with. It's going to deal 7 damage if that's the line that 4LW goes for, as well as killing set because of the suppression, and you can't play it because it'll be during an attack and its focus speed makes it very difficult. We are going to see a second Mage Seeker Inquisitor come down, try and tax the mana even further. MajinBaee has to spend 4 mana if he just wants to play spells. And I'm going to be real with you, there's quite a few spells in this hand right now.
Yeah, most definitely. Literally whole hand unplayable unless you just spend that 4 mana. Majin can decide to protect his set. If it's pulled by the 1 HP Inquisitor, if it's pulled by 3 HP Inquisitor, we will need to spend a recall instead of the... Oh, never mind, there is no removal. Majin can't read protected, but 4LW decides to play around the either High Note or Mystic Shot, but Majin decides to let it go, because like if he tries to recall here anything, he knows that he loses too much tempo. You have extra set, you don't need to go for it, you need to catch up somehow. And now, there is an option. We either develop set and we start removing stuff with on top of the Mariam. We can go for bar. We can go for the spell removal instead. Decides to go for the... He's so scared of that Mordekaiser. Look at this is such an unobvious line, because what happens if the 4W drops Mordekaiser on the boss board? You get another suppression. It's just like you cannot catch up back on the game. But the question is, could Majin play around Mordekaiser here? I believe he couldn't, because like he's so behind. Like 4LW had the premium opener, you have to just suck it up if there is one. You know there is probably no Morgana, so because the Morgana would have been played before. So Majin took the line around Morde, and he got punished because there is no one. And like, how is he gonna catch up? So far he's looking pretty grim with having just expensive recall, having expensive draw, and 4LW keeps the pressure up, going with the cheap removal and very, very heavy hitters.
Could see on MajinBae's face what anguish he had seeing another Mage Seeker Inquisitor trying to, not Mage Seeker Inquisitor, sorry, this unit come down and keep adding suppressions. I'm getting flashbacks from 2021 where MajinBae first suffers to timer once and then has another matchup that's really, really painful for him to deal with. It's just a repeat of 2 years ago for him. We're seeing even more suppressions come down. MajinBae's mana has been taxed so heavily. This has been maybe 10 or 12 mana on these cards that don't interact with anything, and no mystic shots, no way of dealing with these 4/2s. MajinBae is in one of the hardest positions I think I've ever seen him in.
This Inquisitor is a true Damacian, just does not allow any magic around here. You want to cast a spell? Nope, we're gonna tax you multiple times. This is such a gargantuan position from the Majin spot. Doesn't get to develop the bar, which would allow him to come back potentially in this game. He's sitting at 6 HP Nexus, staring a 5 wide board, one of them being stunned, and looking at the powerful swing, and there is not really he can do not much he can do except just developing a Seraphine, removing one of the units, so he's potentially dropping to 2 HP. If 4LW has no removal, if he decides to play Dev's Grasp, there is not much that Majin can do, and he goes for it. He knows if the Majin decides to protect his Seraphine, protect the blocker, then there is no removal for another attacker, for 4 wide attack. So this is a great hindsight play, because even though you might look, oh, this unit has only 1 tough HP, it's very easy to remove, it still forces a removal on the unit that was not applying any pressure, which frees up more HP, more attackers from other units.
That is a very heads-up play from 4LW, trying to make sure that the attack is as best as possible. And MajinBae is thinking, is there any possible way I can get out of this? But with the way the mana looks, all of these spells that can do anything cost so much. You can try and tag out your own Seraphine, and if you're thinking through the Seraphine pool, what could I try and get? Unfortunately, it doesn't even work because Seraphine would cost 2 mana to come down, and this does mean that when 4LW goes for the attack, at least 2 of these attackers will be going in for the Nexus, and that should be game once these actions go through and roll out.
This most definitely looks like a win out for LW. I am not sure what Majin can do in this position, except just play Seraphine, pray for LW, misclicks, and doesn't go for full wide attack, which is exactly what happens, and 4W takes the series 2-0, very cleanly played by him, and this is GG. Majin goes to the lower bracket, 4LW stays in the winner bracket, even though he was the last seed, shows he's not the worst here, he's there to take it all down. We're gonna
4LW one of
Go ahead.
I was going to say 4LW, one of the best players of this tournament, going against another great player in this tournament, MajinBae. We are going to hand this over to Necra and the Analyst desk to try and break down that match even further, the 30-minute Karma set match, as well as the other one that we just went through.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and take point here, Boulevard, because that first match was so back and forth, incredibly intense. I said while I was spectating it, I get it now. You Ionia P&Z enjoyers, I understand the appeal of putting spells on the stack, having your opponent respond, and then you're fighting right back. It was incredibly intense. But what was the key factor, would you say, Boulevard, that really jumped out and defined that early mid game?
Well, I'd love to try and break that down for you. Unfortunately, I have an entire page of notes of key moments. There were just too many to count. There's not any single thing that you could really boil that set down to, other than Skarsgård. I remember when that singular will was randomly generated, you were back there talking about, what about Hextech Anomaly, though? Like, it could turn into anything. And these players rolled the dice consistently throughout that match, with Sunken Temples sitting on board for both players throughout multiple turns, really disrupting the normal tempo and cadence of a Seraphine matchup like that, where suddenly you don't even know what spells your opponent can double up. We saw Majin play patiently in the late game, had an opportunity to throw down the Pursuit of Perfection, but went, no, if this goes through one more temple iteration, then this will actually be 2 mana, and I can double it up with Seraphine. Went for it. Unfortunately for Majin, 4LW had the answer in the Hextech Anomaly, as well as the Tail of the Dragon, and it was just like, it was an insane game. So much happened.
Yeah, I want to definitely call out 4LW making the decision to let the Janna go early on, it looked like she had a lot of pressure, a lot of, potential to take over the game. And after MajinBaee had put the Mystic shots on the stack, I believe they even put a deny ward down as well to fight over this Janna. And I thought that 4LW would say, oh, now that you've put so many resources into this, I'm going to protect my Janna and force you to put even more into it. But said, nope, this is a fine trade. We've both got Temple now. I've gotten some cards out of my opponent, and we're just going to play a straight up clean Seraphine set mirror instead. And throughout that match, both players were seeming to be in the lead. I'm winning, you're winning. And then 4LW jumps ahead, right? Gets Cosmic Call off of Seraphine, is able to double it, and takes threats rather than removals. There was a Supernova being offered, took the Great Beyond instead. There was a Cosmic Rays offered, took Cosmic Inspiration instead for that everywhere buff. And just having the read from that moment that, oh, I'm ahead enough to start taking threats and maintaining threats, ended up being the right one with Great Beyond. But even I was worried that, oh no, what you maybe should have taken Supernova, my guy.
I was excited to watch the whole game play out because I'm sitting here listening to the two of you, and Skarzig is freaking out in the back
end
of just like all of the micro decisions that were being made in those final moments of that first game. But it almost felt like it came down to the survival from 4LW when we did see like the two. You're gonna have to help me with this one. The two 30-30s,
the cataclysms.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden 4LW is like, but I have answers
catastrophes.
to this.
Sorry.
Yeah.
For
so
you,
it
Pursuit
was
Perfection enjoyers.
I had perfection written down there, and I was like, but I don't remember what the first word of that is. But you know what I mean. But yeah, what a critical survival for 4LW. But when it came down to that second game too, Boulevard, it just looked like clean execution on 4LW's front to be able to get that clean 2-0.
Yeah, the first game was a huge slobber knocker, back and forth, a lot of micro decisions being made. Game 2 was a little more straightforward, and we saw why Mage Seeker Inquisitor is the single Demacia card that every player in this tournament nearly has decided is worth splashing into Mordekaiser. Not even every Morgana player was like, yeah, it's got to be Morgana Mordekaiser. They all agreed it was Mage Seeker Inquisitor, and that was a great showcase as to why.
Yeah, the suppression just paves the way for your late game ideas to have a stronger chance of sticking to the board. Historically, Mordekaiser has had trouble getting into play, leveling up because he constantly gets sent back to the hand. And when he's bounced back from the hand and doesn't die, Rekindler can't revive him. And it just really disassembles the late game over the top ideas that Mordekaiser decks want to go for. But 4LW says, well, I've got the suppression, and I've got a lot of 4-2s, and we're just going to jam it out. And this is in perfect contrast to what we saw in day one, where we saw Mordekaiser have to rely on Morgana, and now it's just no champions at all. I've got the Inquisitor and Legion of the Severed.
Love it. Great showcase of skill here from 4LW. That's going to be a big win for this player as well as for the region of Brazil. And so 4LW gets a chance to continue forward in the upper bracket. And we'll have to check in on how MajinBaee is going to do tomorrow when we start to follow the lower bracket. But for now, gotta keep things rolling here. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we've got another match coming at you. So get excited.
very happy with the new competitive structure that we got this year. And the players get qualifier directly to the main event, right? So yeah, pretty happy about it. I had it as a goal for my LOR performance in this year, and very glad to have done it. The game had a pretty depth for deck building as well, as a part of card games that I like a lot. So yeah, that got me to stick with it for that long time. I think I just want to be the first America's champion. We had 2 European champions so far. I think America's is lacking a bit on performance on the main event. I wish that I get to be that person. And I also would like so much to represent Brazil. I think the Brazilian community is wholesome. Since the start, we get a huge community. We organize a bunch of events, much passion for the game on the Brazilian community. So I would like to represent Americas as a whole and to represent Brazil specifically. I don't have a grudge of anyone specifically or any region specifically. I just want to be the first Americas and Brazilian champion, hopefully.
back, everybody. It is day 2 of the Legend of Runeterra World Championships, and we are keeping things rolling with the upper bracket. It's going to be Alan and Boulevard here on the casting desk to bring us through his next game, and I'm pumped about this one. First of all, it's already been amazing. Alan, I'd love to get thoughts from you about how you felt watching that Seraphine set mirror.
More! More! Please! More!
I knew you would be the only person to say that, so I had to have you at least give the sentiment for everybody else. Boulevard over here, like,
And there are other things I'd like to see.
I think we're gonna get some of that flair when it comes to this next match, and I think that's why I'm even more eager to get into it. But I want to take a look at the results first, because we did end up having just kind of some amazing games across the board. And when you take a look at how the upper bracket shaked out, this is why we love seeing double elimination, because I think there's some surprising results here, Boulevard.
Absolutely. You know, there are so many strong players in this top cut that it's like, okay, yeah, you know, you could talk about any one of them getting eliminated. Tank Buster getting knocked down to the lower bracket after an incredible day one on his part. Pretty surprising. On top of the fact that Aurora, one of my other APAC picks, did end up losing to Seku, who we will be featuring a little bit later on, playing up against J01.
This is a setup. We have an EMEA players eliminating each other. What is this? This cannot stand.
Actually, the more I look at this top 8, we've got an Americas mirror, an APAC mirror, an EMEA mirror, and then we're watching the only international lineup here for the top 8.
It was like the script wrote itself. And then maybe we can't take any credit for this. All credit goes to the players and the amazing job that they did for this very first matchup. But when we go ahead and start to hone in on what we're following next, this is where I want to just go ahead and hand over the reins to both of you, because we are going to be following the international matchup. It is Seku versus J01. That is what is on the docket, and these are two just incredibly heavy hitting players, and only one of them can make it through this. So Boulevard, Alan, just go ahead and walk us through the match.
Seku is, I think, surprising everybody today. Seku's a very solid player, been around since the beginning. You're never surprised to see Seku in top cut, but he's not making super deep runs very often. So the fact that he was able to come out so strong in day number 1 and now has to play one of the best players in the world in J01, Alan, this is going to be a defining moment in Seku's LoR career.
Yeah, most definitely. Do you think that it's because of the Seku lineup? Do you think he prepared so well? Or like, what do you think is the tech here for him succeeding so well and surprising everybody for making this such a great performance throughout day 1 and already showing us a proper performance in day 2?
I think it's the lineup. I think that Respect Your Elders came in as a very present deck, but we have seen it's the non-Nora Elder Dragon players that are really shining into day 2. The Shyvana players, the Elites players, the Age of Dragons, the Morgana Elder Dragon. The conversion rate on running Elder but not running it with Nora into day 2 has been absolutely insane, and I think that's a cornerstone of the lineup, as well as the Poro deck. And Alan, I know that you had to drag Spids through another Seraphine set mirror, but now I get to drag you through a potential Poro mirror.
Listen, who doesn't like a little bit of +1/+1 here and there? Clearly, which are doing extremely well this tournament. We see that spell-based decks are not as relevant. Of course, we have a good representation of the set decks in the top cut. But again, like those clearly contenders are the just unit-based deck and buffing decks with that everywhere +1/+1, right?
Yeah, and it's something that players kind of had a grasp on when the expansion was released. When we all saw the Omen Dog, as you love to call it, we thought, oh yeah, you know, Omen Hawk, Omen Dog plus Glacial Saurian, we know that stats are very powerful. You put it on top of the deck, wow, that's stats. But when you can just do it on board with decks like the Poros, then it's a totally different thing. But we do still see a Seraphine Karma set in the lineup for one of these players. Alan, do you want to talk about this list?
Yeah, I believe I do. Listen, so we see pretty standard deck here with the Sunken Temple version and a good chunk of one-offs. Like the J01's trademark is that he loves one-offs. It's not only in his Seraphine decks, but also other decks. He loves to play very versatile deck.
And even here, we can see like Wallop, Puzzling Signposts, even one of Yordle Squire just coming out with the things that you would never really expect. This is supposed to be like an aggressively postured, elusive / overwhelm list with like the Pouty Poro. And then Scholarly Pioneer just makes a one-of appearance. And just all of these utility tech cards, like you mentioned, that is what J01 is known for. It's so hard to play and test against the standard version of a deck and then go up against this player.
Yeah, we've seen him 2-punch Nexus with his Fizz. That was absolutely amazing. And then with the Poro King Zolani deck, I am absolutely stunned that this deck performs as well as it does. Not only this version, but overall Poro King, and how consistent this deck is at flipping Poro King and just applying so much pressure, while this Poro Sled as a one-off being MVP in so many games so far.
And that Falling Star is a one-of, is another just like, that is a J01 tech. No other Poro King player, as far as I know, is on the Falling Star, but we're going to get into Seku's lineup, and we've been hoping and praying for an Elder Dragon level up sometime on stream, and the Seku Dragon list is likely to give us that.
Oh man, Elder Dragon level up. We've had reports that actually player managed to flip it, but obviously we weren't watching him. So let's hope he can repeat that performance in this match and it won't be banned. Because to be fair, I think this must be his most banned deck given the strength it shows off.
Then when we get into Nico Warden, this is another list that I think was off of most radars, and when we were talking with Ruben yesterday, loved to highlight just how well this list has been performing. I believe there's 2 of them in the top 16. Alan, did this surprise you as much as it surprised me?
Listen, it has Omen Dog and Omen Hawk. the deck that has those cards cannot surprise you, this expansion. If this comes on turn 1 into turn 2 and you are looking +2/+2 units coming down next turns, it's absolutely brutal. But then we have another Poro King. This looks very similar in terms of units to the J01's one, but a few different attacks, especially on the spell side. So
yeah, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say nothing too crazy, but I did want to shout out the one of Aurora Borealis, sort of a later stage adaptation that the Poro players have come into in recent months.
Is this a common addition for the extra top end, or it's just more of an overkill that players bring to their decks?
It's mostly a very expensive 4th copy of Poro Snacks, because if you don't find the king and you don't find the snacks, then you are just playing a deck full of 1-mana 1/1s that don't do anything, so you need to get the ball rolling on not just turning them into actual threats, but also leveling up the Zolani the Bloodweaver, turning that into a real threat. So sometimes you need to pay 8 mana for a Poro Snacks just to get your deck off the ground.
Look at that, we see the ban on Nico. That means there is a potential to see the leveled up Elder Dragon.
And a Poromir, we're getting everything this game, Alan.
Oh, and we have all the Poros. We have Karma, we have Elder Dragon. Could you imagine a better balance to watch this game?
I absolutely could not. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Like, cannot wait to get into the action here. We should be in just a second. Seku versus J01 here in the upper bracket of Day 2 of the World Championship.
Treat for every eye. There is a Karma, there is a Poro, there is a Dragon. Like, you can even make a joke that Poro Dragon and Karma walks into the bar.
And so many, you know, I'm just now kind of realizing as I see Seku's lineup laid out that they actually went for a triple Runeterra champion lineup. That's not something we see very often.
That's a very good point. I think that's the first time I see actually the triple origin deck making that well performance. Even that, look at the comparison here. We have J01 bringing none of the new champions, while Seku combining all of the previous expansion champions with the current new expansion, adapting and foresighting perfectly the meta and countering it with all the big boys coming through.
And this is what we were talking about, right? That sort of weird deck conversion going into Day 2. There are no Noras in this head-to-head. There are no Mordekaisers in this head-to-head. There's only one Elder Dragon. It is the players that stayed away from the homogenized top end, the Respect Your Elders, the Morgana Mordekaisers, that are succeeding now into the later stages of the tournament with these weird lineups that are throwing off your opponent's very calm and calculated ban strategy, that are sort of disrupting their more pre-prescribed lines.
Yeah, do you think players, after practicing and testing into more the Kaiser lineups, they felt like it's too obvious what the deck does, and it's very easy to play against it in terms of you exactly know its threats, and like I'm not gonna be bringing it because if I don't have that explosive opener, especially with the Severed and the Inquisitor, it's not as powerful as players thought initially?
I think so. When I was originally informed that what we were going to be looking at was mostly, Respect Your Elders and Morgana Mordekaiser, the first thing I thought was, I actually think War Mothers has a pretty good place in here. I think She Who Wanders does a number on both of those decks, and Aurora is representing that ideology for me in Top Cut with 2 War Mothers decks in their lineup. It's a little bit further than I might have gone, but it is nice to see that someone else took that idea, ran with it, and was rewarded for it. And when you've got this super homogenized top end of the meta, that's when the interesting things take over, because Nora Elder and Mordekaiser Morgana, they're not like so powerful that they need to be dealt with. I think that's just where we landed on after 1 week of testing.
The curve out that the classic Morgana Mordekaiser have, like between their turn 3 to turn 7, is so packed in threats, and on top of the mana taxing, it's very hard to deal with. But if you don't get that specific curve, the deck might seem lackluster, because you just don't have the tempo, otherwise the deck would be exploding with.
And we even saw in the previous matchup with Majin versus 4LW, 4LW didn't find the Mordekaiser, but sort of had the Deathless triggers going onto the Inquisitors, and just going into a matchup like against the Seraphine, where the suppressions really start to take over. That's not something that we see working out. For example, Seku's lineup. I don't think Seku really cares if they get suppressed. There's only strike spells in the Elder Dragon list. There's pretty much only Poro snacks and a small amount of silencing and interaction in the Poro list. And then the Nico Warden, a similar story. So Seku said, you know what? How about instead of spell slinging like everybody else, I just don't run any spells. And suddenly that Inquisitor combo line is just shut off to destroying my lineup.
Absolutely. What do you think about the Shyvana Elder Dragon running the Free of Cloudrick? This card might be low-key underrated by the players, especially when you reach the turn 10 and you can start dropping 2 bombs per turn, not only 1 on top of the holding that extra mana for the spells, or perhaps following up with just a cheap 2 mana follower.
When we initially had the Elder Dragon get spoiled, Cloud Drake was the thing that stood out to me as, okay, yeah, you maybe, I don't know, cheated out a little bit early. If you want to build a dedicated dragon list, Cloud Drake is definitely something you're going to want to include in there. And when we started to get like the day 1, day 2 opening weekend Elder Dragon lists, I was pretty surprised at how few Cloud Drakes I saw running around. And when you land on something like Respect Your Elders as the de facto Elder Dragon list of the meta, then yeah, it makes sense that you're not running Cloud Drake in something like that. But I am very happy to just see like a 6 mana 6/6 Fury is a solid body. And the big complaint about Mobilize was that it's not progressing the board state. So seeing Mobilize on a body that is well statted and has Fury, I thought this card was a little underrated given its representation.
Also, we see that the spells that Seku brings in this deck is Single Combat, Gentleman's Duel, and Strafing Strike. That's a C8 copies of the strike spells you can play on stack. So like the decks like Respect Your Elders actually is not that scary, because you can combat cards like Broadmain on the stack and actually counter them.
It's very important that Seku has that fast speed interaction to be able to kill units in response to the Dragon Boon. If a Deathless trigger resolves onto a Broadmain, that's a different story than killing it in response to that boon handing it over, right?
And also for this Karma matchup, if we're gonna see the Shyvana Elder Dragon going to the Karma, having like the single combat, Strafing Strike, Gentleman's Duel, like whenever you're trying to recall a unit, you need to be like, you can be responding with those type of combat tricks, and they're just taking a threat away from J01, because we have to remember the Karma set is kinda shy on the board presence, where on the other side the Elder Dragon board presence as well as the Poro King board presence, it's extremely high. So having this type of the combat tricks really help when the opponent is trying to recall your stuff.
And that's actually something I've been meaning to bring up for a minute here. When we talk about Seraphine set Karma as opposed to Karma set, there's a deck building cost that is associated with Seraphine. You have to run more one-ofs, and that means less copies of Tag Out, less copies of Unworthy Soul, less copies of Concussive Bomb. We're looking at 4 total copies amongst those 3 cards in J01's list, as opposed to the 6 or 8 that you would get in a more traditional straight-up Karma set. But it looks like we are finally into the game, Alan, so we're not allowed to talk about Karma Seraphine set anymore. We've got Poros versus Dragons here for game number 1.
Listen, so this should be very straightforward, no? How Poro can stand against Dragon? Don't you just consume a Poro on like a snack?
If that were true, Dragon Chow would be a Poro.
That's a very good point. Listen, we have an extremely good curve from the Seku. We've seen the Shyvana. Oh my god, look at this curve! Holy,
one of the
no
cards
wonder.
that you almost never get to see in LOR is that ruined Dragon Guard, the one that doubles up Fury and really sort of pushes this forward as a dedicated Dragon list.
Yeah, definitely. It makes those strike spells even more powerful, because you not only gain the HP back due to the fact that you are buffing your unit, but you also increase the damage, making those units way more potent. And we see extremely good curve. Seku decides not to go with the Dragon Lieutenant to keep up the mana as a protection against J01 and possibly into the combat, so he can trade off with his units. Probably more into the Shyvana, so he can play turn for Shyvana, and then has an option to either grant her Challenger or just buff her for the combat. And we see J01 already snacking up.
Yeah, the Sunburst's going to do a good job of dealing with Shyvana here. Not something that you could protect against even with the form up, or to get Shyvana above that health threshold, because it does silence and then happen. And now J01 actually has like a very narrow window to try and get the Poro King down, while Seku doesn't have a great answer for it in play, but it's going to be the lonely Poro instead trying to get towards that level up. And now Shyvana's down with form ups on backup as well as that single combat.
How important is dealing with those early Poros? Do you ever throw away your combat tricks, try to trigger that Fury here, or do you just hold on to that and until the Poro King comes down?
I think you've got to be saving it for the Poro King. With only 2 strike spells in hand, you don't want to get caught off guard by J01 running out 2 copies of the Poro King. And with Gentle Gem Dragon now coming down, I believe this is the one that is going to give all of your other dragons +1/+1 when you play a fast, slow, or skill. And that means that the Shyvana is pretty immediately going to get to game-taking over levels that we've seen out of this champion in the past.
Okay, tell me, because I didn't get to play the Gentle Gem Dragon yet. If you play a spell, does the buff specific to other dragon allies go on the stack, or does it happen right away?
I believe, based off of what we just saw with the Dragon Boon, that it's going to just happen right away.
But the Dragon Boon comes as a... Oh, that's a... Oh, wait, that works that way? Holy.
I believe it's just going to immediately happen.
And the Dragon Boon oh my god, the Dragon Boon triggers the buff as well?
It's a skill.
Oh my god, what is that?
It's all coming together now, isn't it, Alan?
No way! I didn't think of that interaction at the first. That's crazy. And you get to level up like Shyvana this time on top of that?
Yeah, Shyvana's been changed a couple of times, but now just counts 16 damage total amongst dragon allies.
So, J01 trying to fish for the extra buffing cards, but he fails to do so. And Shyvana just eating up the dragon.
Oh, and J01's got the star to try and take out the Shyvana, but there's so many ways for Seku to save this.
Oh, look at this. Oh my god, this Shyvana is already so big. How do you deal with that? Like, look at the J01's hand. Like, you drop the Poro King, he's dead on arrival.
Yeah, J01's got to try to go under this. They've got the Black Shield to attempt to protect the Poro King, but Seku does have 2 pieces of interaction and now even has a rally in the Dragon Guard lookout. This one is not looking good for everybody's furry little friends.
Oh no, isn't Seku just having open attack lethal next time? Like, if he rallies now, he has a backup buff, he has a backup single combat. Like, at this point he's just thinking, how do I finish J01? Do I want to let him leave an extra turn or not?
With only 3 cards in J01's hand, that's the thing about Poros. There's not a lot of... Like, once they start to run out of cards, that's a viable strategy. You can run Poro decks out of cards. It's not that difficult. There are some heavy hitters like Aurora Borealis and Poro Stories that are going to give them a big swing of cards, but outside of those 2 specifically, what you see is what you get.
So here Seku has an option of removing the Poro King or deciding to go for Rally. He did as a heads-up play, not getting a slightly more value of the Gentle Gem Dragon on the other dragon.
Oh, and this double buff Shyvana as well, up to an 8/4 thanks to the single combats and the Gentle Gem Dragon. That's going to be a Shyvana level up as well. Strafing Strike's going to be generated at a discount when this champion attacks, as well as the +2/+2. This is over.
I mean, how do you deal with this kind of opener? Like, overall, isn't this giga bad matchup for the Poro King? Because, like, you just go so tall, like, there's nothing the Poro King can do.
Yeah, there's no interaction in Poros for the Shyvana, so if that champion comes down, it can definitely start to take over a game. J01 immediately shooting the first Shyvana with the Sunburst, and then when the second one came down for Seku, J01's like, okay, yeah, that's probably it. I don't have an answer for 2 of these. I just needed to hope that you couldn't get there.
Oh, look at this board. It's absolutely massive. He could have decided to attack on top of the ruined Dragon Guard, because we know that J01 will be blocking the Gentle Gem Dragon with his Porobot, and then the 3-4 would be pretty safe. Now Seku has to decide, because you definitely want to protect that Gentle Gem Dragon for the rally swing. And having a very solid mana plan here from the previous turn, keeping up 2 spell mana for everything, having Strifing Strike discounted, having the form up, having the rally, like he has everything.
There's really, again, this is just a deck with no interaction on the side of J01, or very limited interaction, and Poros need a little bit more time to get as tall as the dragons are on the side of Seku. We can see 15 attack already on the Gentle Gem Dragon. This is going to be either a challenger or a tough on this card that has apparently been buffed to a 5-5. I thought this was still a 3-5.
Oh my god, look at this. Like, J01 passing there with the 9 mana, Seku taking a quick peek at the J01's list. Huh? What the hell can he do here? Just a pass? Yep, J01 while holding this little plucky Poro with the tough 2-2.
And still, Strafing Strike is available for Seku to take out one of these blockers. J01 goes for the Traveler to try and find an additional blocker to survive this onslaught. The good news about the Dragons is that there's no Overwhelm. This isn't a Targon list, so Seku can't actually get into the Dragon's clutch to give that finisher over. But it's just good old-fashioned Demacia. My units are bigger than your units, and then I'll play a rally, and we'll just jam those together until you're out of units and I can kill you.
My god. So over. He had enough. He didn't want to give up on more Poros. Humanitarian FF. That's the J01.
We were getting close to the Elder Dragon level as well. It's a shame that Seku didn't draw it, that it never got to calm down, but we did finally get to see this Dragon list in action and show everyone what the Elder Dragon looks like when separated from Nora.
Masterfully drawn and piloted by the Seku. Really, really impressed by the deck came up with for the Worlds.
And now we're going to get to see either a Poro Mirror or Poros absolutely destroy Seraphine before we get a Poro Mirror. But it's a Poro Mirror, Alan. Upper bracket, second round, day 2 of Worlds, Poro Mirror.
Okay, I would think that you are trolling me if you told me that 2 weeks ago that we're gonna be watching at the top cut Poro Mirror. What is that?
It's a treat. It's a Poro snack come through our monitors for us, but neither player has Poro snacks in the opener.
Okay, what's more important, Poro snacks or Poro King in opener?
Probably Poro King. If one player opens snacks, it is still 3 mana. They're not really beating you down or pressuring you fast enough before the Poro King comes down, and then, you know, the Poro King can make the Frostbite snacks. That's going to be a little bit different, but Zolani, absolutely the worst top deck in a situation like this as well.
So looking at the list, the J01 list has double Sunburst to potentially deal with the Seku Poro King. On the other hand, Seku has only 1 Sunburst, but he does run the double Yumi. What do you think about Yumi addition to this deck?
Yumi is massive. When you can't find Poro snacks, then you can try to take over the game with a Daring Poro, but also it's one of the reasons that a lot of players are main decking Pouty Poro. When it gets to Empowered 3, it gets that Overwhelm, Regen, and Tough, and that's enough to just stat check a lot of matchups. J01 having the Poro King in the opener I think is really important because J01's running a lot more spells than Seku. We're looking at 17 to 13, so a lot more interaction means a lot less chances for an impactful top deck out of J01.
We can clearly tell that Seku is not big fan of spells by the decks he brought. He just wants to make units big. That's all he wants from the spells.
And it's going to work out a little bit. Now, Seku needs to find some kind of action here. J01 is already progressing very quickly towards this Poro King. It's not something that Seku has an answer for in hand. There's only 1 Sunburst in the list, like you called out. So for now, it's just kind of, yeah, let me throw away Poros, but have to use a Pale Cascade to get it to survive.
Isn't this extremely unfortunate to get double Plucky Poro and double Destined Poro in this situation?
Extremely. You're not even progressing the Poro King level up, and this is the second Daring Poro that we've seen as well, so Seku a little landlocked on the Poros that are actually coming through.
Yeah, so we might see some invoking soon. Oh, there is a lonely Poro. If we're gonna see some Poro King top deck, Seku might be back. This is the very good position for J01. We're seeing that Poro King, we see some combat tricks, we see Zolani as a top end, while Seku has his own Zolani, but like, what are you, like, this is Zolani, this is Nanakid Zolani, 0 buffs, nothing. So it's not gonna be as scary. Meanwhile, J01 will be bringing his Poro King, generating those snags, and like this matchup must be about like whoever generates like one more snag, he's just gonna be way ahead, right? Because like those units just outgrow by one the opponent's units.
It's definitely one of those matchups where if one player draws the Anthem and the other one doesn't, the Poro snacks, then yeah, it's looking like game over. I have a board of 2/2s, you have a board of 1/1s. If they both get down Poro King and start generating special snacks, then it does get a little bit more down to what snacks are generated, the Frostbites, the Challengers, even the impacts to try and finish off your opponent. But like you called out, this Zolani that we just keep staring at in Seku's hand, it's kind of funny that no buffs were drawn, so if you have this board of 1/1 Poros, then, oh, here comes our 2/2 Overwhelmed Darken Lord. It is still bigger than all of the Poros.
True, it could eat a Poro. Well, how often do you use for invoking the Tailstones in this matchup?
In this matchup, it's a little weird. Hush is one of the big sort of pressure points on either popping the Black Shield or taking a Zolani down a peg or giving your opponent an unfavorable trade. But in a situation like this, you've got to just pull the trigger on something, and that invoke is the only thing that Seku really has control over at the moment.
It might be Pale Cascade angle just to try to draw into that Poro King eventually, or the Poro Snack. Like, I think any invoke you would get... Ooh. Oh, that's a top deck!
I think I saw Seku breathe a sigh of relief there, because the other option out of this Targon Telestone is actually Blessing of Targon, a permanent grant buff that you could give over to your Daring Poro, but it's such a slow beatdown, and you know that your opponent is also running elusives in these Daring Poros, that it's unlikely to really make an impact.
Definitely. In this matchup, like if you draw, I mean, I'm thinking you have to cycle the deck faster. Probably you have to try to find the Poro King from the Seku side. So definitely starting with the Poro Snack and having that Pale Cascade to follow up should be pretty big. And J01 doesn't mind this trade because he needs board space for the Poro King, right?
Yeah, and I like Seku holding back the Pale there as well. While proactively you want to be able to draw with this spell, you do kind of need to wait to see if J01 is also going to play a Poro Snacks to take a favorable trade. And now with Seku not on Daybreak, only has mana for the Sunburst, J01 feels safe to run out this Poro King with the Black Shield backup.
Seku will be probably playing here to heal up the Daring Poro and to draw the Poro King himself. And we see just another Poro. Devastating draw.
And I believe if this is 6 out of 6, then we are going to get to see one of my favorite interactions in the Poro deck. It looks like that is the case. So, Poro King level 1 says when you play a Poro, you get a Poro Snacks. When Poro King levels, you get a Special Snacks. And so if you play the Poro King, play a Poro, you get the Snacks, you get the Special Snacks, and then if you've got the mana for another Poro, you will get another Special Snacks. And suddenly, your Poros go from 1/1s to 4/4s in the blink of an eye.
Wait, so unlevel... Oh my god, okay, this card gets better and better. Okay, you get another Poro Snack for free before he leveled up? That's crazy.
Yep. You get one when you play a unit on level 1, when he levels up, and when you play a unit on level 2. So as many as 3 snacks in one turn if you've got that 5 out of 6 Poro King, and that's why you'll see a lot of players drop it right before it's leveled.
Oh. When do you want to, like, do you even take a swing here? Do you just do you just keep generating snacks for now and you just relax?
I think when you've got the Poro King and your opponent doesn't have the Poro King, J01's going to just sit back, build up the board. Seku really can't afford to swing here, knowing that J01 has 3 snacks in the mana to play it, because it is only 7 mana, so we finally see that invoke. I think really looking for the Blessing... the +2/+2 to everything everywhere is what Seku was really looking for to just try and keep up with this snacks, the Cosmic Inspiration.
Yeah, definitely. Not getting the challengers, like, this is very, very bad sign for the Seku, because he's gonna run out of the value so quickly. Decides to take the swing to try to bluff, perhaps, that he has buff, but then J01 can take the favorite trade here with double Poro Snack. What
Seku's game plan has to be from here is survive J01's bigger Poro onslaught until Seku can drop Zolani the Bloodweaver and hope to push it through. Unfortunately for Seku, because the buffs came down so late, their Zolani is not very progressed. We actually see a Poro Snacks mirror top deck for both players as well. So I don't think anything has died with buffed stats on Seku's side yet. Maybe it has, but I believe the Zolani's still at the absolute most is 6/6, which means we've got a lot more units that need to die before this can come down.
Okay, is it time to swing? Like, you have so many snacks. You are so
on J01
far.
side,
It's
I think
time.
you swing for the fences, especially now that you have the Frostbite snacks. You are not as worried about a Zolani because your opponent only has the 1 mana in order to develop a Poro alongside it. You need to start pressuring.
Okay, does this special snacks generate? Can you generate the same snacks you already generated, or it goes
Yes.
in the queue?
It does not go in order because sometimes you'll just get 2 of the same snacks one after another, and sometimes that's really good, and sometimes that's not what you were looking for.
I see. But that's not the case for J01 in this case. Decides to take a slow attack just with the Fearsome and Elusive. And Seku doesn't have much options to do outside of just Chump Block, play more Poros, buff Zolani, and go from there.
Yeah, and unfortunately not a lot of damage pushed through. Not as much as J01 wanted. They really were hoping that Fearsome Poro could get a little bit of damage in, because you do have to be cognizant of the Zolani the Bloodweaver, which we see now at a +6/+6. So it was just a 4/4 before this, which means it would have fully leveled if Seku had managed to get like a full block down and develop 1 Poro plus the Zolani. Just a little bit too scared on the side of J01, who does not have a silence.
See on the Seku's face that he's devastated by those top decks, but I think he recognizes that his game plan is to just keep sacrificing the Poros, try to build up Zolani, and go for the swing with the Celestial Wonder, trying to remove that blocker so Overwhelm can connect for the little damage out of the 20 damage. But obviously we see that J01 has the Frostbite snack, but he decides to use it here for the value.
Yeah, really valuing that elusive Poro as one of the big threats that they've got right now. No overwhelm on any of these Poros, nothing like that. Going to generate us another special snacks. And okay, we're going to get spicy snacks. This is going to, pepper snacks rather. This is going to give impact over to each Poro. And that's another way to try to push through the damages. At the moment, we've already got 2 impact on the side of J01. Bump that up to 8 plus the Daring Poro getting through. And we might just be looking at lethal unless J01 pulling a Daring Poro of their own.
So next turn we're gonna see quite a massive board coming from the J01. Wonder how many units he decides to take a swing, because again he doesn't want to make the Zolani too big.
Espresso Snacks gives Challenger to 2 of these Poros. So J01 might have an impact lethal with this Daring Poro actually on the open attack.
There is a Celestial Wonder, but I'm pretty sure Seku needs to hold on to it to find lethal with the Zolani. So wonder how the players will decide to play it out.
Yeah, see, this is kind of like a karma mirror, right, Alan? There's some interaction points, decision making to be coming down. It might not be as nitty gritty and flashy, but we're getting there.
Okay, yeah. The only decision: do I use stun for defense or for offense? This sounds like more of an aggro overwhelm enjoyer, no? Than the karma.
Look,
like, let's not.
I'm sure in a karma deck or two, you've had to decide about whether you're going to use Concussive Palm aggressively or defensively once or twice.
Yeah, definitely. But this is like a cherry on the top when you're already deciding. Oh, do I finish my opponent this turn? I'm gonna drag him the mat 1 more turn, make his life even more miserable. Like, so this is a bit different in this case.
Yeah. So J01, if they want to continue to take that slow and controlled approach and really start to deny the Zolani from Seku, they could go for the Espresso Snacks, just pull the Daring Poro out of the way so that theirs pushes through, and then go for a Pepper Snack impact finish off later, maybe after they've generated another Pepper Snack or 2 off of the Poro King and on the next round and the next round. But I think with how J01 played the earlier swing, just going with the Fearsome and the Daring, that I'd be a little surprised to see a full onslaught from them here. This is exactly what I was expecting.
He decided not to pull with the impact. He decided to pull with the Fury instead and quick attack. He has a backup Frostbite snack, and we see the Seku coming back with his own Poro King. Finally, about time to get one. We'll see if J01 starts holding on that Poro snack, for the defensive purposes against Zolani, but, with the stun interaction. But again, we have to remember there are such things as Black Shield that can be preemptively cast on the Zolani, preventing the frostbite.
There are... Seku's got a lot of catching up to do stats-wise, but they did find colorful snacks, which is going to give an additional +1/+1 and random keyword to all of Seku's champions, which is actually a much better snack for Seku than J01 because this will also hit Yuumi. And Yuumi will share every keyword she has with the unit that she's attached to. So if Yuumi pulls Challenger or Tough or Elusive or something like that, that will be granted onto the attached unit as well.
To correct my statement, Seku has no Black Shield in the hand, so this Frostbite Snacks is guaranteed to hit on any unit to target with. You cannot precast Black Shield. But also, if you precast Black Shield, okay, you have to precast Black Shield into the casting curse, so it's actually 4 mana in that case. Want to open with it.
All right, we've got the Espresso Snacks on Seku. They can use a Challenger to pull the Daring Poro, which J01 has a Frostbite Snacks to defend with. And from there, I mean, again, J01 just has so many more snacks. It pulls a second Frosted Snacks, and that really shuts down any play that Seku could go for this round.
Yeah, so like, how defensive are you about your Daring Poro here? How important it is for you?
I think it's the safest way for J01 to try to get this game over with without Zolani coming into play.
Having that quick attack Deathless on both of his Poros, on top of the lifesteal, I'm pretty sure you want to get the lifesteal in probably to get some HP on, but like again, Seku is aware that there is a Frostbite Snack and there is some sort of counterplay, but then if he uses one Frostbite Snack here, he cannot use it to defend the Daring Poro. So like pressuring here off of the units is pretty valuable.
Yeah, Seku should be aware anyway, that J01 has 3 special snacks in hand. We actually get both Frosted Snacks out of J01, denying that lifesteal and preserving the life of the Daring Poro. And that actually is really important because these don't count for Zolani. They don't have increased power.
That's a very good point. But then Zolani of the Seku is still pretty big, and right now there is not much interaction J01 has to counter that, because he used all of his Frostbite snacks. So if Seku decides to go for that Zolani win con, it is available to him. And Seku is not dying so far, but unless there's still a bunch of...
Fabled Poro, what do we got here?
Oh!
Spell Shield, Fury, Elusive on the Fabled! There's only one special snacks in Seku's hand. We might see J01 pre-commit a Black Shield, cure the Shackles, and go in with a couple of Elusive units.
Most definitely. There is no challenger, unfortunately, from the J01 side. Will we see development of the Poro first? Try to get that extra snack? Do you want to even overwrite any of those Poros? They are getting pretty big at this point.
And we see Yuumi in the hand of Seku. We talked about that earlier. Has an additional keyword thanks to the colorful snacks from earlier. J01 picking up a second Zolani, but J01's units have not been dying this game, Alan. I have to imagine J01 actually has the smaller Zolani out of these two players.
Oh, J01 Zolani is just still at the very small size. All he has been doing is generating snacks and overwriting the units. They were not really dying. And if you obliterate your own unit, it does not buff Zolani, in fact.
Oh, J01 gets the snacks they want. They find the Espresso to pull the Elusive out of the way, but Seku pulls a second Frosted Snacks.
Yeah, so if the J01 decides to commit the Black Shield for the Elusive, the second Poro Snack might not matter. He might need to use the Celestial Wonder, which is the only way Seku can find lethal in this game so far.
See, J01 actually going in with the Poro King as well. Gonna summon a Challenger off of the Poro Sled. Was really hoping for an Elusive to try and get that lethal through, but this is J01's opportunity to get that Celestial Wonder out of Seku's hand. That one defensive tool that this player really has to stop an onslaught like this, but it's just such a balancing act of, can I also stop the Zolani from getting too big while trying to get these defensive tools out of my opponent? And right now, Seku has mana for the Celestial Wonder and the Zolani, but is gonna go for a Frosted Snacks to kick things off.
I'm looking at the J01's hand, and there is nothing to really stop Zolani. Like Seku, isn't Seku just winning next turn?
Pepper Snacks is not quite lethal, I think. Not through the Celestial Wonder anyway, but it is at the very least going to force that card out of Seku.
Yes, that's a very big to cast, because like look at this Seku spot. That Zolani is big enough to just one-shot the J01's Nexus. if the J01 wouldn't get a Frostbite snack or some sort of way to stop Zolani, like Seku would have had lethal, and you see that Seku is aware, hesitating on using it, and like there is just no way to stay alive without utilizing it.
Yeah, Seku's aware that if Seku tries to play Zolani and then attack, they open themselves up to J01 having a copy of Sunburst and taking out that champion, something that is not available if you can set up an open attack. J01's already played cards for the turn. Looks like Black Shield is going to be committed, and that is going to be one shy of lethal.
Definitely setting up that lethal with the impact is very important. So now we know that there is only one Celestial Wonder in the Seku's deck. There is nothing that really outside of the Tailstones. Tailstones might be lethal for the Seku if he top decks and he manages to hash the unit that Zolani will be blocking, and he might sneak it.
I think we might be actually, you know, this is the first time I'm going to say this. I think we might not have lethal if Seku swings with a full board of Zolanis because J01 just has the stats to actually block that down. But there are 5 units wide. Seku's got to go for it. J01, can you top deck something to stop it? It's a Pale Cascade and has the way to activate it thanks to the Shackles.
This is a very interesting spot because he decided to... Okay, how big is the Zolani from the Seku at this point?
We know that it's leveled, so to speak, so it's at least a 16-16.
We have the spell shield blocker, so J01 doesn't have to be worried about Hash pushing through. But we also know that J01 has to be blocking the other Poros, which will be, when they'll be dying, they'll be blocking even further the Zolani. So here, and J01 Zolani are even too small to do anything here.
Targon Tailstones pulls the Hush out! You can see Seku kind of laugh a little bit. Definitely was on the back foot for most of this game. Thought they could pull out a cheeky win, but J01 with the Targon Tailstone pulls the Hush and should have no problem finishing off Seku on the following turn, finally finding an additional copy of Pepper Snacks that they've been searching and digging for this entire game to try and push through that impact lethal.
What a top deck from J01's side. Also, like, Seku needed one himself there to try to push the lethal with it or through the non-spell shield unit. But what a disaster for the Seku. Really well played by both players. No greedy, just masterfully strategizing through and not trying to overbuff Zolani, just trading only with the crucial units that you had to trade.
And J01 not going for a development, knows that they are safe with this lethal. There's no more Celestial Wonder. There's nothing that Seku could do to stop that. J01 becomes the Poro King in this head-to-head, but now will find themselves on the back foot as Poros are designed to look at these PNZ Ionia lists with hunger in their eyes.
We could have seen how pivotal is drawing early Poro King into buffing the board, but still, Seku with that one of Celestial Wonder was in the game for such a long time. I also had an option to draw Terconian Tailstones, and J01 playing around that Zolani whole game, which rewarded him at the end. And now, this is gonna be a treat. Unless... Oh, Seku finds the Yuumi in opener hand, which should be very important for this matchup if you don't get the early snacks. Buff the units outside of the removal range.
It's a very important tool indeed. It looks like it's all going to be shipped back, looking for the snacks of the Poro King. Seku finds none of it and is worse off for it. This hand looks worse than what was mulliganed, and that is going to be unfortunate as J01, again, with this being a Seraphine list as opposed to a Karma set, a little bit lighter on the numbers for each of these individual removal pieces.
Definitely the Seraphine version is better due to how wide variety of the removal that's like deals 1, deals 2 you have there in comparison to the Karma set. It's just way more efficient those Poros that are unbuffed. How important do you think was mulliganing away Yuumi trying to find that Poro snack?
It's always, you know, Alan, actually, I want to get your opinion on that one as such a strong player, a world champion caliber player that you are. When you have a card that your deck is designed around mulliganing for, like Poro Snacks, like the Poro King, if you've got something that's like Yuumi, where it's like, okay, this is good enough if I don't find it, do you think it's worth that additional draw to ship that back?
It depends how many cards do you mulligan. If the Yuumi is the only card you mulligan, definitely not. But if you throw away your whole hand trying to find that Poro snack, and you know, like, Yuumi is, depends how often Yuumi makes you win this matchup versus Poro snack. If the Yuumi is gonna make you win this matchup like 20-30% more often versus snacks which would, let's say, 80, I think it's worth to throw away full hand trying to find Poro snack in the comparison to just keeping Yumi, settling up with mediocre hand. If you know that this matchup is unwinnable without Poro snack, then it's definitely correct to just throw away everything trying to find it.
And Seku is rewarded, refines the Yumi, finds the snacks, finds the Poro King. Seku is finally getting a good little establishment. J01 going to poke at these Poros with the Divine Draft, and Seku going to counter with the Poro snacks, and we are now off to the races.
I mean, this was all planned by J01 because you can just follow up with a Rocket Barrage, clean this up nicely. Look at the setup.
It's such a... It's like, yeah, you got it. You killed my Poros. Thank you. That is +6/+6 on my Zalani the Bloodweaver. She will see you later on.
Oh, you think he's gonna be alive by then? Surely there will be set with some showstopper coming through already for that.
Second snacks for Seku. Things are looking up. J01 has that Hexbliterator to deal with the Poro King, but that is a big mana commitment, and it's going to throw down the set. And actually, this is going to greenlight Seku into playing the Poro King post-combat unless they go for the pass here. Now, going to develop a little bit.
Don't you think committing Yumi is slightly better here, because your turn is kinda looking awkward? Like, because I don't play the deck at all, so like I don't know how big of a priority is leveling up Poro King here versus just establishing better board into what the J01 presented.
I don't think the Poro King is as important once you've drawn the double Poro snacks and you have the Yumi available. The Frostbite snacks is not looking great in a matchup like this. Even the Challenger of the Espresso snacks, again, not something that you're highly valuing. So the amount of snacks that you want out of the Poro King is a little bit lower than in, say, the Poro Mirror that we just saw. And I think it's more important to just pressure down your opponent. You can theorize and talk about your game plan and your plan A to the moon and back, but at the end of the day, the most effective way to play the game is to drop your opponent's Nexus to 0.
Look at this hand. Like, you can generate another snack. Hexbliterator can no longer answer Poro King. Isn't this just going out of the J01's hand? Because like, you just don't have answers. You have double Sunken Temple. Like, you are not allowed to play Sunken Temple this game. If you deliver a Sunken Temple at any point, you just die straight up. And like, if you try to keep up with that, like, what you're gonna develop 3-4 Mixologist, like this board will laugh at your development. Palm, yeah, cool, that stalls for one turn.
I think what Seku was going for here with waiting until the Poro King was level 2 to play it down is actually keeping its stats out of the range of Hexbliterator. Where if you wait for this to be level 2, then it's a 6/6, you've got the snacks on backup. If your opponent taps out to try and obliterate it, then you just play another snacks in response. So J01 not able to actually throw down that pivotal spell, and is now poised to take a massive amount of damage from these additional snacks.
What do you think about healing set here so it can block a Poro instead? Because now, if we're gonna full swing, we have the snack on top of that. Set is just dying.
Yeah, I do find it a little surprising that J01's not valuing the set here. I guess this is just a call out to I'm not going to block with the set. I know that you've got additional snacks in hand. I think J01 just thinking, okay, you've got a Frostbite snacks, but still, on J01 side, you would like to get that Frostbite snacks out of Seku's hand aggressively rather than defensively, because now your set can't actually kill anything because the Frostbite is still there. Overwhelm on the Poro King from the colorful snacks. Seku with a big smile.
Oh, the man knows. What a high roll, getting to 3 HP. So basically J01 decided he healed his Nexus by 3 HP, but if he decided to put that heal on the set, he would have saved the same amount of the HP he healed through, and he would be able to trade with one of the units if Seku decides to attack. But then if he would head back on those units because of the he would have healed set, then he would save 4 HP instead of healing 3. So basically a small misstep I believe from J01 by not healing there, and then we see a setup for the Hexbliterator trade, and it's not gonna be successful because Seku will be buffing even farther this gigantic Poro King.
And this is exactly what we were looking for in a matchup like this. We were talking about how it's just so difficult for PNZ control decks to deal with Poros once they start to get out of the range of Mystic Shot and High Note and things of that nature. Is what you gonna bounce a 1-mana unit for 4 mana? Is that what you really want to be doing with the Ionia side of your deck?
Yeah, not at all. So this is why players have brought Poro King, huh? They were just looking to farm all those set enjoyers.
And it's working out beautifully. Alan, I know that internally you must be having this huge struggle where you're like, yeah, I love the Karma set, but now we're starting to get you around onto Poros, but it's like, okay, well, those destroy the Karma set decks. How am I supposed to feel about this?
Listen, it's just a high roll, right? Surely this is not the common case scenario when this happens that often, right?
Yeah, surely this is, we've only seen it, 4 or 5 games over the course of the weekend. Surely this isn't the norm for it. And I hope this Yuumi gets attached. I want to see what keyword is on it.
Yeah, Seku is looking for the final swing, granting him the 2-1 victory over J01, moving up again in the winner's bracket, sending out J01 downstairs to the loser bracket, where he has only 1 life left. Congrats to the Seku taking off the conveniently series.
That was insane, Alan. I know we talk a lot about what wasn't on our Worlds bingo cards, but certainly Poromir's in the top 8 was not on it. Dragons in the top 8 was not on it. And honestly, I think that was just a blast of a match. I know, I'm sorry, there was no Karma set mirror for you to really sink your teeth into, but I hope that this was supplementary for you as we throw it back to Necra and the Analyst desk to break it down further.
I, for one, am very happy to see Poromir's right now. I feel like it's very fun to be able to see those, especially in a top cut, but I just honestly love being able to see those big buffed up boards and see how players even navigate that board state. So really nice to see that executed in game number 2. Spids, I feel like it came down to the wire in that game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a tough decision to make in game number 2 with what J01 wanted to do.
It had to be one of us. It was me last time. But the
sorry, I was muted on one thing and not
good.
the other. I apologize for that. As I was saying, like that that mirror of that matchup was really tough for J01 to try and navigate, because when you've got the bigger board, typically in a mid-range mirror, you want to continually pressure with that. You want to be as aggressive as possible and try and whittle down the board. But this Zilani Bloodweaver in the deck changes that dynamic entirely. It's so much different. You can't pressure when you've got a big board. You have to go around them. J01 nearly lost that by going in a little bit too hastily despite having all those snacks, but was able to find what they needed in order to interact with Bloodweaver. A really, really tight intro game from one of the best Asian players that exists in LOR.
Yeah, when we saw, just one player get Poro King, Seku didn't get Poro King, it kind of felt like the writing was on the wall, but Seku was able to kind of fight back and navigate that consistently. And the fact that J01 has to respect Zilani Bloodweaver gave Seku a lot of breathing room. At one point, I wanted to point out, he went for Targon Tellstones, Behold the Infinite, was hoping for Written in Stars, trying to get that Poro King out of the deck a little bit faster. And at the end of the day, even when you're super behind in a mirror, still showing that respect to the opponent is very important of what they might be able to do to rob you.
I know that was a really great game to kind of even up the score line, but even at the beginning of the match, we saw that Seku was able to take an early lead there with the Elder Dragon and Shyvana deck. Okay, maybe we still have yet to see a flip on the board, but Shyvana, Skarzig, what a unique take on Elder Dragon right now.
Yeah, just doubling down on the boons. You have way more impactful 6-mana units that actually want to attack and pressure rather than controlling your opponent into smithereens. And Shyvana kind of is a control champion. She flips incredibly fast now that the devs have buffed her to level up in the deck while other dragons are attacking. And we saw the power of Strafing Strike. If your opponent tries to develop anything to defend themselves, Strafing Strike comes through to just wipe that board immediately with a huge dragon. And what I loved so much about Seku's build is the inclusion of Dragon Lookout. Having a rally is something a lot of these decks aren't prepared for. I think it might be one of the only rallies in the top cut. I guess we can count his champion spell, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup was really interesting, and it sort of harkened back to something we've seen many, many years ago. The only other time we've seen dragons be like this meta prominent deck is as a counterplay to the only other time we've seen Poros be really good, which was an Iceborne Poros. This sort of like mid-range matchup where you just need to be the bigger mid-range Poros, take a little bit longer to get larger when Shyvana just gets +1/+1 on every attack, +1/+1 every time they strike, +1/+1 when they level up, and just gets larger much quicker. It was very interesting to see that blast from the past with a new spin with Elder Dragon and the Poro King.
And now it all came down to the Poro King being the real king and the savior there for Seku's game plan, being able to get the win in that final game over that Karma, Seraphine, and Set deck. But I want to celebrate Seku as a player a little bit because, Spids, I know this was a player that you had on your radar as one of the best coming into the World Championships. And I'd love if you could share some details about why you feel like this player could go all the way.
Look, I really, really, really like Seku. I mean, I like all the players in Worlds. It's hard to pick a favorite, but Seku is definitely high up there. He's a Civ enjoyer. He's a man after my heart. I love that deck to bits. He's the only Civ enjoyer currently in, well, now the top 4 right now. I'd love to see him do well. He's brought a counter lineup to what's going on. Whenever you play against Seku in ladder or something, I've got a friend that's mentioned, it feels like you're almost dancing with him. The way you trade tempo, the way that you interact with each other's board, it's a very nice flow state. You get into like this waltz with him. Seku has an amazing gameplay style. He's intricate, he's intelligent, and I'm so glad to see him get his deserved rewards in doing well in Worlds.
Yeah, that's glowing praise for Seku for sure. And I think that after all that you've said, Spids, even his opponents are enjoying these matches, not just being pressured into, I've got to win, I've got to advance in this competition. If you can have a good, fun game of Runeterra, I think that you can all walk away winners.
You could tell the amount of respect J01 was putting on the board as well as the match, just based on the way that J01 was playing. So I feel like just such a huge congratulations to Seku for making it into the top 4. And we have still yet to figure out which players are going to join him. So thank you both, Spids and Skarzak, for breaking down this match even further. We're going to take a short break because we have another top 8 match coming at you on the other side.
I don't really practice for LOR anymore. I've just kind of like built this skill over time that's kept around. And at this point, I just rely on that to carry me through any sort of tournament. It's just working with that, and then all of my time goes towards schoolwork. So the fact that I've managed to qualify for Worlds is, again, pretty phenomenal since I haven't prepped at all. I didn't really expect to do this well. There was nothing that changed over like this season from any other one. It's just, this was the season that the metas lined up and my luck lined up that it finally just like tipped over the edge. So I think that the only feeling that I could really say I had was surprised. I feel like so many of the people who are participating in Worlds know each other at this point that it kind of just feels like even if you're not qualified for Worlds, if you just like know those people, it feels like you're in that group anyways. Like being part of that like top whatever percentage that makes it to Worlds, it's kind of just like the same as being in this like club with everybody who plays LOR together. It doesn't really feel much different, but I guess maybe it'll feel different when I'm playing, you know? Take a break from LOR briefly and play TFT. It'll make you think faster and be better at LOR. If I did, that's the only variable that was different between last year and this year. So that must be what did it, you know? Take a break, go play TFT, think faster, come back to LOR.
Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing our way through the upper bracket of the Legends of Runeterra World Championship Top 16. Boulevard and Skarsig to bring you through this next match, and it's already been a very eventful day, shall we say. We started with 16 players, and we are slowly whittling it away, so we only have 8 remaining competing in the final day of competition tomorrow. So let's check in on that bracket, shall we, and see what has happened so far in this tournament, Boulevard.
So, yeah, everyone can see what's going on here. We've got a couple of the matches that are still playing out. We did see our one international match come out ahead for the Americas, and that's really all that's been resolved so far. This is basically just the same bracket we were looking at last round, only one of the matches finishing.
The players are taking as much time as they need to not make any mistakes, any missteps to keep their world's dreams alive. MajinBaee was sent down to the bottom bracket. We saw at the beginning of the stream by 4LW and is trying to keep it up and running, managing to take out the Tank Buster, one of the other top favorites for this tournament, to stay in here to take on J01 for the next round.
We can see that Cass has also been eliminated by Shifloopy. We've got Aurora versus Maitri and Runeterra versus Kuvi still going on for final elimination matches.
Those are tough.
There's a lot of rulings in place, a lot of things regarding the timer, and these we're making sure that we have Riot on hand as well to make sure the tournament's going. Oh, just live updated. Let's go.
Well, there you go.
Aurora advances, unfortunately, over Maitri. Still taking a big hit there. But Aurora is one of our returning players from the last World Championship, so I can't say I'm surprised.
Aurora, definitely one of the strongest players coming out of APAC, and doing it with a very unique lineup this time around, well, of double War Mother's Call. I hope that's something that we'll get to see a little bit later on.
The players that have brought these more wild decks are getting really rewarded for being able to target certain decks. Just, go for that 2-0, Poro King showing up out of nowhere, and it's going to be the battle of the strong things from testing or, the spice that tries to counter that.
Who's the real king? Mordekaiser or Poros?
I think we all know the answer. Everybody saw the last one. Mordekaiser. You were talking about Shadow Isle Poros, Skarsig. Is this the secret tech? Is it Mordekaiser Poros?
Green King, I'm telling you. Even if it's not Mordekaiser, the Vengeance and Poros, just take away the big thing, keep on scaling. Everybody's happy.
Well, listen, for this upcoming matchup, Mordekaiser has another shot, and there's no Poro King to contest it.
That's the point.
So I know, right? I just ship it. Let's move on to the next one, right? I don't know. What is the point of having
Just
Boulevard cast another
names.
Poro King match?
Find the good matchups. Unbelievable. So biased, but Tapinator is actually going to be one of our next players, bringing John and Neela, a deck that I personally really like. It got nerfed, rightfully so, but when I was playing it, I was having fun, and I was very honest that the deck was incredibly strong. And, when we think about this Boulevard, it's a deck that was pretty strong into everything but Jax and Warden, so those aren't really having a lot of presence in the tournament. I think it's a very, very deep and strong pick.
Well, you two are rearing to go, so I'm just going to go ahead and let both of you take over here. We've got Tapinator and Yoshino that's coming up for you for this next upper bracket run.
Thank you so much, Necro. As I was about to say, this is a very aggressive build out of Tapinator, not going for any copies of the Sunken Temple. We're going back to a very one-drop heavy iteration of this list, and it's going to be exciting because they are also pairing that with the Riven Morgana for everyone at home, for all the aggro enjoyers. This is probably one of the more, if not the most aggressive lineups that we've got left in the top 16. Unfortunately, for those triple aggro enjoyers, the final deck is Respect Your Elders.
Yeah, I think that Tapinator brings that deck, hopes that it gets banned, really wants to play double aggro, right? You bring the Respect Your Elders deck to just force the ban from the opponent. A lot of players, as we've seen over and over again, will bring it and ban it, or maybe try to leave it up. And who knows if, Yoshino gets a little spooked by John and Neela, a deck who's pretty resilient against control strategies because of all the card draw that it has available, or even Riven Morgana, a deck that put up a lot of early numbers, but kind of fell off right here at the 11th hour. But looking deeper at this build, Boulevard, Called Shot jumps right out at me as an additional Hail Mary to double down on a good board.
It's not something people really think of as a win condition, that parallel convergence, because unlike Echo decks per se, when you're shuffling in this additional win condition, you're not full of predicts to go and find a copy of it, but you are drawing as many, if not more cards than an Echo deck would. So while it's in there somewhere, you know that you can eventually get to it. And then even when we take a look at the Respect Your Elders that Tapinator has brought, it is probably the most aggressive version of this that you could bring, in that you are playing both Wiggly Burblefish and Plaza Guardian.
And I love how in the matchups for you against Ionia, right, they can't bounce the Plaza Guardian or the Burblefish because you just get to replay them instantly, maybe even get more resources. Got to give a quick nod to the one early bird. And this is important as well. Only 2 drop the bomb, only 2 Rex. That consistent combo isn't going to be there as much for Tapinator. And when we look at Riven Morgana, Might, Enraged Fire Spitter, we've got some burn damage, we've got some over-the-top threat. It comes down to how these resources line up, with Ruby-Eyed Conjurer being able to put Spell Shield on a big threat to make it harder for your opponent to deal with, or to put Overwhelm on a target that you have to pivot to at the last second. This deck can always come out of nowhere to take a win.
And I'm really impressed by the inclusion of the Red Barbed Razor Mace, one of the coolest cards from the new Fates Voyage Beyond expansion, in my opinion. But on the side of Yoshino, Ruben's Dark Horse pick to win the entire thing. We've got the more standard Mordekaiser, Morgana. Anything jumping out at you in this list, Scar?
I think I approve of the 2 copies of Rekindler and the 2 copies of Spectral Ironhound. Jerzino's obviously looking to be way greedier than we've seen from other Mordekaiser builds. It's been a weird gamut of range Mordekaiser gameplay where the win condition is different every time, and comparing Yoshino's Respect Your Elders has the same idea. Plaza Guardian, Burblefish, more copies of Early Bird. Yeah, so it's a bit stronger in the mirror, perhaps.
And something I want to point out is that neither of these players are running any copies of Junk Construct in their Respect Your Elders list. That's one of the cards that I guess players have been a little bit more divisive on when it comes to this deck, talking about how much early game pressure do I actually need, because if you're going to fit in triple Plaza Guardian, triple Burblefish, you need to cut something.
Mm-hmm. That's very important. And Karma Set even going further beyond, with no Seraphine, going full in on Karma Set, the true duplication, the true maximum greed. And I've been really enjoying the inclusion of 9 lives in these lists, Boulevard.
I have been blown away by the amount of recently, or I guess within the last year, buffed cards that are coming out for what feels like the first time at the World Championship, and 9 lives is certainly one of them. When the card was first cast, I didn't remember that it made a 4-2. I thought it was still a 3-2.
And having that trading potential is so key in the matchups where, you know, there's a 4-4 that's going to survive your Mystic Shot or your Aftershock. Having something that can be developed, especially at burst speed, to get that surprise block is fantastic. And if you're playing Ionia and you can make any aggressive opponent second guess whether they're going to attack you and when, it's always going to be a boon for you.
All right, so looking at this head-to-head here, Scar, how are we feeling on the bans? There's a bunch of aggressive options on the side of Tapinator, as well as the boogeyman of the format in the Respect Your Elders, which, when we saw in the pre-show on the stats list, it was the most played deck of the event, which means that people aren't banning it as often. They're just leaving it up.
And the ironic thing here is I think John Anila does pretty well into all 3 of these. And if Tapinator anticipates that and says, well, maybe my John Anila will get banned, I can ban something else. But no, Yoshino's respecting the Elders, locks in the ban, and Tapinator says, oh, Karma Set's a little bit too greedy for my taste. We get that aggressive duo of decks that we saw earlier on day 1.
And I like this call from Yoshino saying, you know, you're the only aggressive player in top 16. I'm going to show you why no one else brought aggressive lists like this. They can't cut it in a meta like this up against the XYZ lineup that I have come prepared with.
It's a pretty solid idea. We know that John Anila and Riven Morgana are just, they fall into the category of aggro and tempo, but they're the sorts of decks that if they draw well, you can't properly prepare or anticipate their damage output. But Yoshino grabs Early Bird, and this is one of the matchups where Early Bird is quite good. It doesn't seem like it, right? Because you're like, oh, when am I ever going to cast a 2-mana do-nothing against aggro? But if Tapinator gets a swarmy hand, throws everything down, and you're able to respond, and then Early Bird to Morgana away or an Enraged Flame Spitter, there's nothing that Tapinator would be able to do to come back.
And that's a great point, Scar, because while we'll call this an aggro deck in the context of the top 16 meta, it's not killing at the speed that a typical aggro deck would. It needs those late game finishers in the Fire Spitter, in the Morgana, to really push through a combo-oriented lethal, and Early Bird is going to disrupt that. Skarzik's been talking a lot about Early Bird behind the scenes, and one of the points that I could concede to him is that, yeah, against the Morgana Riven decks, it actually feels pretty good to take away a big finisher.
Tapinator just opening up with the Inquisitor. Nice 3-1, gonna get pinged down. This is a matchup where the rest of your early game is mostly fodder, just axing cards and mana from the opponent as you build towards Morgana and Riven. With Spell Shield and Overwhelm, your Blade Fragments, these are the real win conditions for the matchup. Yoshino sitting very comfortably now in a Lord Broadmain, however.
And I actually want to point out a tech card here from Tapinator that we don't see too often in the Blinded Mystic. That is not something that's very common, at least in the Riven Morgana lists that I've seen up until this point. And having the ability to deal with that Lord Broadmain specifically in this matchup is insane for Tapinator, and it's going to happen without using the stack. And that means that there's no way that Yoshino can pick off a damaged unit or two in response to it happening.
Rune Squire being developed. This is the early game where Tapinator doesn't need to float too much mana. We're going to see a very aggressive development, just forcing Yoshino's early hand. Okay, how many pings did you draw? How many early blockers did you draw? Rune Squire also threatening against Nora. Yoshino has to pass. Just let this happen.
Gonna throw out the Pie Toss onto the Explorer. Don't want to be taking 3 damage for nothing, because this is a Might-based finisher deck, an Overwhelm-based finisher deck between the Blade Fragments, the Might. So while Yoshino has a couple of chump blockers, they're all very low HP. So those, I think we've seen this deck previously deal 20 damage in one turn because the opponent's board was just full of X1s. That's not a situation Yoshino wants to be in. It looks like the Blinded Mystic is going to be the hit here from the Early Bird and Skarzik. But just talk about the information that this gives over to Yoshino.
Exactly. Yoshino now knows that 4 mana card was the most expensive thing in the hand. Says, okay, I know that the rest of this is Swarm. I know that 2 of your cards are Blade Fragments. Already has a lot of information about what to play around. Develops the Riven because you need a threat in play. Nora's free to connect and not have to worry about Dark Binding.
And there's also that Explorer spell that Yoshino knows is in hand now. Like, when you're staring at your opponent's upside down hand and there's 8 cards in there, you're thinking, oh my goodness, how did we get to the stage of the game where an aggressive deck still has 8 cards available? I'm going to get run over. And then you remember that it's 3 Blade Fragments, an Explorer spell that is going to level the Riven, though, and that is going to be a 6-5 rather, coming in with Overwhelm and Quick Attack if Tapinator doesn't want to use the Blade.
Beautiful start here. Riven's damage is explosive. Just immediately goes for it. Doesn't want to put Blade of the Exile down. Is once again testing Yoshino's draw quality and mana. There is a wall up here, but Yoshino's not immediately taking the line. Says, maybe I can take 6 from here, but decides against it.
And we'll see how much Tapinator wants to fight over this. They do have the Black Shield in hand, but typically on the side of the Riven player, you just kind of throw out the level 2 Riven without super pumping into it and go, okay, yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm not really willing to commit resources into this very often. Usually my opponent will just take the 6 because they know there's a much larger hit coming down the line. But see how Tapinator wants to play this, because I think we were talking a lot about Gwen Morgana, or Gwen Riven, right? That was the big deck before the release of the new expansion. And I feel like Black Shield is a very underrated tool that you get by being Targon rather than Shadow Isle.
Yeah, I agree. When I first saw this card, I wasn't really understanding the implications it had for aggressive combo decks like this. To maintain, even though you're shackling your own unit, you're still maintaining his position on the stack. Wallop dealing 1 damage to Riven is also fantastic because it curves beautifully into Lord Broadmain to remove this next threat. Tapinator's hand is still basically face up.
Yeah, I wonder if Tapinator's debating using that Explorer spell to heal up the Riven in order to get it out of the range of the Lord Broadmain on the next turn. I imagine that's what this Explorer spell was taken for in the first place, rather than ever going onto the Nexus, but it looks like Riven will not be long for this world, and Tapinator not going to unshackle it either, saying, you know what, if you're going to Broadmain it while it's got the shackles. I'm not spending the mana for you.
And with the shackle from the Black Shield, gets another free hit with Nora. I wonder if Tapinator is going to try to pivot for Dark Binding to stop the board from getting too swarmy. Ooh, gets rid of the Newt. Now, this is the one that when it Nexus strikes, you get an extra card draw.
Yeah, the Dark Binding has been a little bit of a pain point for me from the position of piloting Riven Morgana, where most of your units don't inherently have Overwhelm, so using offensive stuns hasn't played out as cleanly as I would have liked. And so just using it to tax the mana of Yoshino a little bit, stop another draw from coming through. And now we're going to see a choice between the boons, and it's going to be +1/+1 and tough.
Yoshino having Trinket Trade to get another ping potentially, already having Perilous Pastry in hand, means that Tapinator's next couple developments are going to be very easily taken care of. Slowly but surely, Yoshino's building towards Plaza Guardian, and who knows how long this match is going to go. It might just be an Elder Dragon.
We've got to see Elder Dragon come down, once in the Respect Your Elders deck? It's not very often, but when it comes down, it is impactful, and I feel most often when it's coming down, it's not like, okay, this is my big game-ending threat. It's, yeah, I could use a Challenger and 2 health on the Nexus. And
having another Blinded Mystic off the top is a huge salvation for Tapinator to get rid of Lord Broadmane so that he can begin to consistently develop threat potential once again. Blade of the Exile's waiting in hand for its next target, most likely Riven number 2 or Morgana. A matter of taking a read on, if I answer Broadmane now, when I don't even have any other threats, does it matter? Do I want to save this? The Fire Spitter's protecting it from another early bird.
Yoshino doesn't currently have a way to deal with the Fire Spitter. They only have the Perilous Pastry that can damage it. They would need to roll something out of either the Trinket Trade or the Burblefish. And a point that we mentioned a little bit yesterday, but I'd like to just hammer home again, is how good Burblefish is when the only region it can pull from is Bandle City. Not having Bloodbait in the pool and having the ability to grab Pie Toss and Group Shot is insane for this card.
It feeds perfectly into this region combination Boulevard. I could have sent it better myself. Proximity Puff Cap gives you another ping. Otterpuss gives you another body. Takes the Puff Cap.
No more Broadmane means that there is just no answer for this Fire Spitter when it comes down next turn. But again, 20 Nexus health on the side of Yoshino still. That's not enough for the Fire Spitter to get through, even with the Might and the Blade of the Exile. That's only 13 attack coming through over 1 unit.
Normally with this deck, especially as we saw yesterday, it needs to get one decent strike on the Nexus somewhere in the early stages of the game. It can't always hit 20, but it can hit 11 or 12, sometimes 14 on a good day. And this is the final opportunity that Tapinator is really going to have to push through damage here.
And it's a pretty weak attack at that. Just a Rune Weaver coming through as a 4-2 quick attack. Yoshino, even with a silenced Broadmane, not really willing to throw it away, just going to take the damage. An Electro Harpoon offered up off of the Trinket Trade, but perhaps Otterpuss will come through, get that prank, and take a look at Tapinator's hand, but decides against it, knowing half the hand already in the Explorer spell and the Blade of the Exile, just going to go for the Plaza Guardian.
And even with the silenced Broadmane, these pings are fantastic. Everything outside of the champions, very low HP, very manageable HP. Nora with another clear path to victory to strike in and set up Riptide Rex. What a draw.
That is a huge top deck from Yoshino. They're going to get a lot of damage pushed through on this open attack, and whatever Tapinator tries to develop after the fact is going to be decimated. And if Tapinator decides to play nothing to avoid the Riptide Rex, Yoshino has the Perilous Pastry set up for the following turn anyway.
And there's the strike. One more portal, one more draw, thanks to the Newt. So much elusive damage and impact.
I was going to say, actually, if Tapinator plays nothing, Yoshino can just lethal with 7 Riptide Rex shots at the Nexus plus the Perilous Pastry.
Toss removes that 2-1. Tapinator knows it's coming. It's 8 mana. They always have Riptide Rex, don't they? You've got to sacrifice this dragon. And heal the Nexus just a smidgen.
Healing the Nexus to stop the Riptide Rex from presenting lethal with the Perilous Pastry. Tapinator knows exactly what's going on and unfortunately just unlikely to be able to do anything about it.
Yoshino took that 4 damage earlier and now is at 16 Nexus health and is kind of shaking a bit. Wait a minute. If I just deal a bunch of damage to the Nexus, does this mean that Tapinator has some sort of combination that was specifically calculated to deal 16? Doesn't go for the Rex, needs to use it for removal.
And there's so much open information between these two players. Tapinator only had 2 unknown cards in the hand, the Enraged Fire Spitter and the Might, and it's the same for Yoshino. Tapinator knows about the 2 Perilous Pastries, knows that these proximity puff caps were generated off of something, so it was only 2 cards that could have been Riptide Rex, but Tapinator has the read, says that's my loss condition, no thank you.
And now that the Fire Spitter comes through, Yoshino has one more action to Perilous Pastry to the Nexus, try to set up Riptide Rex. And this means that Tapinator can't go for the Blade of the Exile, right? That's a bit too slow. Just has to throw down the Might and then challenge the Nora?
It would be so heads up if Yoshino didn't even have the Riptide Rex and just went for the Perilous Pastry onto the Nexus anyway to force Tapinator into combat, because you know Tapinator's already shown respect to it. You know that they have that read on you. But like you mentioned, the only play that's going to be available is Might onto the Fire Spitter, and that's just not enough. Let me check real quick, see if there are any copies of Noxian Fervor in this list. There are not.
Yeah, something has to be cut to make way for the Blinded Mystic. Having a tech versus your opponent's backline that you really can't respond to, or maybe even to clear a Hail Mary lifesteal unit, is what Tapinator was thinking. And also, Blinded Mystic was supposed to be able to answer Hey Show, but we won't talk about that.
Could have popped the Spell Shield at least.
And now that the Perilous Pastry has been put on the Nexus, Tapinator recognizes the pure situation that we speculated about Boulevard. If I go for Blade of the Exile, Riptide Rex is the punish, but has to call it out. Needs the extra points of attack on this dragon to try to force through lethal.
Yeah, knows that a Might plus
and Oceanic will for a little bit of healing. The math no longer lines up.
Yeah, Tapinator understanding there might be a Rex coming, but Might plus Fire Spitter just doesn't get it done. It's only 9 damage onto the Nexus over the lowest HP blocker, and that still leaves my opponent at 5. There's no additional burn in my deck. I just need to hope that there's no Riptide Rex, even though I'm almost sure that there is one, and that is going to be the Black Shield just to preserve a little bit of Nexus HP, but from here, Yoshino should have no problem finishing off Tapinator on the open.
Very well played. Nora comes through, gets a little bit of damage. There just wasn't enough early pressure from Tapinator. Everything that was played had 1 HP, and then the Pie Toss draws lined up beautifully into it. And unfortunately, it has come to this. 1 extra portal for the finale to add insult to injury. And this is what the deck has been doing to everybody who leaves it unbanned.
It's so sad to look at a player's hand as they die with no board and just see 2 Mights sitting there, knowing that you never found the opportunity to play that powerhouse spell, to put that fear into your opponent. It's similar when we see Golden Aegis or Relentless Pursuit as the final card with no board. It's just heartbreaking to your deck's overall strategy.
Tapinator maybe anticipated this. Elder Dragon's going to be the hard matchup, and maybe Mordekaiser's secretly the easy one. I can imagine that Suppression is going to be difficult for a spell combo-based deck. That is a similar aspect that both the Janna and the Morgana deck share. But if Tapinator can take this win, I think that Janna Neela, if we evaluate Mordekaiser in the same way that we might evaluate Heimer Jace, right? Janna Neela was historically pretty decent into that deck as well. Maybe we can see that matchup if Tapinator can pull through.
It's definitely going to be on Tapinator to put their foot on the gas and never let up, because once the Mordekaiser comes down, things start to get really hectic, and we actually see Yoshino throwing it away, saying, no, I need my Death's Grasps, I need my Hate Spikes and my Vengeances in order to survive the early game in a matchup like this, but doesn't find any early units, and so, well, I was going to say Tapinator's got a window, but actually there's a Soul Harvest off the top for Yoshino to make sure that no Rivens or Rune Weavers slip through.
That is a beautiful draw. The thing you need to stabilize is a Soul Harvest. Tapinator can just go for the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer here, maybe put Spell Shield on the Riven. Does feel bad to have that Spell Shield get popped so early, but you can see that in Shadow Isles, a lot of their removal is very well situated, but very high committed and expensive. So if Yoshino's already very far behind, if Tapinator is ever able to establish 2 separate threats, it's so hard for Yoshino to bring the game back under his control.
That's a good call out, Scar. We don't see a Fading Icon or a Wings in the Wave out of Yoshino in the opener, which means that these sacrifice spells that are going to have to be used to pop the Spell Shield come at a much higher cost than even Yoshino is necessarily prepared to pay just out of the deck building process. Looks like It's just going to be the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer going into combat. No quick attack blade pulled, so Riven's not going to join them.
Yeah, this is a little bit of good information for Yoshino as well. Must just be an overwhelmed fragment. And has to make the decision. Do I take 2 damage now in order to save this body so I have Death's Grasp, so that I have Hate Spike available elsewhere? Or is it better to save as much HP as possible and trust that my next draw will get me there?
Yoshino's really not happy with their hand state, I would imagine. It looks like at the moment they're going to have to take off the next 2 turns. Really not a situation that you want to be in. Luckily, I think the Hate Spike does a lot for Yoshino because that is the one sacrifice spell that is going to give you another unit to sacrifice for the Death's Grasp. So that's what we're going to see here. Just a Ghost block, pop the spell shield on the Riven, can try to finish that off next turn. And yeah, keep Yoshino in this one just a little bit longer.
Inquisitor off the top to get the quick attack husk? No.
Ooh.
This Soul
Another
Harvest
Ruby-Eyed
does take down the
Conjurer,
river. So you save this Riven and play a second one to get another fragment, or you just go for the weapon hilt to buff the attack beyond the range?
I think because of the mana available this turn, I wouldn't have gone for the Blade Fragment. I think using the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer to set up a second Spell Shield Riven was a little bit more appealing to me, knowing that Death's Grasp is still something in my opponent's arsenal. Just make it a little more expensive for them to try and pop that second Spell Shield. But with the Red Bard Razor Mace still in hand, I think Tapinator says, you know what? I don't need to worry about this Riven. I can buff this one up, still get the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer value with a Spell Shield over here, and then push through a big attack next turn.
And slowly, Tapinator is able to get a very wide board, something he wasn't able to accomplish in game number 1. Now with all of these blade fragments being committed, this Riven's going to level up right at the beginning of this attack with Dark Binding to back up, depending on how many of these fragments are committed, because you don't even need to flip Riven or get Blade of the Exile, right? You just go for just the +2 attack and full send.
Curious to see how Tapinator wants to open with this one. This is another matchup where, again, the Dark Binding just feels a little weird, where sometimes stunning a unit hampers your opponent's removal, taking it out of combat, things like Whirling Death. But unfortunately, that's just not the case for Death's Grasp. This Dark Binding not going to do anything to stop Yoshino from sacking this Husk to take out one of these units. And it's actually just going to be the Glinting Blade Fragment onto the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer, straight into combat, 12 damage lined up, and Yoshino's got to throw a spell out here.
Yeah, saves the Riven to set up this open attack specifically, but knows that I can't save Riven from Vengeance, I can't save Riven from Death's Grasp, so doesn't commit, saves these fragments for down the road. Having additional Overwhelm fragments in your back pocket allows you to use the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer to put Spell Shield on something.
And this is a tough choice from Yoshino. If they Death's Grasp the Riven, and Tapinator responds with the Black Shield, Yoshino can Death's Grasp something else. This Vengeance is very weak to Black Shield, but Yoshino needs a unit in play for this Spectral Ironhound next turn. That is the deathless target. They don't have the spell mana now with it for the Death's Grasp in order to take full advantage of this unit, but they have to leave something around in order to play the game. It's actually quite impressive that Yoshino is only down to 11 HP at this stage.
Especially after a swarming attack like that. The Spectral Ironhound, a card that I was very, very impressed by in the Mordekaiser build. Not a lot of players brought it. Oh, but
Morgana top deck from Tapinator.
The perfect punish for this big mid-game stabilization play, and this is textbook 101 why Morgana has been putting up numbers for this region combination. As soon as your opponent plays that big target to try to block the board down or eventually begin to outstat you, just lock it up in jail.
And Tapinator can get a Blade of the Exile and play it onto one of these units before the attack token passes back over to them. With only 1 mana, Yoshino has no interaction that Tapinator needs to worry about. Yeah, there are a couple of units that might attack in, and sure, you've got an undead Spectral Ironhound to deal with next turn, but for now, Tapinator's got a really strong setup.
Yeah, was, I think, really debating going for Morgana there, or maybe Ruby-Eye into the Razor Mace, but the board looks wide enough.
Scar, we might even see a Dark Binding onto the 8/4 and just a massive open attack from Tapinator, as Yoshino can't unshackle any of these.
The double lockdown into the open. The shackles are focus speed. By taking that action away from Yoshino, Tapinator is able to come out of the gate swinging. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, plus whatever else comes off of the top of the deck.
It's a big decision point from Tapinator, and they've got a solid read that Yoshino has had a really weird hand up until this stage of the game. They've hung on to both Death's Grasps, which will stop Tapinator from actually pushing through a lethal next turn. Unfortunately for Tapinator, I don't think Morgana is leveling this turn, but with the additional Blade Fragments, Tapinator might be able to get it done next round, and I think that's why we're seeing the Dark Binding at least considered, trying to figure out, okay, none of these are the +2 attack. These are all keen and heavy, just quick attack and overwhelm, which are not very effective if your plan is to take all of your opponent's blockers out.
Ooh, very interesting. Going for the fragments this turn, just to get the Blade of the Exile instead. I was wondering if there was a line, right, where you Dark Binding the Thousand Clawed Deathwinder, the 8/4, and then as you're using your Blade Fragments to target your allies, would that flip Morgana as an additional power spike to this open attack?
I think with the way Tapinator has played this, getting the 4-1 over, saying, hey, you're not allowed to attack with this Death Claw, I'll do something to it. I believe that these last 2 Blade Fragments will level the Morgana for a powerful open attack that's still going to shackle up the Death Claw, and with the quick attack going on the Morgana and the overwhelm going on too, doesn't really matter. I have to imagine that's the line the Tapinator has set up for themselves. Unfortunately, the double Death's Grasp from Yoshino is going to wipe out these threats and still give threats on the board to Yoshino.
Deathless on the Spectral Ironhound is so powerful for giving you trading potential, a fantastic sacrifice target, and even though Yoshino had such an awkward early game, the ability to reestablish a board after getting your payoff.
They're actually still not out of the woods yet. Yoshino's down to 1, even with the double pieces of interaction. A very, very close call.
Morgana's still going to come through. Rekindler is still a dead card in hand. There's Vengeance potentially for the next target, but Tapinator sees all of this interaction being spent on the stack. All of these Death's Grasps, has the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer now to set up for the second Morgana in hand. Just needs to draw that Enraged Fire Spitter to deal 2 more to the Nexus. Going to be a tall order for Yoshino to pivot from being so far behind, 1 Nexus HP to 20, to even think about ending the game. Mordekaiser has to level. He has to attack, and even to get the Grey Realm, to get any imagination of healing and stabilizing from here. I think Tapinator has been able to navigate this beautifully to bring us to game number 3 here shortly.
And something you and I have been discussing on the back end here, Skarzig, is the Mordekaiser level 2, right? I don't recall seeing a Grey Realm trigger at all in day number 1, and we keep talking about how every time Mordekaiser comes down, very, very far away from leveling up. Even with that double sack on 2 5-attack units for Yoshino, Yoshino hasn't really had units this game. I can't imagine Mordekaiser is even halfway to the level up should Yoshino top deck it.
And now everything that Yoshino draws is incredibly heavy commitment. Spectral Ironhound pops the Ceaseless Sentry. We get another full board, but these are low HP targets and incredibly susceptible to overwhelm. And Yoshino just crossing his fingers, hoping, is there a Fire Spitter? Is there a Fire Spitter?
Oh, and even without Fire Spitter, there's still a Morgana. And Morgana's now actually perfectly safe to come down. There's only 2 mana left on the side of Yoshino, and they are not one of the players that is teching in Thread the Needle. Spell Shield on it anyway, thanks to the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer, and that means this Morgana open attack will be lethal for Tapinator. Nothing Yoshino can do to stop it. We're going to a game 3.
Perfect demonstration. We've seen the full gamut of Mordekaiser. No champions, the other champion you don't want for the situation, all spells and no removal, and all removal and no units, I should say. And that's just how it goes when you're playing a deck that wants to very specifically curve out or abuse a specific interaction with the Deathless on the Inquisitor. If that doesn't line up, it seems like this Mordekaiser deck can really fall flat.
And now this Mordekaiser deck is going to have to go up against Neela Janna, which has a lot more interaction for the removal tools that Yoshino is bringing to the table. There's Mystic Shots and Blowbacks and Divine Whirlwinds and things to make sure that your opponent can't sacrifice these units. Soul Harvest is going to be a big point for Yoshino in a matchup like this, as it hits just about everything in Tapinator's deck.
Yeah, if I were to show up to a tournament and say, my opponent has brought a incredibly greedy, value-oriented pile with some decently costed removal and some early board swarm potential just to buy them time to get to the late game. If you threw a dart at the competitive timeline, there's a really good chance I'm talking about Heimer Jace, but when that applies directly to this Mordekaiser Morgana deck, Donna Neela has that capability to just go crazy in the early game, draw tons of cards, so all the removal, even if they find the right targets, there's always one more thing to answer. This is a much more different hand, however, from Yoshino, getting some fodder in play, having a beautiful curve into the Inquisitor and Morgana to stifle Tapinator's mid-game dominance.
You've heard Alan talk about it throughout the entire event. EMEA has been getting their bad luck out of the way early. Yoshino has a buffer game and says, that's the time I'm going to draw a brick hand. Here in game number 3, I have to draw what I expect my deck to do in the early stages of the game and get exactly that, just taking advantage of a quick jump block before this unit picks up the brash keyword.
Tapinator is incentivized to go very aggressively, keep churning through units and spells in hand and then reloading to keep up the pressure. But if you overextend, you get punished by Morgana in the mid game. Being unable to spare 4 mana for that awkward shackle can be disastrous.
Kind of an awkward pull shark hit here for Tapinator. No way to shuffle it back with a Miriam, and again, no Sunken Temple in this list. Unable to, pull the Tide Dancer like they did against Drissoth, like we saw in game number 1. So just going to end up losing this removal spell. Like Nihilist just going to come through uncontested.
Amazing called shot to shuffle to draw a card, turning on the Windborn Mariner. The 0 mana, and now has Mariam to shuffle that Howling Gale back in, or even refill spell mana to get some tempo.
Silly me watches Tapinator whiff on the Pool Shark draw. Oh, there's no Mariam, and Tapinator says, "You haven't predicted that I'm just going to draw the Mariam off of my called shot. Of course, I'm not going to burn a card."
Getting the Parallel Convergence into the deck this early also shifts Tapinator's game plan to maybe trying to keep the board a little fuller. I wonder if he'll let this Howling Gale go, perhaps trying to set up Neela instead with the attack.
It's a little interesting because I don't think Howling Gale is a super highlight card for Tapinator in a matchup like this. Morgana is pretty important to kill, get that lifesteal unit out of your opponent's way, but that's about it. Outside of that, I think it's more focused on like the brash keyword, because in Yoshino's entire list, it's the Champions, Rekindler, and the second form of the Wings in the Wave that can actually stack up against that brash keyword.
A lot of damage going through by being able to commit a 3-1 quick attack like this. Every time Yoshino's forced to block, this is one less target in play to use for Hate Spike, to use for Death's Grasp. And if Yoshino doesn't get some better top decks here or some interactive spells, if you're going just board development into John and Neela, you're gonna run out of resources before they do.
We just see a pass out of Yoshino trying to set up this Inquisitor. Tapinator gonna play another Master Lookout, a little bit of a non-commitment, see if they can get that Inquisitor out of Yoshino's hand in order to make way for the Neela.
If Yoshino taps down under Soul Harvest, the Neela may come down. Otherwise, Vakrosh seems like an excellent play. Get that into the deck, set up for Slipstream to turn on Exalted Cloudwinder, keep the momentum and chain of card draw going.
I like the pass from Tapinator. There's no reason to play the suppression now, given that you can just open your turn with it, and this still paves way for the potential Neela to come down and, sort of pressure the life total of Yoshino, get those Slipstreams going into the deck. But unfortunately for Tapinator, it's going to be a quite expensive suppression, as this Inquisitor does have Deathless.
And very important to note for the people who don't recall, no Temple in this list. The suppressions will need to be dealt with as they come down before it's too late.
Even with Temple, it's such a risk, right? Because the last thing that you want to do is redraw into that suppression when your opponent is going for a big open attack, and it's like, whoopsie.
Live by the Temple, die by the Temple. Tapinator doesn't want any part of having to throw away the entire hand. Has been very methodical about playing with what is drawn off of the top. Neela is the response now, getting over these units once again with Brash. Allows Tapinator to keep up that pressure.
Not a whole lot for Tapinator to do other than go swinging in for the open attack. You could develop one of the elusives, but then you've still got to pay for the suppression at some other point in the turn. And Yoshino can even bump that up to 6 mana with a second Inquisitor curving beautifully into a Mordekaiser turn in a little bit, but Tapinator's really got to stop that combo from coming down and getting other resources out of Yoshino. Actually goes for the in-combat suppression in order to open up Mystic Shot.
I was wondering if Tapinator would take the risk of the suppression getting too big, just going for Exalted Cloudwinder. But no, might as well use it now. This is a beautiful off turn to cleanse that suppression, keep the spells up and running.
And I think it's really important to unlock the Mystic Shot there to take Yoshino out of Hate Spike and Death's Grasp, and even just a chump block with a Glimpse Beyond is something that you would love to deny from your opponent. Unfortunately for Tapinator, Yoshino has plenty of backup plays.
It's still a little awkward, right, to play the Inquisitor this turn to get another suppression. Tapinator gets an attack token in between to force you to block down with these before you're able to recycle them with Mordekaiser. So I think Yoshino actually needs to just play Morgana here.
What would you like to say? I guess onto the Neela.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter too much. You're forcing Tapinator to spend mana on their defensive turn, and John and Neela is very good at drawing a bunch of cards to prep for a big open attack, rather.
After I said it, I kind of realized I don't think you ever Morgana the Neela. I think you're going after that with an Inquisitor. I almost wanted to see it onto the Pool Shark, just so that your opponent doesn't have that chump blocker available, but decides to throw it onto the Master Lookout instead. Take this brash thorn in the side of Jersey Nope down a peg.
Yeah, a 1-mana 3/2. Very, very spooky indeed, Boulevard. The damage adds up way faster than you'd ever think. And with Neela going down, and some lifesteal coming through, it does put a huge stop to Tapinator's tempo.
Take a break from the action here, Skarzik. I want to highlight one of the cool design choices from this expansion, which is that you cannot discard curses. So for anyone at home that maybe hasn't run into this interaction before, curses cannot be targeted within your hand. If something like Sunken Temple is in play that gets rid of your entire hand, that'll get rid of a curse, shuffle it back into your list. But Tapinator does not have the option to discard this Shackles to blowback.
Oh, very strong point. The Shackles do need to be played, especially before the next set of suppressions come down, because then you have to spend an entire turn using the suppression and then the Shackles. And by that point, Morgana's maybe threatening to level up. And this is the idea between Morgana and Mordekaiser, where you have the Shackles and the suppression really putting a damper on your opponent's ability to play their spells and pressure you effectively before Mordekaiser comes through to close out in the late game.
And with Tapinator down to 3 mana, this is a great setup for Yoshino to be able to play out the second Inquisitor. It's not a very strong open attack from Tapinator, especially with that Shackle still onto the Lookout, which would be able to be blocked by Morgana regardless, and being able to, okay, gonna go for the Deathless keyword onto it rather than going for a big Mordekaiser line next turn. Gonna set that up for perhaps Yoshino's next attack token.
Ooh, just going for the maximum suppression, the maximum greed line with the 4-mana Shackles and all of these cards being drawn from the Cloudwinder. Yoshino says, because 4 of that mana is allocated to Shackle with Tapinator's attack token this round, I don't need to suppress. Taking 4 mana out of the equation should be enough to allow me to continue to block down.
This is what players were really afraid of when the curse mechanic was unleashed upon the world, just how much mana taxing you'd be able to force into your opponent. And we can see it highlighted here. Tapinator has to spend 4 mana if they want to attack with the Lookout, which is still not a particularly strong attack. And if they decide to commit mana elsewhere developing the board, then they're hit with a suppression. Next turn, probably another suppression thanks to Mordekaiser.
And if Tapinator doesn't cast suppression, right, leaves the mana open for a Shackle and that, everything's just being used to develop the board. And if John and Neela doesn't have access to spells to back up their attacks or manipulate math, things get very dire.
That Howling Gale from earlier, still fleeting thanks to the Pool Shark, is something we were talking about as really only effective against Morgana, which is currently the unit that is stalwarting a lot of Tapinator's aggression. So that's actually a pretty nice pickup in a situation like this, I think.
And so the entire turn could be used. The curse does count towards stacking up the Howling Gale.
Sort of an oversight for a lot of players is that the curses, 1, stack the Howling Gale, 2, count for things like Seraphine and Pursuit of Perfection like we've seen throughout the event. So it's going to be the suppression that's going to get this up to, I believe, 4 damage on the Howling Gale. And we'll see if that's the line that Tapinator wants to take. They've got a decent amount of mana to play with as long as they don't care about using the Shackles this turn.
The idea here is to weave in the Howling Gale. Because Deathless is on the Inquisitor, Mordekaiser is so strong with that next turn, even if you use Glimpse Beyond to proc the Inquisitor, you can revive the back half and get another suppression with Mordekaiser.
At the very least, I don't think Tapinator is ever looking at a lethal swing on this turn, and so Yoshino is going to get that big pop-off with the Mordekaiser, even if Tapinator... Well, I guess actually Tapinator... No,
yeah, you can see how complex this is.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, you Howling Gale it, and then you Mystic Shot the 3-1 that comes back, but there's a suppression that gets weaved in there when the Deathless one comes back, so you don't have the mana to actually go for that line. There's nothing, I think, that Tapinator can do to stop Mordekaiser from popping off with the Inquisitor.
Yeah, from this position, Tapinator's committing to Swarm. I'm just going to be wider than you on board, get a bunch of damage around the side, and I'll deal with suppressions when I have the burn. As we get later and later into the game, those curses matter a little bit less because you have potentially a bit more spare mana to get them out of the hand. Master Lookout being shackled is just one piece of this incredibly complicated puzzle.
Curious to see if Tapinator's actually going to go for the Mystic Shot here as well in order to pop the Deathless on this Inquisitor, preserve the life of the Cloudwinder. It's a tough call. Tapinator looks to be in an okay position, but next turn is the big swing turn for Yoshino, and we start to see exactly what they can come up with because they're going to be doubling up on these blockers, right? There's going to be two Mage Seeker Inquisitors in play now, the Deathless one and the original that will be revived by Mordekaiser.
And once that happens, having a massive suppression plus the shackle means that Tapinator won't be able to respond to Yoshino's next couple turns. And from this point, if you are forced to commit to just Exalted Cloudwinder, can't play Eye of the Storm to draw cards, or the Slipstreams now that are shuffled into the deck, it is difficult to get resources from this point.
Yoshino going to use the Glimpse Beyond rather than saving it for once the Mordekaiser is in play. Finds a couple of strong top decks in the Morgana and the Mordekaiser because you mentioned that Tapinator's going for the wide game plan, and Mordekaiser's champion spell, the Death Realm, is a great way to regain control of the board.
And once the threat of that hits play, Tapinator is on an incredibly short clock. Everything has to be developed this turn, but there's two challengers now to restabilize this board. Tapinator can't go for the development because of the threat of Death Realm.
This is such a scary position for Tapinator. We keep talking about, these curses and what they can do, and in some turns, it doesn't look that impressive. Your opponent has 10 mana, full spell mana. Let me just go ahead and pay that too. But in turns like this, when you've already taxed their mana up until this point, there's no spell mana banked, and they need to use half of it to cure suppression. It's insane value.
And Yoshino, I have to say, has really navigated this correctly.
John and hate spike. The hate spike's huge here.
Get to sacrifice that again to remove another target.
Get another suppression into Tapinator's hand.
Yeah, reminder that Mordekaiser's passive, when you slay a friendly unit, Mordekaiser will revive it. That's another suppression. More tax. Tapinator needs as much mana as possible to weave through a huge combo turn. That's what this deck is known for. If you have to spend all of your turns dealing with these shackles and the suppression, Yoshino gets to go wild, using their mana much more comfortably. And he went greedy with Legion of the Severed on the Inquisitor, Legion of the Severed on the Inquisitor, going for maximum suppression and maximum disruption for this matchup, understanding that Mage Seeker was the true line to victory.
And there's more to come. Yoshino has that Spirit Leech available. The Inquisitor is still in play. Now that Janna's come down, Yoshino looks at that 2 mana left on Tapinator and says, I wonder what it would be like if I made you commit all of that into yet another suppression before we go back into my attack token.
There's, the Whirlwinds have been nerfed to only do a little bit of damage to the Nexus. Neela is potentially available to level up and deal more damage to the Nexus, but because of Death's Realm...
There's a crumble. Skarsig Yoshino can suppress again.
And as soon as you get Mordekaiser and an Inquisitor in play, it just becomes the true suppression printer. I think this is the first game we've been able to see on the broadcast boulevard where this engine has really come together to fruition.
Certainly one of the first and certainly the flashiest, right? This is something that a lot of players had in mind when they built the deck. This is sort of the magical Christmas land where if you're solitaring against yourself playing the deck in a theoretical sense, this is what you think about as your pop-off hand. This is how you want to slowly strangle out your opponent, and now the suppression not even playable as it's up to 4 mana, and that's a leveled Mordekaiser. That means, Skarzik, I think we might see our first trigger of the Grey Realm.
Finally, if you crunch enough games against the best players in the world, Mordekaiser's level 2 will finally shine. Nope. Tapinator surrenders.
For those of you that don't know, because it hasn't come up very often, when Mordekaiser level 2 attacks, you get sort of an emblem where for the remainder of the game, anytime you slay a unit, you will drain 1 from the opposing nexus. And that's an ability that stacks. You can attack with Mordekaiser 2, 3, 4 times and start draining 4 per slay, 2 per slay, 3 per slay. It's so insane and just not what this deck is really aiming to do at all. Same thing with the Nora Elder Dragons, but we have been having a lot of fun on this cast, but it's time to hop on over to the analyst desk. Necra, break it down further.
Well, I think the first thing we've got to get out of the way is Alan, an EMEA player, won.
Yes, and also lost at the same time, which makes me very happy and very sad at the same time. So
it's true. I think that's going to keep happening a little bit as we look forward to the rest of the bracket playing out. But Spids, this was also a really great matchup to watch just because of the complexities of which we had in terms of like the deck lineups and how those ended up actually matching into each other. So what was going on in game number 1? Because at the start, it kind of looked like Yoshino was in a little bit of a pickle.
yeah, definitely the game 2 was very rough for the Yoshino because again, if those 2 pieces don't come together, then the deck just falls apart. And you can see clearly between game 2 and game 3 how crucial Inquisitor for this deck, especially against all those spell decks, where you can keep taxing them with that suppression more and more and more until the point where the opponent just wants to leave. In the comparison to in the game number 1, where we have seen Respect Your Elders going against Riven Morgana, and the deck that usually has no chance in this matchup, which is Riven Morgana, because there are so many ways of removing the crucial threats, which is just this Riven Morgana. So either the deck has to draw infinite amount of those with backup of the spell shield, which can be also easily popped by the Respect Your Elders cheap pings on top of the broad main. So the crucial cards for the Riven Morgana is always the champions. On the other side of for Respect Your Elders, the crucial card is having some sort of early board presence, so you don't fall behind on HP against the cheap units. And then you need to have a broad main with some sort of damage effect on those crucial units, and then it's very hard matchup for the Riven Morgana.
So it kind of sounds like Tapinator got bailed out a little bit in that game number 2, just able to really just kind of keep that engine consistently running and it not stalling out, whereas Yoshino struggling to really actually get the engine started. But what about in that game 3? Like we saw that the Mordekaiser Morgana, you alluded to it, Alan, like it just kind of like kept going and going. But what could the Janna Nila could have was there anything that the Janna Nila actually could have done to stop that? And if so, what was Tapinator missing?
Yeah, most definitely. You can start, first of all, you can just ban the deck before you queue up into it. But like, again, we are going with the matchup where it's pretty rough for the, like, where you have to cast a lot of spells, get your cycle going to level up your Janna, level up your Nila, get the damage going. But then when you have this perfect curve out from going into from turn 3 into 5 Legion Severed into the Inquisitor into Morgana, it's such a hard time to deal with, because again, Jananila is very tight on mana. You want to keep playing your stuff, and then you get taxed by suppression, then you get taxed by the shackles, and then when there is another Inquisitor on 6 potentially, and into Mordekaiser, it's just too much at this point. It's a nature of just a card games where sometimes some decks just break on their own based on the they go on the more high roll side instead of just being more consistent, or when they require other part of the deck to be drawn. For example, the Morgana Mordekaiser, where you draw all your the sacrifice spells and you don't draw further, then that starts to become an issue. In the opposite to the, for example, Karma Serats fin decks, where if you draw early mover, that's fine. If you draw units, that's fine. But if you draw too much of the late game at the start, then it becomes a problem because you just die too early.
Yeah, just not able to have enough to stabilize throughout that mid game to even get to that point. That can definitely be super tricky. But it is going to mean that at least one EMEA player gets a chance to continue forward into the top 4. So, Alan, the hope is still alive for you that an EMEA player will for sure take it all the way home. And there's still a lower bracket run here for Tapinator to be able to make. But we have a few more matches ahead of us still. We still have, I think, 2 more, I believe, to determine the final 2 players that are making it into that top 4. So thank you so much, Alan and Spids, for breaking down this match and also helping to simplify it a little bit more. Sometimes you do draw well, sometimes just maybe you don't. But we have more complex Legends of Runeterra ahead of us. So let's take a short break and come back with that next top 8 match.
Thank you so much. Joining me, I have Jules JP and Fox Empress, our community manager and our social media manager. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me here today. We got a couple of community questions that we wanted to ask you. Starting off with, recently, the League of Legends client added a button dedicated to Legends of Runeterra in OCE. Has that test been successful in Riot's eyes?
So it's still too early to tell. It's really been a huge cross-Riot effort. We really had Andre help a lot on the league side, and we're excited to see how players in Oceania interact with it. But like I said, it's a test and it's very, very early, so we don't know what the next steps are. But I'm glad that Twitter has picked up on it, and the LoR mentioned meme has been gaining a lot of traction. We've been eating good lately.
And on top of that, are we going to see other cross-promotion of Legends of Runeterra in other Riot titles?
So I guess it really depends on your definition of cross-promotion. So the whole LoR team is really excited that we're sharing a lot of our assets and characters and art with different Riot titles. Those of you who are into TFT may have noticed T-Hex was in the last set. And then a lot of the splash art that we make on LoR was actually the character cards. And along with that too, for those of you really excited for Project L, you may have noticed Cloud Drinker and some other LoR characters in the backgrounds of a lot of the arenas. So I feel like you can look forward to seeing LoR mentioned a lot more in the future. And then Sarah has some perspectives on the social side too.
So I like to think all of our games as siblings, so it's fun when we get to do stuff like interact with the social accounts between products or share posts. We definitely have a lot of folks on the social and community sides that have worked across the games or together on different beats. So I think it's really safe to say that the framework for more cross-promotion stuff is in place for 2024.
Awesome, awesome. And just one last question. What was each of your favorite moments of 2023?
Okay, mine was working with Rusticles. He's been absolutely amazing. Like, being able to impact not only the development of the game, but on the community as a whole, bringing really awesome things that players are already doing to the dev team to inspire them to make cool things to bring back to the community. I think that is kind of like the dream of any community manager. So that was definitely my highlight.
And I was actually brought back onto the team later in the year, so my pool is a little more limited, but it was incredible to get to return and do something like hashtag Art of Runeterra right out of the gate on our socials. Just seeing all the amazing talent that we have in this community is super inspiring, and it was a great way to jump back into LoR and remember all the things I loved about it.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. We are well on our way through day number 2 here, where we are following our top 16 players. But we still have a couple of matches ahead of us and still need to figure out who else is going to be making it into that top 4. That's why we've got Spids and Skarzig back on the casting desk for this next one. Before we jump into the action, though, I want to check in. Spids, what has been your favorite part of today so far? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is a really good point because I still recall, that mirror match between MajinBaee and 4LW. So much complexity, so many cards being drawn off the top or being created by Seraphine, and the one that can come out through that storm of, curveballs really does prove their championship status.
Now, we've also seen a few upsets when it's come down to just some of the matchmaking between deck versus deck, but we also have to take a look at what's been happening in the lower bracket because we have already seen some incredible players get knocked out here, but we have more on the docket, Skarzig. That's a couple more results that got filled in here.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a fuller picture about what's going on amongst all of our competitors here. 16 of the best of the best of the best have to be narrowed down to 8. And there's going to be some hearts broken for sure. We cannot avoid it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely seems like a big tournament favorite, looking across the board at some of the players that have just been super consistent over day 1 and now looking at day number 2, because that was a very tough matchup between J01 and Seku that we just got a chance to watch not too long ago. But J01 will continue that journey forward. But now it's time to figure out who may be joining J01 in that lower bracket and who is going to be moving on in the upper bracket, because this next matchup is also a doozy. We've got Chal versus Chenia to determine which one of them is going to be moving into the top 4. And with 6 completely different decks, that makes me even more excited for this one. So Spids, Skarzig, I'm going to let you two take over.
We jump into the game and we start to take a look at what the players brought. Having 6 different decks means that there's a greater possibility that the players will not be able to anticipate what the appropriate ban will be. And it's another untested factor here in the World Championships of how good are your gut instincts. Yeah, when you're presented with such a momentous choice, some players can get, locked up. Sometimes they forget their own game plan, thinking too much about what if my opponent has this or if this matchup lines up. So many players have struggled to maybe find a win on the deck they were most comfortable with. They go in and just get 2-0'd. We never even get to see some of the other matchups or some of the other nuances that could have been born from this head-to-head best of 3. When we get closer and closer now to what Chal and Chenia have actually brought for their tournament lineups, I want to dig into what they decided to tech, what they felt was strong, and whether they went for a standard lineup or something that's a little bit more on the counter side. And I'm just working on getting those decks pulled up now for you, folks. So just give me a second. There we go. So, Garen Elder Dragon from Chal. It's funny because when Elder Dragon first came out, we weren't seeing too many builds like this. And when I first saw this deck, I said, oh, it's just a bait deck that you think you're playing against Elder Dragon Demacia, but it's really elites. And That's really the long and short of it. Sign and Thousand Tailed for card draw, something Elites has never had before. Ardent Tracker is a big scout unit that gets a boon, allows you to put on even more pressure. Combining that with Nico Gnar, another incredibly swarmy and stat-filled deck.
Apologies for the technical issues. We do have Nico Gnar being brought. This lineup is trying to go for these like massive board-based win cons, and Nico Gnar is one of the premier versions of that. You get to run the new dog, being able to buff everything up, giving everything +1/+1. The Nico gives everything +1/+1, plus the equipment coming in, being able to give a single unit with like Overwhelm or Elusive, if you put it on Nico, like +4 or +5. Very powerful deck, pushing in for quite a bit.
And rounding out the lineup with Teemo Caitlyn, the Charlatan Fishmonger, a card we haven't seen yet during the World's broadcast, but I know a lot of players were very excited to experiment with. Forcing extra card draw onto the opponent when you're playing Puff Caps seems like a beautiful start. And notably, this Mushroom deck isn't running the Sump Monument. A little bit too much landmark removal running around, perhaps.
Yeah, it's sort of a tough decision to like decide if you want to go for that or not. Fizz Yumi is one of the decks that have been brought. I'm really, really high on this deck. I think this deck has a lot of potential into a lot of the matchups. And into this lineup, it seems rather powerful, right? You're doing this very linear game plan of playing an Elusive, buffing it up, being uninteractable, so you just consistently win after a couple of attack tokens. There's nothing you can really do about it. Fizz says, I'm too slippery for you. I'm going to hit the Nexus.
That's beautifully said. We've got so many like just greed decks trying to go head to head, and then it just collapses back in on itself. But what if I end the game really fast with a big target? Even Poro King puts a lot of decks on the clock. If you aren't playing a more aggressive, more proactive mid-range idea with Shyvana and her dragon brethren, then Poro King is simply going to outscale.
Poro King can have, I mean, this is every deck we've looked at so far sounds like a mid-range deck that scales, right? That's one of the main prominent things you can do in LOR, and it does work well as a cohesive lineup. But then it's segmented with this slightly other idea of the Seraphine Karma set. A spell control deck trying to double up your spells with both Seraphine and Karma. Bunch of one-ofs. You can see the deck is rather large here, but it's trying to control these sorts of games. But it's going to struggle, I think, into a lot of the mid-range go-wide presence that was brought by Chal. Very strong deck, but does have some weaknesses in go-wide matchups.
Yeah, it's a great deck 3 to wind out a lineup, right? When you're Chenia, you come in, I've got Fizz, I've got Poro King, but then the Karma set is such a wild card. Depending on your opponent's lineup, they might be forced to ban that, and you get to play your 2 other decks you were really hoping for. Chal on the other side has 2 board-based decks as well, and then a wild card in Teemo Caitlyn.
Yeah,
when we look across the board, however, I think the Elites might be the ban for Chenia. It's really difficult to deal with in Karma. There's a lot of wide swarm where going tall might not be enough if you're Fizz, and the stats might be a little bit too big if you're Poro King.
You are going to see one of the bans come through in Poro King, and in the Trap deck. It's an interesting choice to ban the Trap deck, but Traps is really, really good into Karma set, and I think Chenia is trying to protect the Karma set, right? When you're playing Teemo Puff Caps, if you just shuffle 20 in, a deck like Karma's gonna draw all 20 by the end of the game, so it makes sense to see that be the ban. Just trying to protect the Karma, because in a best-of-3 lineup, you need to win with every single deck, and so Karma needs to be protected. Try and find a win against any of these decks.
Chal coming through with a board-based deck that would lose to maybe something very greedy, and having the counter to that deck that sort of forces the ban. Chenia now, after the mulligan, has Double Fizz, Skip, and Bone Club. Chal with blocking Badger Bear, however, has to kick it away for more early aggression. Oh, no, keeps him. I misinterpreted the mulligan. This is beautiful. The block down Fizz and maybe buy 2 or 3 more rounds.
This is a very famous type of matchup in LOR, an elusive deck versus a go-wide mid-range Demacia deck, right? Elusives need to try and go underneath them, but often physical units that are able to go wide is able to pressure. We're going to see the Fizz blocked early on, trying to play for a later game, not putting all that much stock into Fizz, deciding that I will try and play for other things, such as the Skip. Interesting choice from Chenia. Very, very heads up about the matchup in a longer period of time.
Yeah, and even takes away the blocking Badger Bear. Says, if I can get around these elusive blockers, this Bone Club and double Battle Fury will get me there. Sacrificing the Fizz, keep the board wide. One Badger Bear is able to hit play, however. Second skip, maybe taking away the second resource. Or do you float the 3 mana, set up for Bone Club, just to get over top of this Badger Bear?
You can view this matchup from the elusive player's perspective and say, I want to deal as much damage as possible. Or you can view it from Chal's perspective and say, the only thing I lose to as a big Demacia deck is even larger Demacia decks. So if you're able to play the Bone Club on these units, you will be bigger than this Demacia deck by having a 6-7 on the field and be able to attack blocking Badger Bear anyway. So trying to curve into that, we're going to see Bone Club come down almost certainly and try and pressure in that way.
A 6-7. Actually terrifying. And Chal has to take the block here, extend the game as much as he can. 19 versus 16. It seems like the players are even now in terms of Nexus HP, but Chenia with Battle Fury just needs to take one more light turn this time around in order to get another massive attacker to close this one. 2 more attack tokens for Chenia seems to be the math lining up.
Chenia does have that large amount of pressure, and Chal's going to have to try and find some way to pressure before that second attack token, right? And we see the 4 Demacia in hand. We see the capability of being able to attack with 3 units, possibly a 4th if it's top decked, try and go wide and try and pressure Chenia into blocking. One way of dealing with elusive units is sort of forcing them to block using almost like a pseudo-challenger keyword, which is to threaten the Nexus for lethal. We're going to see Glacial Soaring come down, not get the draw because there is no keyword on these units, but you also just need to develop units in this sometimes.
Yeah, looking for a blocker, trying to keep this Garen back. Suppression now in the hand going to make it very difficult to weave in this double Battle Fury. And any other deck, this would be a pretty awkward draw, but thankfully with these cheap units that are great carriers for it, it's easy to weave in. Another elusive
see,
found
another
with
elusive drawn.
And
but
the judgment on Garen
judgment.
is so... Yeah, exactly. It's so fun to see this card as a potential board wipe, but when your opponent's only attacking with the elusive units, you can't put anything into combat to actually employ it.
We're going to have to see if Chenia is thinking about it, though. Honestly, when I play this game, I really struggle to play around champion spells because you don't look at it when you see it in the deck list. So if Chenia plays this Owlcat and then attacks with it, that could be a lose condition. Running into Judgment without even thinking about it because it's not a main decked card.
You do have to keep sharp in these matchups, right? You think you're cruising to an easy victory. I was able to steal 1 Badger Bear with skip and attack into the second one. Should be a pretty path to the Nexus. But if Chenia lets that judgment come through.
Courage, soldier.
Try and buff up the board. The 4 Demacia is able to pressure quite a bit, and there are more 4 Demacias. There's 12 Demacias if you're counting them. Bit of a joke there. Trying to pressure as much as possible, and Garen is like trying to threaten up a lethal, and there's not that threaten up leveling up. There's not that much Chenia can do to try and deal with Garen. You're able to entomb him, you're able to freeze him to prevent his level up from going through a little bit. But Chal is going to be able to pressure quite a bit. It just matters if Chenia is able to push forward afterwards. You can see a lot of these buff cards in hand. And it does seem likely to me that Chenia will be able to threaten lethal on the attack token.
And by keeping the skips alive, that's going to keep those cards away from Chal. And even though Garen is leveling up here by forcing the block, getting another attack token at the start of Chenia's next turn, with Battle Fury onto an open target, it should be enough.
There isn't interaction in this Elite stack. One of the things that Elite tries to do is be extremely linear, and it gets even stronger the more linear it gets, but it isn't on single combat. It doesn't have the capacity to add cards that you would want from other regions. And for example, that would help deal with this sort of state. This is why Fizumi is so good, though. It's able to beat the linear decks because the way it is linear itself is via elusives, which is a much more powerful way of dealing with physical units in matchups like these.
You can't contest elites. We even saw when Chenia was forced to block without the specific draws that were gotten. It could have been a very dire situation to go wide enough to stop that for Demacia. Now, as we head into game number 2, Chenia has to try to find a win with the Karma set. And we know that a deck that gets a lot of stats in play quickly and starts to scale up can be very difficult for an Ionia PNZ deck to deal with. Your removal based around damage begins to stop mattering and stops lining up versus these stats.
Both players seem to have a really ideal hand here. Chenia needs to draw things like the Rocket Barrage, like the Howling Gale, as well as good units that they can block with. Temple Caretaker, Smooth Mixologist, and Set are all decent on-rate units that are able to block down and trade into Chal's units. While Chal also has a really, really nice hand. The Ardent Tracker getting discounted, 2 Fortimasias, as well as a bunch of Go Wide. Very, very good hand from both players, which means it'll be a high testing matchup.
Yeah, I love seeing the double Sergeant in hand. That means there's 2 copies of Fortimasiya, 2 big swings that are augmented, forcing even more resources out of Chenia. If Chenia gets the Set and the Karma or the Seraphine all set up and is trying to go for a grind fest, there is always the worry that with one more Fortimasiya or even Elder Dragon itself could try to swing for lethal when Chenia does not have enough resources.
With this Ardent Tracker in hand is something really interesting. I don't think we've seen this in cast that much, but how the Elder Dragon origin works is that even if the 6 mana unit is discounted, it still gets the boon, meaning that this Ardent Tracker is probably going to come down on around turn 5 or turn 4, be able to get an extra dragon boon. If that's something like Challenger or Tough with the Scout keyword, combining keywords has always been powerful in this game, will create a really, really threatening thing that Chal can do on their attack token if they go for it next turn.
Mm-hmm. And because of the discounts, it lines up great into this token, not having to commit to the Silverwing Vanguard, potentially getting scooped up by a Rocket Barrage. And I love it here. Chenia is just going to immediately... Ooh! The tough call with the Howling Gale. Decides to take out the Vanguard. Yeah, take out the tough unit. That one's going to be much harder to deal with come later on in the game. And we'll just chump down versus the 3.
Seraphine, by the way, just a couple of actions ago, generated one of the best things Seraphine can generate against a Demacia deck, which is Disintegrate. Being able to just block something and then destroy it from the field is something that Chal can't really deal with, nor can Chal expect it. Chenia is going to have this like surprise gotcha card in Disintegrate that they wouldn't otherwise have. It's going to be quite crazy when that ends up coming down. It probably won't come down soon. It'll probably come down a lot later because it is such a blowout.
Yeah, it's such a precious card, a great bonus for Chenia to deal with a singular large unit that the rest of PNZ's removal would not be able to deal with, or being able to force to be recalled. Set finally hitting the board. Chal went for a much more, chunky mid-game keep, not having the resources to go wide with a bunch of elite 1-drops. And Chenia has been able to stabilize quite nicely. Cruising through the mid-game, Divine Draft lines up beautifully into the Silverwing Vanguards, and no damage has been done. Chal's only rally is Garen level 2.
Chal has got a really punishing attack token coming up, though. We're going to see the Ardent Tracker come down, be massively buffed, then we're going to see the Vanguard Squire possibly into either Fortimasiya or Sinon, either way buffing up the board massively, and Chenia doesn't really have great ways of dealing with it. There are a lot of blockers, so it won't be lethal just yet, but a lot of them are going to be trading down, and while there is still the Disintegrate in hand to get rid of one of these units, it's still going to be a very, very big attack coming in on the next turn once Chal sets it up.
And if Chenia gets a little bit audacious, takes some damage, saying, I can take 10. I know that this deck has to attack for lethal, right? So you know that you can always drop your Nexus down a little bit further. But if Chal gets another Silverwing Vanguard, goes a little bit wider than Chenia is expecting, it can be disastrous. Here comes a boon. Tough on the Ardent Tracker.
Tough is a really, really difficult keyword to deal with when you're PNZ. I think it's like PNZ players' worst nightmare to see like 2 or 3 tough units on the field. Even having this 1/4/6 scout tough, what is Chenia ever going to do to that? They do have this Disintegrate that Chal couldn't have known about. This was a really good high roll in this instance. But because there's not enough mana for Rocket Barrage plus the Disintegrate, it is going to still trade into one of these units like the Smooth Mixologist, like the Temple Caretaker, when that ends up going through.
And Chal goes for the Fortimasiya. There was a nice decision point here. Do I go for this or sign in Thousand Tailed? The reason you go for Fortimasiya here is because you get to attack and maintain your board, making Sign-In even more valuable with its AoE buff down the road, but also taxing the opponent. If you have Deny here, then you're spending most of your turn doing that. Disintegrate is indeed forced to take down the Ardent Tracker, but this is a scout attack. We've got more stats coming.
you gotta have to decide what you want to block with. How much do you respect your champions, or how much do you respect your Nexus Elf? Seraphine's a really important card to maintain, and it is going to be the decision to keep the champions around. But with this other 4 Demacia in hand that is seen, Chenia has to keep in mind, well, what's my plan against the next 4 Demacia? What am I going to do against that? There is the Rocket Barrage. Set can challenge something for free because the barrier still hasn't been used yet. There are things like the High Note and the Sputtering Song Spinner to try and find things, but it's definitely getting into a risky position.
9000 Tailed can draw some cards this turn, try to set up for a different approach. Maybe with another Cythria of Cloudfield, getting more elite discounts is always welcome to weave in this Squire. And slowly but surely, Elder Dragon might just be a final expensive thing. This elite deck attacks with stats, which is what a lot of other Elder Dragon decks simply don't do. There's a real risk of this thing flipping. If Chenia runs out of resources by having to withstand this onslaught from the elites, you need to somehow keep one more card in order to deal with the Elder Dragon.
We see the Hex Obliterator come down. It seems like a bit of an awkward play. Sinon isn't the biggest unit to try and deal with, and Hex Obliterator is going to be countered by this format. But I think Chenia is just trying to be mana efficient here. There's not that much else you want to be spending this mana on. You can still afford Sputtering Song Spinner next turn. We're going to see the High Note in response to the form-up. Everyone using all of their mana this turn, but Sinon going down. Chal going to have to figure out how they're going to try and set up the sack. They can't afford 4 Demacia plus a lot of units. They're probably just trying to go wide. They do have the Ardent Tracker to try and pressure a little bit, or maybe going for Garen to try and get that level up to go through. But Chenia has got decent stabilization options and going to be able to flip both champions relatively quickly.
When it comes to fighting elites, it's almost a tale as old as time. If you can weather the storm, you will win. Even if it takes forever for you to eventually claim the victory, as long as the elites run out of resources, it becomes impossible for them to come back into play. And with Set leveling up, every time Chal now plays a big single target, it's just going to get showstoppered. And this is going to be the key turning point for the match.
Chenia managed to take all spells that summon units from the Sputtering Song Spinner. We got something that summons the monkey, something that creates Poros in hand, something that creates a tentacle. Tons and tons of blockers that against a deck like Charles that doesn't have overwhelm threats, doesn't have ways of being evasive. Every single unit that you play is basically the same as a stun at this point. That was an amazing, amazing Song Spinner. I don't think there was a single thing you could have gotten better.
And when you're able to chump down, we know that the elites don't have the sort of aggressive keywords like Overwhelm or Brash or Fearsome in this day and age that they were known for using back in the old days. And Garen plus Judgment is still a massive Hail Mary, is trying to trade now to pressure to try to get this Garen leveled up. With all of these stats, another 4 Demacia in hand, with Garen's level 2 rally, that is the final way that Chal can find victory from this position. Chenia's hand is filled with a lot of cheap units, a lot of cheap spells. It's going to be difficult to weave in enough mana to actually get the showstopper on set.
But what Chenia does have is this Rummage. I think when Seraphine first released, everyone was like, you know, Seraphine seems pretty good. And then once we remembered that Rummage was in the pool, she exploded in how great she was. She can draw 4 so easily. And these Poros can act as fodder for that. We're going to see the Rocket Barrage come down, try and deal with this 3-3 and the dog before it is buffed up, trying to use this as best as it can. It's probably the only time it's getting rid of 2 units. So really heads up play here as well. Chal going to have to try and find a way to get through this. It's going to be a really difficult time.
With the Rocket Barrage, potential for some card draw on the Rummage, a showstopper certainly could come through this round to deny this Garen once again. We look at the next turn with this 4 Demacia looming. As long as Chenia draws into a deny, it's going to take a lot of the wind out of Chal's sails.
Chenia taking the deny keywords. Great against something like a Scout Challenger that we've just seen come down. We're going to see if it's committed right now or wait for a future time to use it. Because you can also bank mana, right? You still have this Rummage in hand. You're going to be drawing into a bunch of things. You don't have to commit it right now. Because what are they going to challenge, right? It's not too scary for you. You do see this Mystic Shot on Chenia's side and Chal drawing a Sinon. Going to be able to refill the hand, try and delay this game even further, or we might just see like 4 Demacia or Elder Dragon come down.
This is one of the key turns when you're playing a board-based deck. You have access to Scout. You have access to an AoE buff and card draw. For Demacia for an even bigger buff. This is a massive fork in the road for Chow. Which option do you take? Chooses Sign-In Thousand Tailed. Needs to draw more cards, more resources, and more pressure to try to get over the hump and deal 9 more HP. Deathless on Sign-In is fantastic. When it dies and resummons, you get more card draw.
Deathless was an option from the previous sign-in, and Chell didn't elect to go for it then, but now elect to go for it now. And Chenia had used that Hex Obliterator on the first sign-in, and now it's not there for the second one. So when this sign-in inevitably dies with the Deathless keyword, it's going to draw even more cards, going even further into the late game. This Seraphine doubling up a bunch of spells, dealing with this Challenger quick attack unit, summoning a 2/2 as an extra blocker, making sure to do it in this action to try and get as much value as they can from it.
That's one attacker down, another blocker generated. If Chenia is able to get the Showstopper, can obliterate the sign-in to get around Deathless as well. Here comes Rummage. We need some expensive cards. Tag Out is massive.
Tag Out is able not only to protect, but also to get rid of another unit. Chal developing more, making sure to use all the mana that they can, try and pressure as best they can, trying to go for their outs, but this Caustic Rift is going to answer that so beautifully, and now we're back to where we were just an action ago, except Chenia is feeling even more comfortable.
Garen goes in to try to attack, to try to level up. We do have the 1-for-1 into set. Is it going to be enough? Sign-In Thousand Tailed going to go at the top of the stack, trying to die, trying to proc Deathless to get another AoE buff and more card draw.
I see the blocks line up. Just jumping a little, you're able to block with Seraphine here. There's no buff spells that you can afford. You know, this deck isn't on catch or anything, and there's no interaction, so Seraphine is able to make some use of her health, even though for the rest of the game she'll just be on the back line trying not to do very much. We're going to see the denial of the keyword before the Showstopper comes down, and amazingly well-played timing on all of that. See the GGs, they already know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and because the Showstopper is doubled, the AoE damage is doubled. Chenia takes it 2-0 to advance further in the World Championship. Incredibly well played. The Seraphine deck we thought might struggle versus elites, but all of the removal, so many intricate actions carried him through that storm. I can't wait to hear what our analysts have to say about that match.
Thank you so much, Spitz and Skarzig. Short and sweet when it came down to that matchup. Chenia just absolutely on a tear there. Alan, give us the down low on those two games and how Chenia was able to get the job done.
Listen, in the game one, we've seen the counter from the for the elusives, which Chal drew. He drew double Badgebear, but hey, there is a problem. The skip comes down, yoinks one of the Badgebears that was stuck there for pretty long time, and Chal couldn't get it really out. There was another Badgebear on the board to block those elusives, but it got pretty fast traded with this Bone Club coming on the elusives, quickly outgrowing the elite deck, and then we've seen those buffs piling up, where elites can't really even trade at this point, and eventually Chenia can just pull it through with the quick lethal in a few turns.
That was a very quick surrender that came through there. So I feel like Chow just saw the writing on the wall and said, okay, definitely can't get the job done here. But Chow is a very good player, Boulevard. We've talked about this a few times now in terms of them being a part of Legends of Runeterra. So what is it about this player that does make them so good at this game and so deserving of a world spot?
So it's not really expressed within their lineup too much at the World Championship, just how good they are at the game. They've been very consistent within the APAC scene, but to make it this far in the event, they've just brought incredibly straightforward decks. The Nar Nico, the Elites, which is one of the oldest archetypes in Legends of Runeterra, known for being relatively straightforward and easier to play than some of the more intricate, like Alan ZQ style decks with all the spell slinging. But they've also brought Puff Caps, which is a little wild. It's been getting banned. It doesn't really fit in with the rest of their lineup, and it's that wild card, that X factor that we keep talking about, that third deck that really throws everybody off their game. And we even saw Chenia pay respect to it and ban it here, despite not really having one of the slower lineups that this would typically target.
Yeah, but definitely you don't want to match up your Karma Seraphine deck into Mushroom. This matchup is just disaster. You are a slower deck, you don't get to finish the game that often, and those Mushrooms would be piling up, and you are drawing those cards, and you eventually find yourself with the position where you just die simply to the mushrooms. So no wonder there was a ban, and definitely the weak link on the Chenia's was the Seraphine. So Chenia needed to ban the worst possible matchup for himself and put himself in the position where he can win either of the matchups with this deck. And as we've seen in the game number 2, he did have quite a high roll opener, having all the cheap early blockers that was able to stabilize the board, not dropping a single point of life until pretty much mid-game against elites is pretty impressive. On the other side, Chan had a very slow opener, he didn't have anything explosive and couldn't put up the proper pressure going into this turn 6 territories where those units can get boons from the Elder Dragon himself.
It was really fun to watch out how Chenia decided to kind of take that early game and transition it later. But I think, too, when you take a look at Chenia as a player, just to give them a little bit of a shout out here at Boulevard, this is another player that we're seeing return from last year's World Championships, and they've been able to do it again. So what is it about this player that you feel like makes them stand out from the rest?
All right, so Chenia, aka the King of Runeterra, earned that title in the King of Runeterra tournament back in 2020. Last year had this really big rivalry with Reroll, was playing against them in Korean grassroots tournaments, as well as the sort of bracket stage of the World Championship last year, all the way into the third place decider match in the top 8 of Worlds last year. This year comes in with a teammate, J01, one of the best players in the world. They bring the same lineup, and it was funny to see Reroll call out J01 as the player that they wanted to run into. I guess the feeling they got the better of Chenia last year when they won that third place decider match, but Chenia has just remained consistent, qualified very early in the year, one of the first players from the last year's top 16 to make it back in. And he plays a little differently. Players are often a little critical of the way that Chenia gets it done, but we've seen, even in that previous game, not always playing around the +1/+1 board-wide abilities as proactively as we might have liked, but in the end, always seems to find a way.
As we've seen last game, a high rolling disintegrate when you're stunning 7/9 scout attack unit. Hey, let me just generate quickly a Seraphine spell that completely solve all my problems on this board.
Maybe not the most straightforward way, but it definitely does get the job done. And Chenia now with a 2-0 is going to be able to move forward into that top 4. So we only have one more top 4 spot left to fill. We're going to take a short break, and after that, we're going to find out who that is. So don't go anywhere.
battlefield. I think you should flee now. You'll never have a legacy, cause you belong to me now.
Light 'em up, we're down to the wire. Bring my doom, my desire. Don't you hear the sound of the choir? Dancing to the dark.
Cherish every moment that you got, it's not a lot. Knocking them down, you hear the horns, good on the boots. I'm showing the proof, there's nobody safe when I'm on the loose. Hey, battle cry, don't need no alibi, where you be? Won't be satisfied till I hear you say that you retreat. I can fantasize a victory when lay here by my feet. I can dance into the dark, ain't nobody can compete. Crush them up, shatter every dream if they coming up. Run it up, ain't no running round with the runner-ups.
Light 'em up, we're down to the wire. Bring my doom, my desire. Don't you hear the sound of the choir? Dancing to the dark. Light 'em up, we're down to the wire. All the pain and the fire. Sail through the tides, we don't retire. Dancing to the dark. Dancing to the dark. Dancing to the dark. Light 'em up, we're down to the wire. Bring my doom, my desire. Don't you hear the sound of the choir? Dancing to the dark. Light 'em up, we're down to the wire. All the pain and the fire. Sail through the tides, we don't retire. Dancing to the dark. Dancing to the dark. Dancing to the dark.
We have one more top 4 spot on the line, and so you know it's going to come all down to this. It's 4LW versus Tai Guy to be able to round out that spot, and we've got Spids and Boulevard back on the desk to be able to bring you through this next one. And these are two players that I feel like have a very strong history, especially when you look at the success so far that we've seen from 4LW on this stream, Boulevard.
Absolutely. 4LW is now the last hope for Brazil in this tournament as MajinBaee has been eliminated. And I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, 4LW has been kind of like slipping in this year. We know that they're incredibly strong. They were sort of responsible for like the resurgence of a BR comeback in the competitive scene, winning one of the seasonals last year, finally getting that big W. But this year comes in last to qualify in the last season, last to make it into the top 16, but is showing that just because you're the last one to slip in or you barely make it doesn't mean that you don't deserve to be here, crushing all the way to the top 4. And my favorite thing about 4LW in this tournament is that Wednesday night 4LW entered a grassroots tournament with their Worlds lineup and won. So that confidence just coming in, like, yeah, you let me get a little bit of last minute practice now, we've locked in deck lists, and it is paying off big time.
Been great to see that so far, but another side of the equation has to be Tai Guy in this matchup. And Spids, this is not a player we've gotten a chance to see on broadcast yet.
We've not gotten a chance to see him, but don't miss him. Like, he is going to play really, really. He's had a glow up over the past year. He joined ABG, I think, towards the start of this year, and that sort of group environment has really helped him work on his skills. He's gotten so much preparation with a bunch of different players, working on his signature Seraphine deck. He's brought that to like every single tournament for the past couple of months. I've been lucky enough to be on a team with him, and I've also been like shackled down to having to work with someone who loves nothing but Seraphine Targon. He's not on the Targon version this time around, but this is what Tai Guy wants to do. He's had an amazing year, and I think this is his time to shine. It's going to be tough competition for 4LW to get through Tai Guy.
What a banger we have ahead of us. 4LW versus Tai Guy for that final top 4 spot on the line. We're going to briefly take a look at the overall standings just in case you have missed the action up until this point. We do have 3 players that are waiting in the wings there in Chenia, Yoshino, as well as Seku. But in the lower bracket, that's really where we start to see some of these other results come through here, Spids.
Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket is obviously really tough to get through, right? You're on your last line, you're trying your best to try and get through this. And we have seen players that, you know, they may have had an upset round 1, be able to come back through this, try and deal with what they struggled with earlier and still get through.
I just want to shout out that all 5 APAC players in the top 16 still in this one. J01 knocking out MajinBaee, one of the favorites from the Americas. Chal was knocked down by Chenia. Aurora taking out MajinBaee. And I'm really excited to see if this is the year that the region can finally go from a top 4 to a 2nd place to a 1st place.
Yeah, APAC has always had a very decent presence in Worlds, right? They've always had like slightly under EMEA, but still doing consistently better than AM a lot of the time. And that trend seems to be continuing, but maybe they can finally take over EMEA because they haven't been doing as well this tournament as they were doing in previous.
Couple more matches to see maybe if we get that answer, but the one ahead of us is the one we're going to be focusing, which is that top 4 that spot for the top 4 for LW versus Tai Guy. Cannot wait to get into the action. So Spids, Boulevard, take it away.
Thank you so much, Necro. As you mentioned, we are going to be getting into Spids. When we take a look at the lineup, it's a bit of a mirror match. It's a little bit of what we expected. I know a lot of the Americas players are a little concerned that coming into day 2, they are running the expected lineups, the things that the more wild APAC and EMEA creators are looking to pick on. So we're going to get a good old-fashioned, more or less straight-up head-to-head in this one.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be extremely skill testing, right? You have to rely on your abilities as a good Seraphine player or the other decks that they've brought to try and beat the other opponent. We saw 4LW do that really, really successfully against MajinBaee, but they have to do it a 2nd time against Tai Guy. Can they get the double? We don't know yet.
Going to find out. We're going to take a look at the deck lists here in just 1 second so we can break down some of the more minute differences between the lineups because the players are, for the most part, running the same things. Here we have the Seraphine Janna set that 4LW came in with. One of the only Jannas in the tournament.
Yeah, Janna, it had such a great showing when Janna was released, but the slight amount of nerfs have hit her quite a bit. But getting the discounts, as we saw, was quite relevant early on in that 4LW MajinBaee matchup. Being able to threaten things so much more aggressively, it's a nice third option for you to go to, right? It's not as common as the Karma as the third option, but when it does stuff, it feels amazing. Going into this Morgana Mordekaiser, I mean, we've seen this like a bunch of times. It is actually using a fair few more Demacia cards than we're used to. Typically, they just...
The lack of Spectral Ironhound. And moving into the Respect Your Elders list, the one thing we always want to check for right off the bat is Wiggly Burblefish and Plaza Guardian, and those two cards are what 4LW has brought.
Yeah, as we saw earlier, they're not on the NAR version. They are on a lot of more top end, trying to pressure with like units that actually have stats, right? We've seen Plaza Guardian, yesterday be very, very difficult for spell-based decks to get through. It's a massive body that can be consistently spammed over and over again. So I think this version's going to do a lot better into this. Now we're getting back into the same lineups again. This one is also on the Challenger unit that can do the Explorer stuff, as well as a few other interesting cards. I don't think I see the weapon in this list, which I feel like is relatively common.
It's something that I hadn't seen too much prior. Yeah, I hadn't seen it too much prior, but now coming into this event, I would say that the weapon is a pretty commonplace among these lists. We are also seeing the Spectral Ironhound that is lacking from 4LW's list, and I'm curious to see if that can be a little bit of a difference maker in the mirror match or into some of these other more common matchups. Then taking a look at Tai Guy, they're just on the straight-up good old-fashioned Karma set, reminiscent of what they used to qualify when they won the first Glory and Navori Eternal Open.
It's very surprising to see Tai Guy not on the Seraphine, but this means that this was like a decided thing that they had to make. They were like, come on, I want to bring the Seraphine, can I do it? And instead they've got this Karma set list. On the 9 Live, sort of a new addition into this lineup, it's sort of interesting, right? It was around for a while, people were trying it out, and then it came in eventually after the buff.
And we see Skarzig's not here to see the triple early bird in this Nora Elder. No Nara again. We are once again seeing the Wiggly Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian. Full 3 sign-in and Lord Broadmain means that we should have a pretty straightforward head-to-head should these Respect Your Elders lists come up against one another. So, are there any differences, Spids, in between these two lineups, minute as they may be, that lean you towards one player or the other?
That's a tough decision to make. I want to say that I'm preferencing 4LW in this. I think the Seraphine and the Janna being able to go slightly smaller is able to deal with Karma. Like if you get that Seraphine flipped on 8 with something like a Song Spinner when Karma still has 2 more turns to get online, that massive tempo advantage that can lead to seems rather important. I think that champion difference is quite relevant. In fact, it's the only difference you can see on the screen, right? You see the Karma being the most expensive champion there versus the Janna being seen. That is one of the things that I think is going to be quite relevant.
Especially when we take a look at the sort of how the landmarks match up in these two matchups. We've got the triple Sunken Temple for Tai Guy's Karma set versus the double Temple and 1 back alley bar in the Janna. But the one sort of the narrative of the week and the main difference between these two is that the Seraphine deck will get online earlier, right? Because you don't have to wait for turn 10 to come around organically, but looks like that will be the ban that Tai Guy is paying respect to. As you mentioned, a big Seraphine enjoyer probably means a big Seraphine respecter.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you also have to ban just because you have your own feelings about things. It's not necessarily just the matchup theory. We're going to get into game now. We see 4LW got a very, sack-heavy mulligan, so they're probably going to have to try and get rid of some of that, while Tai Guy has a lot of pieces of interaction, which seem kind of important into this matchup, but you also want to find your landmarks ASAP.
Stalling out to turn 10 is brutal in a matchup like this. We've seen players just try to recall the Mordekaiser turn in and turn out, but that 7, 8, 9, if your opponent has the attack token on odds, which 4LW does, that means you can take a really big hit on 7 and 9 before you can actually get to the Karma level up. But I don't believe there's any, there is actually a decent amount of landmark removal coming out of 4LW. 2 of the Explorers, as you called out, but there is no Crumble.
You have to, when evaluating decks, you often have to think about what is the power turn of these decks. For Tai Guy, that power turn is turn 5 with Set and then turn 10 with Karma. There aren't any other power turns, really, maybe Smooth Mixologist, while 4LW has some amazing power turns in turn 4 right before Set. In turn 7, a couple turns before Karma can get online, and just having your power turn be 1 turn earlier or 3 turns earlier can be a massive difference in how these matchups end up feeling and what you're trying to play around.
And we're about to see a massive power turn out of 4LW, who has that sort of hallmark Legion of the Severed into Mage Seeker Inquisitor curve with the Mordekaiser to back it up if that's not something Tai Guy can deal with. And really the only way for Karmaset to deal with that Deathless is either to get an Explorer to remove the keywords or return it to the hand. But then your opponent just plays it again, and that suppression that you were trying to avoid is back in action.
I love watching 4LW play. Every single time he does something, he thinks, what emote can I do for this situation? How can I make this game a little bit more entertaining? I'm sure Tai Guy has already muted 4LW, but 4LW has to make some difficult decisions on what to do in a couple of times. We are going to see the draw card be played first, trying to, I guess, try and be better into things like Caustic Rift.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about this one myself. I thought the Legion of the Severed into the Inquisitor is a pretty straightforward combo. Also puts more damage on board, but maybe 4LW actually playing a little bit predictory of the 999 lives that Tai Guy is packing and saying, I don't want to just randomly lose my 4-2 to a 1-drop that I didn't expect. So we're going to play it a little bit slower. You don't need to throw it in the Inquisitor on curve. You want to tax your opponent's mana on more pivotal turns. Like here, for example, a 4-drop comes down, there's only one. If Suppression comes out, Set does not come down safely.
Yeah, and I mean, with that Morgana in the hand, you are able to separate this over the next couple of turns. Tai Guy has managed to find the Sunken Temple, which is going to be great for them trying to curve out, and we do see that 4LW doesn't have the landmark interaction right now. Tai Guy being able to draw an extra card every single turn seems really good, especially since it's going to come out before the Mordekaiser. As we see the second Sunken Temple, you can only play one unless you play both on the same turn, but 4LW is going to have to find a way to deal with the insane value that Tai Guy is going to have over the course of the game.
This is where we get into some interesting conversations, Spids. How do you feel about templing away Suppression? Do you think that it's worth the risk of just never drawing this card again, or do you get it out of your hand now?
I think Tai Guy is going to try and I roll a little. I think Tai Guy wants to be able to keep the mana and then can spend that on a future turn, but you do have to realize that there might be a situation where you're going to draw it back when the attack token is on 4LW's field, and they're going to be able to open attack you, and it's going to feel awful. Depends if you want to play for a flatter thing or if you want to try and high roll or low roll. And I think Tai Guy, he knows the vibes of this deck. He's going to be able to decide what he wants.
Definitely one of the more seasoned players on the Karma set, as we mentioned, stretching back all the way to pretty much the dawn of Karma set. Tai Guy's been on it. One of the reasons, one of the players that has made it one of the standout decks of the year. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be a pass with the Suppression in hand. That's going to shuffle into the deck, and that is something we're going to keep an eye on to see if it comes up later and stop Tai Guy from reacting to a big open attack from 4LW. Okay, it's back in hand, but it's reduced cost.
There we see it again. This is actually a really good time to draw it. I mean, you still need to get rid of cards from your hand so you don't overdraw with the Sunken Temple, and so getting it out right now has to feel really good. They basically just saved one extra mana from a curse, when the whole point of curses is to make you spend mana. 4LW can't be happy to see that. Tai Guy then going for a pass despite having extra cards in hand, saying, I'm willing to do this. This is okay by me.
And if 4LW were to go for, say, a Spirit Leech onto the Inquisitor, I think Tai Guy's pretty happy to just pay that mana and be done with it. It would float them the perfect 3 into the following turn, keep the hand a little bit small, maybe throw out an Aftershock or a High Note or something to try and stop multiple Inquisitors from coming down again on the Mordekaiser turn. But I like that Tai Guy is continuing to put the onus of burden on 4LW and say, hey, you are the proactive deck. Please make a proactive play. I have a very reactive hand I'd like to touch.
4LW stressing right now. There's so many lines he has to consider. He's got a really good late game right now with both Rekindler and Mordekaiser in hand. Because Deathless is already on this Inquisitor, there are so many different ways you're able to play with your Mordekaiser. What do you want to sack? Do you want to sack for draw? Do you want to sack for extra copies of the Inquisitor? What does your attack look like? How does Tai Guy respond to that attack? They're going to have to spend a bunch of mana in order to deal with it. What is Tai Guy going to try and do to beat me? 4LW's got so many thoughts they have to consider, and it's already only turn 6. There's so much more of this game to play after
and
it.
I love that you called out Tai Guy's willingness to play for the high rolls earlier, because it just jams a set into the potential of a Death's Grasp with an 0-1, absolutely no protection because the suppression is stopping Tai Guy from playing any spells, and just says, yeah, I don't think you have it, and 4LW does not. And this Mordekaiser turn, however, is still looking pretty scary.
You can also probably read right now a lack of hate spike. For Tai Guy has gained so much information from this. The lack of cards in 4LW's hand, Tai Guy is going to have an amazing read of what 4LW could do over the next couple of turns. Having information on the hand when you're playing the control deck is an amazing feeling because it makes you feel so secure in what you're trying to beat.
Thing I want to call out here is that Tai Guy currently has a full hand, so suppression curses have to go into your opponent's hand. If there's no hand space, they don't get cursed.
It's a very good counter. If someone's trying to like suppress you down, just say, no, I'm too busy. I've got stuff going on. I've got too many cards in my hand to deal with this. And this trade's going to have that happen exactly. You see the card obliterated, not going anywhere, and we'll probably just see another set come down, or even just the Rocket Barrage, dealing with every single unit. This is actually a much better.
Tai Guy getting a full board wipe here before 4LW can get the Mordekaiser down. And there's a couple of different ways to sort of deal with the Mordekaiser combo turns. You can either clear your opponent's board, as Tai Guy did, or you can get all of these self-slay cards out of their hand previously, force the Death Grasps and the Hate Spikes and the Glimpse Beyonds, and make sure that they're not able to go for these huge combos. But Mordekaiser's still going to come down, no reason not to. It's a difficult card for Tai Guy to fully remove with damage-based removal, and we're just going to see a tag out to ship that one back to the hand.
This is how Ionia decks have always dealt with the big units. Your recalls pretty much always cost 4 or 5 mana, so if 4LW ever wants to play a very expensive unit like this Mordekaiser, you can always just recall it, and that's one method of getting a really big tempo advantage. We see, again, the suppression redrawn, but cheapened. Tai Guy is absolutely plucking everything he could possibly want when he needs it.
Ooh, overdrawing the Nopify is a little bit of a concern, but Tai Guy does have that 1-mana suppression, and honestly doesn't really have to deal with these anymore. That's 2 of the Mage Seeker Inquisitors already down, even dealt with the Deathless through it in a way that we haven't really seen a Karma set fight through this before.
It's definitely a different take on what this matchup looks like, but Tai Guy does have to figure out how they want to deal with the next couple of turns, because eventually Tai Guy is going to have to try and win, figure out how they're going to go through that. With the Sunken Temple, it can be a bit hard to predict what you're looking for, and playing the Portal Pioneer doesn't really help your hand space issue, because you play a card and still get a card back. We'd see the Blunder come down, probably to deny Deathless, when inevitably a Deathless is given to another unit. So very good pickup here. There's nothing else you really want from the Explorer pool, and a pass going to overdraw again.
Yeah, Tai Guy actually just fully shipping back the suppression yet again. And just to float 4LW's mana, and now we are just 1 turn away from the level up Karma and set both in hand, Aftershocks and Deny. So Rocket Barrage kind of past its prime, Smooth Mixologist. Yeah, Tai Guy's not really too upset at these cards that he's burning.
4LW offering the pass again, saying, hey, Tai Guy, you have to eventually play cards because you're going to mill yourself out first. We're going to see the set come down, possibly trying to be answered by the Vengeance, which we do see the Deny in hand to counter that. I think that's a very good middling play here. 4LW can respond with a couple of things, but Tai Guy still has so much mana to interact with things, as well with the coin in hand to be able to afford things if they need to.
4LW has the Wings in the Wave now to try and maybe get down the Death's Grasp in order to fight over this set before the level 2 actually happens. We can see that the second arrow is glowing, which means set is a little more than 2/3 of the way there. We'll see in a second just how close exactly set is, if the Deny will be enough to get them over the hump, or if another spell will need to come out, maybe a Formula. Yeah, 34 out of 40, thank you production, means that Formula plus Deny or another small spell would get set out of the range of everything except that Vengeance.
Mordekaiser coming down means that if set is able to flip, there could be a threaten of the Obliterate. Now, 4LW is always going to be able to try and self-sack their Mordekaiser, and they do have 2 opportunities at it. So if the Deny was to come down, they would still be able to get their Mordekaiser into the Death Pool. And once Mordekaiser has died, he's actually a lot more safe. You would think the King of Death would relish being in the Death Realm, because Rekindler is able to resummon him whenever Rekindler is drawn, or resummon themselves.
Debating on making a more proactive approach here. It would tap them under the Deny, so being a little cognizant of it. Actually does fire off something there, but I didn't quite catch what it was, but it's going to hit onto a level 2 set. It was another Formula, and that's going to be, suppression for 0 mana, though. Not too bad. Just going to be able to run that one out, followed by the Showstopper with the Deny backup, but there's not enough. 4LW still going to be able to get that Mordekaiser into the Death Realm thanks to the 2 sacrifice spells.
Gonna pop one off to try and start this. Tai Guy could try and do a recall if they decide to, or try and do the Deny. We're going to see the Deny come down on the Hate Spike. 4LW almost certainly going to respond with the Death's Grasp to then be able to play Rekindler on the next turn, try and get something going that way. But we're getting towards turn 10. Tai Guy is going to be able to start getting this Karma down and start dealing with the game even more.
And it feels like everything's coming up Tai Guy here, Spids. While 4LW does finally get the Mordekaiser to die and have the Rekindler play, Tai Guy got out every sacrifice spell from 4LW's hand, I say, as they draw a Hate Spike in order to once again refuel these Mordekaiser combos that I thought Tai Guy took care of already. Got rid of all of the sacrifices. There was nothing left to slay this Rekindler the same turn that it came down.
Tai Guy doing clockling into Karma. This Karma costs 1 mana because obviously it's been updrafted so many times. You can make your cards cost 1 mana. Why not? Go for it, Tai Guy. We're probably going to see the Karma come down, try and go for things. Morgana is halfway towards being leveled. Quite far from there, but we do see self-target cards such as the Hate Spike as well. Spirit Leech, and you can also try and shoot off a Vengeance. We have seen a Deny come through, so Vengeance is more likely to be able to go through.
Tai Guy, if they can get this Karma down, there's really nothing that can threaten it unless 4LW wants to spend the turn using the Vengeance on the Karma. That's such a big loss in tempo for them. They won't be able to get any other impactful lines down. Even Morgana would be outside of the range of 4.
We've seen a lot of protection cards for Karma be gone in some capacity. We saw Tag Out obliterated, we saw the Deny come through. 4LW is trying to figure out, though, what is their method of winning the game, right? What we've seen over the last couple of turns is 4LW being really defensive, and you sort of have to get into these positions when you're so far back. You got to say, I can't just play my units and pretend as if the game is normal. It is no longer normal. I have to wait for Tai Guy to find a bit of an awkward hand, and that's my opportunity to go in. 4LW is just waiting and waiting until try and find that opportunity, but it's going to be really hard for him to get.
4LW offering up a pass to Tai Guy, who would, again, overdraw just a little bit more because of how many cards are coming into their hand at the start of the round, right? You get the draw, you get the Karma-generated spell, you get the additional draw from the Sunken Temple, and Tai Guy lets it rip, is going to burn even more cards here with the Place Your Bets.
Tai Guy just seems to not care about the feelings of his deck. He says, no, I don't really care that you're going to be obliterated. I just want to have as many cards as I can possibly can. You're going to see the coins come down, try and get something to go on. It seems Tai Guy is going to be trying to deal some damage, threaten the lethal, require the Vengeance to come in, force cards out of 4LW, and then still be able to pressure afterwards.
I like this a lot from Tai Guy. The Ruination is a concern, right? That is being played by 4LW, so I like the 9 lives comes through. Really just pressuring 4LW's resources, saying, if you're not going to make a play, I'm going to force your hand. I can be proactive too. And 5 life on the side of 4LW is not a lot. They're certainly in the burn range, especially after this Showstopper comes out. We're just 1 Karma Mystic Shot away from moving on to a Game 2.
4LW sending this. I can't tell if this is supposed to be a surrender sign or if this is just like a look, I'm in world sort of thing. We do see the second Karma come down. We're going to see the Showstopper deal the 2 damage, and 4LW needs to find some way to claw his way back into this game. We could see the Rekindler come down to try and get the Mordekaiser, but that's only a 2-unit develop for 7 mana. That's not even enough anymore. We might see Morgana try and get a little bit of lifesteal into something. That has been great. Hextech Anomaly turning into For the Fallen, not going to be relevant right now. Tai Guy going draw a bunch.
Even if the Ruination does come out for 4LW now, Tai Guy has that 9 lives refuel, a second set, and actually the Anomaly going to change back over, and here comes the Rekindler we've been talking about, but the Mystic Shot is the last card drawn for Tai Guy, and there's nothing 4LW can do to stop this. That is going to be lethal.
This is Tai Guy on his sort of comfort deck, so I'm not too surprised that Tai Guy was able to make this happen. Just knows how Karma works, has the feeling, has the vibes, is able to get it through. Tai Guy is a very vibes-based person when he plays this game. He thinks that everything is immaculate when he just believes he can win, and that's what happened right here.
And now we're going to get to see a Mordekaiser Mirror or a Mordekaiser go up against Respect Your Elders, the 2 premier decks of the tournament, the only ones left on the table. Sounds like the players are getting in. We'll take a look at the mulligan here in just a second to see who will move on and who will fall, or if 4LW can claw us back to a game number 3.
The hands right now. Tai Guy's got a very interesting taxing hand, right? You do have the Inquisitor, you do have the Morgana, you have ways to force 4LW to spend mana, but 4LWs are not as pressured by these cards. You don't care about your units as much as the Morgana, Shackles don't matter as much, and you do have the opportunity to play your spells and get rid of the suppression when you need to. You're not as taxed as much for mana.
That guy's got that Legion of the Severed Inquisitor combo that we called out in the previous game that 4LW sort of stutter-stepped on a little bit there, playing a little more aggressively in the early game. But looking at the hand of 4LW, High Toss is not... It's kind of an odd card in this matchup, right? There are a couple of 1 HP units that you'd love to clean up the board for and try to play aggressively, but 4LW is not really playing an aggressive deck. This is more of a control-style shell, so while you can try to put the pressure on, I guess it's better to try and get these out of the hand early so you're not top-decking them later.
See a draw of Mordekaiser from Tai Guy. Very important card for them to be trying to win through this. But for LW also drawing a really important card in Nora. Not an easy way to deal with it in the hand. Tai Guy normally would have a bunch of responses for a card like Nora. There's so much small removal, but not in this hand. And it doesn't mean that 4LW is going to be able to secure the early game by getting these portals, having these pie tosses. All they need now is their late game, which they did draw with their other sign-in.
Yeah, the sign-in's unfortunately not going to have too much of a board to buff unless this Nora portal comes in big, as it looks like this one is going to go down to the Mage Seeker Inquisitor. The tough keyword on this Challenger Spids means that this Electro Harpoon is not going to be enough.
Tough is such a punishing keyword against decks that need to do damage-based removal. It's very good into PNZ, and it's even better into Vandal City, where they have even less ways of dealing lots of damage. You're going to see the Oedipus be taken, not come down just yet. When you can do your pranks in a more later turn, you're able to sort of pin things a little bit better. You're going to see it come down now, but I wonder if we're going to see the prank early or later. We're going to see it much, much later.
Trying to figure out what the ideal prank target even is for 4LW. It's probably even more just about the hand information. Spells usually a little bit better. You get a higher tax on their mana cost. It's going to be an 8 mana vengeance now. 4LW probably pretty comfortable in saying, okay, that's just one less thing to worry about.
I see the other trinket trade come down. These sort of like early turns for the Respect Your Elders deck just requires playing a bunch of units and seeing what happens. This Burblefish is getting counted down really quickly, and we do see Heroic Refrain as the pick. Very interesting option for trying to go for surprise lethals. It's a 3-mana card that can give +4 strength to your board, as well as defend things a little with a +1 health. I think Heroic Refrain has blown out so many games out of pools like Conchologist and Oedipus that it might end up happening in this game as well.
Very possible. The elusive threats are not something that Tai Guy's going to have any blockers for. I know this is a Demacia list. No blocking Badger Bears coming out of this one. Continuing to just set up well for the Mordekaiser turn. Come down a little bit later on. It'll be an attack token for 4LW. Maybe they can get a big board clear like Tai Guy was able to in the previous game before that Mordekaiser comes through. But for now, the board's solely in the favor of Tai Guy. There's a little bit of a lull in the mid game when you're playing these Respect Your Elders decks. Turns 4, turns 5, they look really awkward, and I think that's why we're seeing some players more and more include that Portal Scholar.
Yeah, Portal Scholar does sort of secure that turn, and especially if you're able to get that portal on turn 5, get the impact, try and develop units. We're going to see an attack threatened here. Very, very cute idea. I think trying to get rid of the Deathless so that it can't be revived when Mordekaiser comes down. It sort of feels weird to say, hey, I'm going to actively proc your Deathless unit and then get the suppression, but what else are you spending mana on? I think this is a very heads-up play. It's also can trade into the 4-2, but I think that's also pretty good for 4LW because there isn't a great way of dealing with those units.
4LW throwing a high toss at the Nexus. No Riptide Rex coming through anytime soon. It looks like just trying to play mana efficiently. Start to get the Burblefish online. Might even be has the opportunity here to go for pie toss into Perilous Pastry to get a 0-mana Burblefish and then throw down the sign-in, and actually gets the 4-1 that cannot go into combat unless something else is attacking.
This Ironhound draw is really, really huge for Tai Guy. It's a great way of pressuring a bunch into 4LW's deck that doesn't have a great way of dealing with massive, massive units without something like Riptide Rex, and it will curve amazingly into the Mordekaiser coming down on turn 7. This top deck has turned what was already a really good-looking hand from Tai Guy into something absolutely spectacular. We're going to see the sign-in come down, try and get some draw, deciding on what keyword they want to go for, and try and fix up this hand for 4LW, which hasn't looked great.
I'm curious to see. Actually, Tai Guy is really safe to play this Ironhound over the Inquisitor. There's nothing in 4LW's list that they'd be able to use to remove that 3-1 tough, as 4LW's already tapped down to just spell mana for the turn, so the suppression would put them on only 1 mana, not enough for the drop your bomb, and then a Mordekaiser onto the Inquisitor as well as the Ironhound on the following turn is going to look insane for Tai Guy.
The amount of tempo that has just been gained by being able to play this card going into Mordekaiser next turn, the tempo on the field, the tempo with the spell mana being taxed, every single thing is going up Tai Guy right now. 4LW being able to draw the Noras and the Conchologist, able to develop a few units in addition with the Burblefish might be quite nice. The suppression does discount Burblefish, a little cute interaction here, so you may as well spend 2 mana for it. Even if you predict the Mordekaiser's coming down, 2 mana plus 2 mana does discount the Burblefish twice as opposed to once if you spend the 4 mana on it.
Going to see 4LW go for the open attack, deny the Mordekaiser, big combo pop off, but is actually prioritizing taking out the Inquisitor rather than the Ironhound. This is a deck, Spids, that doesn't have a whole lot of fearsome blockers. We can see the Nora and the Conchologist and even the Burblefish, if it doesn't get a +1/+1 Dragon Boon, gonna be a little bit weary of these 8/4s.
It doesn't have a lot of fearsome blockers right now, but we do see the other Sinon and the Burblefish in hand that can become a 3-strength blocker if the Burblefish gets the keywords that it wants. It doesn't really want things that aren't giving stats. And Tai Guy is going to be able to threaten quite a bit for it. Mordekaiser's also not too far away from leveling. I presume it's a few kills away, but without a good way of, thank you production, get 5 kills away for trying to level up the Mordekaiser. And there's not a great way of killing Mordekaiser right now.
No, there's really nothing. It looks like Early Bird, okay, actually going to snipe a second Mordekaiser out of Tai Guy's hand as it is the Death Realm. And actually, we saw 4LW use the Darius emote there. I think that was actually intentional, remembering that the Vengeance got pranked up to 8 mana and was very likely the most expensive card in Tai Guy's hand, unless there was a second Mordekaiser.
Very interesting choice there. We do see the Deathless on the Burblefish. The Burblefish pool is absolutely insane when you're in the Elder Dragon region. We see Bursting Pack, which is honestly probably the worst one you could get and still pretty good. So when Burblefish does inevitably perish, unfortunately, it will be revived as a 2/1, creating another spell, probably something insane as well. We're going to see Nora come down, trying to go for like a little bit of an elusive win con. Again, knowing that Tai Guy from way earlier didn't really have good small unit interaction.
Oh, and now we're going to see these 8/4s come through in force. The one fearsome blocker pulled to the side, but 4LW does have that heroic refrain. Was probably hoping to use it a little bit more aggressively than defensively, but does have good trades here thanks to it.
Tai Guy probably thought, okay, I'm dealing 16 damage. I'm going to be able to finally put this 4LW onto a clock. Then we're going to see this pick from, I think this was a Trinket trade, being able to block all of this, the Deathless ending up coming in clutch and getting the unit back on the field. Tai Guy now has to think, okay, that didn't work out exactly as planned. What's my win con now? Because if you look in Tai Guy's hand, there's a lot of stally units, right? Fading Icon is basically developing 2 units, but not accomplishing very much outside of that. Tai Guy needs to find a way to win the game soon, because 4LW will be able to play Rex with the Perilous Pastry pretty soon, combined with the Broadmain.
And Tai Guy is now just 1 unit death away from the level 2 Mordekaiser, but it doesn't mean too much. Level 2 Mord isn't something that's taking over the game in a bigger way than level 1 Mord was, and once that Riptide Rex comes through, we've seen Mordekaiser decks struggle to sort of rebuild the board once the Mordekaiser's there. Rekindler will do a lot, but at the moment, Tai Guy doesn't have a way, outside of vengeancing their own Rekindler, to start to get Mordekaiser combos going with it.
Can be really difficult to figure out what exactly Tai Guy is going to try and do to go for this. Tai Guy is developing units wide, making sure to use the mana where they can, because 4LW is also using his mana as best as possible. But 4LW is going to be able to have a really big tempo swing if they end up going for the Riptide Rex. And 4LW is able to pressure quite a bit. I mean, we've seen the double impact, we've seen all of these elusive units. We see this 4/1 that's not easy to trade into and will be consistently attacking, but I still think there's a lot of game to go here.
There absolutely is. Even 1 Riptide Rex, even if it clears Tai Guy's board, that's not a guaranteed win for 4LW. Like we mentioned, the Rekindler is still on the table. There's still a couple of blockers that can be developed. There's a second Rekindler now on the table, and there's not any keyword-focused finishing power for 4LW. Actually, rolling the elusive quite impactful there, but Tai Guy does have double Vengeance.
Do you pop off a Vengeance here? Do you say, I want to kill a 3 mana unit or a Nora with this card? I mean, there's not that much else you want to Vengeance. Either it's a big unit with a play effect, in which case the Vengeance doesn't actually accomplish that much, or it's an attacker. 4LW doing the Thinking Quinn emote, trying to figure out what exactly they want to do. Mordekaiser getting pretty close to flipping. We're going to see the center come down, not the center, sorry, the Sinon come down, try and buff the board a little bit, draw the other portal. It will be another elusive unit. 4LW apparently is playing elusives.
Yeah, and the elusive strategy actually looking pretty good, with 4LW sort of doing the weird early bird, forgetting about the Vengeance, and then hitting the Mordekaiser's Death Realm actually gives them a really good sense that there is no second Death Realm. Tai Guy would have had to have drawn all 3 copies of Mordekaiser. We haven't seen a Glimpse Beyond or any big draw spells come out for this player just yet. So saying, you know what, I don't think you have this, I don't think you have a board wipe, even if you had Ruination, I don't think you're willing to fire it off just for something like this. And all of a sudden, 4LW looking to go underneath the Mordekaiser list, and thanks to that prank, double Vengeance is not on the table.
4LW is threatening so much damage right now. It is currently threatening lethal with the combination of impact and elusives. We will see a Vengeance fired off probably on the Woodland Keeper, I'm pretty sure this card is called, and be able to survive for a little bit longer. But now 4LW is pressuring quite hard, and Tai Guy needs to not only deal with this attack, but whatever future attacks come through with this elusive units. We do have Challenger on the Mordekaiser. We can try and draw into like the Death's Grasp and the Hate Spikes that we haven't seen all game from Tai Guy's perspective, but 4LW is really showing what makes this deck so powerful.
4LW going to play the elusive, and that's also going to give one more power over to the Nora. Just kind of checking for how much damage can Tai Guy stop, and the answer is not a lot, especially when we look at not just the 3 Perilous Pastries in hand that can come out as additional burn damage, but Tai Guy is also susceptible to just Riptide Rex targeting the same unit one too many times and falling that way. So they're going to go down to 1 here, and that is just going to be lethal with the Pie Toss Perilous Pastry combo. 4LW able to pull it back into a Game 3.
And this is why 4LW's deck needs to be on these things like the Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian. Normally, this is like Respect Your Elders deck struggles to sort of find ways to win the game without the Riptide Rex, but having all these cards is able to pressure in so greatly. And while Tai Guy had what we thought was an amazing curve, so many powerful cards going into this, 4LW being able to draw everything they need to try and beat Tai Guy, absolutely amazing game.
And you know, we're never going to get to see the Grey Realm spids. Every time Mordekaiser levels, the game ends before he can actually get that attack trigger off, and 4LW going to throw out the Pie Toss. We're going to get a Game 3 and a Mordekaiser Mirror as the deciding factor.
I don't remember if these decks have too much difference between them. Oh, I think one's on 2 Halberd and one is not. I think that's going to be quite relevant. I was watching a mirror earlier this week, and I was seeing that the Darken Halberd is really important. It allows you to give a pass by using just 1 mana, leveling up your Mordekaiser, trying to set things up, or if Mordekaiser's already on the field, resummoning things really easily. And I think if the Darken Halberd is drawn and not removed via an Explorer, that's going to be what decides the game.
Darken Halberd as a 2-up for 4LW, Spectral Ironhound as a 2-up for Tai Guy. Sort of the main differences, but I do also want to call out that Tai Guy is playing a copy of Crumble, which is, I would say, the cheapest way that you can kill an opposing Mordekaiser in this mirror match.
Being able to interact with the Mordekaisers exactly when you want is going to be quite important. We don't see a Death Grasp Cultist in either player's hand, which does seem to also be a really prominent card, right? Being able to keep your units alive seems rather important. It's a relatively even hand from both of them. 4LW, I think, looking slightly better with a more even spread of cards, including the Morgana and only 1 Mordekaiser. But anything can happen over the next couple of draws.
Just so I'm clear here. Okay, 4LW has the attack token on evens. I'm really not sure who I favor. Or have, like, I don't know, in this mirror match, do I like even attack tokens? Do I like odd attack tokens? Because the Mordekaiser attack on the turn that Mord comes down doesn't really feel like it matters.
I don't think... This might be a mirror where the attack token doesn't matter as much. I don't want to put too much stake in that. I haven't done this mirror that much. But I feel like in LOR we have seen the mirrors be really dependent on the attack token. But I can imagine with this one, where you just want to play your units and then hold up spells the whole time, it won't matter as much. We're going to see the attack come in, try and threaten a little bit of damage. Tai Guy is dealing some damage, but I don't think it's going to be too relevant going into the next couple of turns when we do see a bunch of blockers for 4LW for the future.
4LW having a much larger hand than Tai Guy, who at the moment their cards are kind of tied up in this Ceaseless Entry and this Glimpse Beyond. They don't have a clean window to get it down just yet, and you know, kind of need to hang on to these sacrifice cards for the big Mordekaiser turns, because when both players have the Mordekaiser in hand, we get an insane game where both players are playing to their strategy, popping off, and maybe then we'll get to see how much the attack token actually plays into it. Maybe we'll see some level 2 Mordekaisers and some Death Realms. Looks like Tai Guy saying, oh, you don't have any units down? Now's a great time to fire off my Glimpse Beyond.
That Glimpse Beyond was really well timed, but unfortunately still not finding anything that you want to sacrifice with Mordekaiser, and I feel like that massive tempo turn is quite important, not just playing the Mordekaiser as a 7-drop and trying to get it to die so you can start rekindling it, but also making sure that you're summoning things like Ironhounds or like Inquisitors or like, you know, all of these big units that can actually do things. Tai Guy not having anything they really want to sacrifice except maybe a draw and like getting an extra prey, which doesn't feel amazing, while 4LW has a bunch of things they want to be resummoning, especially these 2 Inquisitors in hand.
Definitely a better setup on the side of 4LW. Tai Guy went fishing for that Spectral Ironhound to curve into this turn and just doesn't find it. But Spirit Leech, not a bad pickup either. Just getting more and more of these sacrifice cards, getting towards that Mordekaiser turn. 4LW also having the Morgana on backup, which I think will come in pretty big later on once the Mordekaiser sort of head-to-head of the 2 champions kind of slows down a little bit, everybody's blown all of their removal spells, that's when Morgana's going to be level 2, can come down, and that last little bit of burn plus the shackles can really swing things.
Yeah, Morgana does create a lot of surprise tempo when it comes down, and if you're already falling back a little bit, Morgana sort of like cements that down. You can't really let yourself ever falter in front of a Morgana deck. We are going to see the Spirit Leech come down, try and find some draw. We do see the Spectral Ironhound and the Rekindler, some good sack targets to try and go for, but if 4LW plays the Mordekaiser and Tai Guy responds with the Spectral Ironhound, it does mean that 4LW has sort of set themselves up a little bit better, and if the two suppressions go in hand, Tai Guy's going to have to spend a lot of mana when this Mordekaiser comes down.
Both players taking 2 spell mana into the Mordekaiser turn. Worth noting, it means that 4LW is going to have the opportunity to get a 4 mana suppression into the hand of Tai Guy unless they want to try and fire off a Hate Spike here, which would just be traded by a Hate Spike from 4LW. I think no matter how you slice it, this Mordekaiser turn is just looking better and better for 4LW.
This is a very hateful turn. If this attack goes through and we do see the Hate Spikes be traded, we're just going to see a bunch of self-sacks and trying to, I got you, trying to deal with each other. 4LW considering, do I want to go for this sack or do I just want to pass, right? You're always able to say, hey, why get this extra value? It's not too necessary. We're going to see the first Hate Spike come down, almost certainly responded to with the other Hate Spike, and now Tai Guy going to go into the next turn with 7 mana, but having to spend 4 of it on the suppression if the Mordekaiser comes down from 4LW.
I want to point out here, 4LW actually did not go after the Wings and the Wave with the second Inquisitor. I don't know if this is 4LW just forgetting about the 01, thinking it doesn't matter, or saying, hey, I know that this is a deck that has board space issues. I would love to actually strand you with that 01. That will give you even more board space issues if you end up sacrificing it to a Mordekaiser.
The Mordekaiser come down, trying to summon a couple of things. We see all of these blockers, but none of them really being able to pressure too much. And unfortunately, when this Mordekaiser comes down, Tai Guy is going to suffer if 4LW goes for the open attack, right? 4LW open attacks, challenges everything they want in a favorable way. Even getting Spell Shield on the Mordekaiser, Tai Guy won't be able to do anything against it with this 4 mana suppression. 4LW has got an amazing hand right now.
Either player is particularly close to the Mordekaiser level up, so it's not something that, thank you production, we're actually going to see one ahead on the side of 4LW, but it's something that doesn't come up too often. There's actually not a lot of 5 attack units in these lists that are dying and counting double towards the Mordekaiser level up, and that's why you'll see it a little bit more slowly accelerated in this Morgana list than maybe some of the Noxus or Shurima variants that we've seen. But it looks like Tai Guy going to be able to take out one of these Inquisitors, and then next turn, that's when things get taxing, having to take out that suppression, while 4LW can just spam the other Inquisitor.
Tai Guy going to have to figure out how they're going to try and come back from this. We do see the Halberd draw. That was going to be my card saying this is what's going to change this matchup. This isn't a great position for Halberd right now. You are able to sacrifice this Inquisitor for 1 mana, give the extra stats to Mordekaiser, give it the ability to trade into Tai Guy's Mordekaiser, but there's not that much you really want to be doing with this Halberd outside of that. And after the Halberd, what are you really doing? You're not going to have any units on the field to try and target with something like the Spirit Leech. You could sacrifice Mordekaiser and then resummon it, but I think the Spell Shield is so key that you never want to let this Mordekaiser die if you can avoid it.
Absolutely not. And I really like this position from 4LW. If they can get a 6 mana suppression into Tai Guy's hand and then, use their 7/7 Mordekaiser to kill the other Mordekaiser, and actually not going to be able to put any shackles onto this unit as Tai Guy once again maintaining 10 cards in hand to stop these curses from coming through. 4LW playing a little bit more aggressively here.
Very interesting decision to go for that. Mordekaiser currently at 6 out of 15. Tai Guy trying to figure out what am I going to do with my mana this turn. I only have so much. I only have 8. That's not enough mana to be spending. They can go for the suppression, but what are they doing with the rest of the turn? They've got 2 Death's Grasps that they're able to play, trying to target maybe the Morgana if she ends up leveling up with something like a Hate Spike. But we're going to have to see what Tai Guy goes for going into the future turns as well.
This is the power of the Darkened Halberd that you called out earlier. Spids 1 mana, not reactable, doesn't use the stack, just immediate pop onto the Inquisitor. And because it targets 2 units, that's going to level up Morgana as well. And the weapon actually given over to the Morgana, getting just more and more lifesteal on the side of 4LW.
Also, getting it out of Death Grasp's range really heads up play by 4LW, making sure every single click that you make is doing as much as it can. You might be like tempted to just say, oh, I get to level up Morgana, I'll just instantly do that without thinking what you're going to equip the weapon to. But giving those extra stats seems so critical, and this attack's going to come in and deal a bunch.
Now we get to see if 4LW is interested in challenging out some of these 0-1s and bringing up a little bit of the board space of Tai Guy, or if they're going to commit to the idea of locking them down on board space and making it so that a Rekindler cannot come through and revive the Mordekaiser, because at the moment that Mord is going to get locked down by Morgana. There are only 9 cards in hand. Tai Guy with the suppression very cleanly opening up a hand space for that Shackles to come through.
Tai Guy has been locked down in so many ways in this game right now. There's been the lockdown of the board. Continuing to resummon these praise means you can't have these like Iron Hounds come down and then be resummoned effectively. Also being locked down with all these suppressions that we've seen. 4LW has tried their absolute best to say to Tai Guy that you're not able to do what you want to do. The vengeance drawn by 4LW, a good way of trying to interact with things. 4LW not only has a really good reactive hand, but also a really good proactive hand if this Mordekaiser ends up dying or trying to get extra draw with the Spirit Leech.
You know, Spids, I want to shout out Tai Guy there because we talk a lot about what's not on our World's Bingo cards. What was on my World's Bingo card was a player spending their entire turn getting curses out of their hand. So thank you, Tai Guy, for spending 6 mana on suppressions and 2 on a Shackles.
You have to spend that mana at some point, at some time. We're going to see what happens with this attack. Trying to attack with the 3-1, literally just trying to open up the board space, trying to set up these Rekindlers, sacrificing this Mordekaiser. And then once Rekindler's on the field, you are able to sacrifice the Rekindler on the stack if they try and interact with your Mordekaiser, setting up another Mordekaiser, getting this cycle happening constantly. With Tai Guy's hand, I think this is the line you have to go for. You've got multiple Rekindlers, multiple self-sacks. That's exactly what you need to do to try and find your win con in this game when 4LW has already got the leveled Morgana, already has the Dark and Halberd in hand.
Fortunately, I think Tai Guy's sort of secondary win condition in the Spectral Iron Hound just needs a little bit more setup than 4LW has really afforded them in a game like this. Even the life advantage that Tai Guy was able to garnish early on been completely invalidated by this Morgana, going all the way back up to 20 once all of this resolves. 4LW putting a couple of spells on the stack there. Has the Dark Binding still pre-committed, thinking about the Death Grasp, but it is just going to be the Dark Binding to take this Mordekaiser out of combat, continue to lock Tai Guy off of those Rekindlers.
It's so funny. Normally you see stuns in combat as a way to protect units, but Tai Guy is saying, please let this Mordekaiser die. I need to be able to play my Rekindler ASAP. You can see the Hate Spike come down, try and make that dream a reality. There's no real way to interact with this. Now all of 4LW's cards are kill cards, so Mordekaiser is guaranteed to die. He can finally have that release. And we're going to see exactly what that means for the next couple of turns, because the board is still quite full for Tai Guy. There are still these 0-1s clunking up.
Something I want to draw everyone's attention to for just a moment here is actually the timer. We are down to about 11 minutes. 4LW at about a 5-minute deficit, going to be pretty impossible to clean up. And while the game looks like it's going in 4LW's favor, there's a lot of survivability still on the side of Tai Guy. I don't know that this one is necessarily going to be a quick one. It might take another 8 to 10 minutes. I'm sure the players will get it done before time, but it is something to consider.
They may not get it done before time. I've seen some Mordekaiser Morgana mirrors. Sometimes it does go to time. Sometimes it goes to mill. There are so many ways for this matchup to go. And sometimes it goes to multiple attacks with the Mordekaiser. We can finally see that level up attack happen sometimes. And then getting multiple of those trading in, getting those drains happen. There are so many ways this mirror can go, especially since we've gone through the early game already and there hasn't been a big blowout then. So now we have to go towards the late game and see what's going to happen there.
Feels like we've almost spent 10 minutes on turns 7 through 9 alone, but now one player has a Mordekaiser in the death pool, can start pulling off these Rekindler combos that we keep mentioning as the hallmark of the deck, and Tai Guy finally managing to pull one ahead on the Mordekaiser level up condition. 4LW has it with Spell Shield still, has the Vengeance in hand, the Ruination in hand. Unlikely for Tai Guy to be able to get a huge setup under 4LW's nose.
Gonna see the Spirit Leech on the Morgana, adding a champion to the death pool and also resummoning it. That does do something if you want to play this Rekindler. Because Mordekaiser has Spell Shield, it's kind of hard for Mordekaiser to die unless you actively try to kill him with your own self-sack cards. But getting able to have extra Morganas by using the Rekindler and then self-sacking that does give 4LW a slight side win con with the open attack Shackles if that ends up trying to be the case.
4LW going for the challenge onto the Rekindler. This is really important as it's going to force Tai Guy to be the first one to act. Tai Guy has 2 sacrifice cards. 4LW has a Vengeance and a sacrifice, or 2 sacrifices, to ensure that as long as Tai Guy is the first one to pull the trigger, 4LW will get the result that they want of finally killing this Rekindler fully.
Gonna have to see the stack be filled up, because this is what everyone has been trying to play for right now. This is the turn where everyone's going to be trying to put in their cards. No, we're gonna see the Rekindler come down. Just targeted already. Now we have 2 Mordekaisers on the field. This is not what I was expecting necessarily, but makes sense.
Wonder... No way this is a Ruination angle, right? There's no way. Surely there's no way that Tai Guy that 4LW would give a clear board over to Tai Guy's attack token. Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it, Spids. That's the Ruination.
I think it can make some sense. You do want Ruination out of the hand. There's not that much of a better opportunity to do it. It does give you opportunity for 4LW to play their own Rekindler and get what they wanted out of it. It's a very interesting use of this one-off tech card. I don't know if Ruination was in here for this matchup, for other matchups, but not what I was expecting to see from this turn. But once you saw the lack of kill on the Rekindler, then it made sense that this was the line they were going to go for.
And that, yeah, it looks like 4LW actually shaking their head a little bit, was not happy to see that second Rekindler out of Tai Guy. I believe it's only a 2 of in the list. A lot of these players not going for the full 3 of, but actually Tai Guy is. Tai Guy's on the full 3 Rekindler while 4LW only has 2. And this is the position that I was worried about. I thought 4LW had a good control of the board, but now they're not only at a board disadvantage, but a mana disadvantage, while Tai Guy is finally going to be able to activate the Grey Realm for, I believe, the first time on stream all weekend.
You never know, there could be a surrender, as we've seen every single time before this Grey Realm comes down. No, finally the attack comes through. Finally we can see that animation on the board. God, we've been waiting for this for so long.
Yeah, Elder Dragon level 2 can wait. That'll be a finals thing, but we finally get the Grey Realm activated now for the remainder of the game. Every time Tai Guy slays a unit, that will drain 1 from 4LW's Nexus.
That does do a very literal, like, not a very literal clock, but a clock that you can see count down. In a matchup that doesn't typically have these sorts of like chip damage-esque things, we're going to see the Vengeance come down, try and deal with the Rekindler, but this can be easily responded with the hand.
Yeah, it looks like the Death's Grasp is going to come out and actually take out the O1, make sure that the board is completely clear rather than preserve health on the Mordekaiser.
4LW, I don't think, is happy about this position. They went for a line that said, hey, if you don't have Rekindler, I'm going to feel amazing. And unfortunately, the Rekindler was there, and now everything is going up Tai Guy's way. They've got all of the interaction pieces they need to deal with 4LW's type of interaction. 4LW doesn't really have great development. There is going to be the Rekindler come down, but Tai Guy has good stuff going for them.
I think this is really good for 4LW because of the Darkened Halberd. Tai Guy can go for, a Vengeance onto the Rekindler, in which case 4LW has the Glimpse Beyond, has the Death's Grasp. I think at the end of the day, this finally comes out ahead for 4LW unless Tai Guy can go for this board wipe. There's no way to preserve the Rekindler through this.
Can't preserve the Rekindler, but you can go for the Vengeance to at least kill the Mordekaiser, prevent the extra attack going through, trying to prevent the extra drain every single time. This is a very interesting game state. This is not what I was expecting from this, although maybe people that have played this mirror a lot more we're just going to see Tai Guy try and think if they want to go for it, and they do play the second Mordekaiser for the spell, and we're going to see if 4LW decides to go for the Vengeance or decides to just accept
They can't play the Vengeance. It's only 5 mana. It's going to be Death's Grasp or nothing, and that is not going to play out the way that 4LW wants to. The Rekindler could come back and bring back another Mordekaiser before they're all gobbled up under the Death Realm, and this is also going to give Tai Guy a second stack of the Grey Realm.
Can't believe I missed the mana. There's so many factors going on in this game. I miss one little circle, and then
this is a disaster for 4LW because there's no Vengeance. Now the Mordekaiser persists, and that's 3 Mordekaisers on the side of Tai Guy. This is an insurmountable advantage for Mordekaisers, and Tai Guy 4LW with that Ruination line reset the board. There's the surrender, and Tai Guy going to take it. We finally get to see the Mordekaiser pop off the Grey Realm in full force, and that Ruination Spids was a disastrous line from 4LW.
Yeah, you had to go for that line. I mean, sometimes you just have to try for it, right? You have to see, this is my out. It's a little bit awkward. It's based on hand reads. It's quite hard to think about what you want to go for there, but we're going to hand it over to the Analyst deck to try and break down what those plays were about even.
Thank you so much, Spids and Boulevard. Wow, what a mirror match that we had on our hands, and it really did come down to the wire. Alan, we were almost running out of time there for this set.
Yeah, definitely. What a kind of series. When we started off with the Karma against Mordekaiser, that was a classic matchup where everything goes right for the Karma deck. They just draw all the tools, they drop Morde, you answer it with the recall, and then it just snowballs down the line with the Sunken Temple, just updrafting your whole deck, making it cheaper, where at this point it just becomes unplayable matchup for the Mordekaiser Morgana because how much mana did you cheat on? That's a really, really tough matchup for Mordekaiser, and if this kind of situation you get to face it.
You have the suppressions getting put in the hand and shuffled back into the deck with Temple. 4LW had none of his scholars in order to get the landmark removal to deal with Temple. So when the suppressions finally came through in the late game, they were just really discounted anyway, weren't providing any sort of disruption that they actually would need to do. And Tai Guy was just chilling with a full hand. If you try to play suppression here, my hand's full, burned 3 or 4 cards over the course of the game, just to keep suppression from being put down, played it very slowly, very patiently, and recognized Mordekaiser has to put threats down to force me to respond. Otherwise, Tai Guy would just cruise very easily up to that Karma and start the duplication, and that is perfectly encapsulating game 1, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Skazik, first of all, in game 2, I think you can buff into what you mentioned before the cast about the early bird. This card was absolutely MVP in game 2. Let us hear your thoughts on that.
Now, early bird is not main deck for 4LW. Running the version of Respect Your Elders that isn't really teched for the mirror running the early bird, but getting it in that moment, right, off of the Conchologist, and everybody said it's a great hit off a Conchologist, discarded the Realm of Death, that key Mordekaiser spell, and it gave 4LW the confidence that I can continue to fill up the board with elusive threats without getting punished with a board wipe, and that spelled victory. And 4LW had actually banned Tai Guy's version of Elder Dragon, I think, because Tai Guy is the one that is on the triple early bird.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of the matchup approach, we've seen 4LW have very similar approach in game 2 and game 3, where he knew that Mordekaiser struggles with the board size, and he was keeping the units that were not doing too much on the side of the Mordekaiser player, and while filling up with the elusives himself. And the biggest problem is there is no real good wide removal outside of the Mordekaiser's realm for those wide-ass boards. And once he sees that this card coming with the early bird, then it's a pretty much green light. He decides to not play around the third Mordekaiser, which is definitely correct. Just goes for this 3-turn lethal, finishing off with this elusives with Pythos on top.
Yeah, another key turn as well, when it was Nora versus Mordekaiser, I was a little shocked at the Heroic Refrain. It is a good spell. I am not remembering exactly what the other options were, but I was like, oh, does he really need a buff here? There wasn't a lot of aggression in the hand at the time, but 4LW was looking incredibly far ahead. Eventually, I'm going to get Burble Fishes down, get this AoE buff, and it came in clutch to help Nora block down versus the Thousand Claw Deathwinder, that 8-4 fearsome unit. So big shout out to him for having that much foresight.
Yeah, he was picking definitely for the offensive turn, but came clutch actually being as a defensive tool, not offensive, such a versatile card.
First 2 games were so exciting, and it tied with the series between 4LW and Tai Guy, but it came down to, I think, honestly, what 4LW was trying to avoid in that second game, which was the mirror match between the Mordekaiser and the Morgana. Now, when you look at a mirror matchup like this, it's important to look at the tech tools that are inside of those deck lists, right? And one of those differences that Spids identified for that third game is that the Darkened Halberd was going to be really important for 4LW. What other cards that were different in these 2 Mordekaiser Morgana deck lists did you feel were important there, Skarzig?
One of the key differences for sure in these 2 players and also across several Mordekaiser decks is the Spectral Iron Hound. You have to sacrifice a friendly unit in order to play it down, but if it has Deathless, you get a lot of reps of filling your board with 8-4s. And Alan hinted at this earlier, where 4LW recognized that aspect of the matchup and kept Tai Guy's board full, and we saw towards the end that Tai Guy was having a lot of awkward issues with board space, wanting to recycle the Spectral Iron Hound and the Rekindler and not having the board slots to do so. And the additional threat of Fearsome was handled beautifully by just saying, well, you don't have enough room to properly develop your threats to begin with.
So first of all, in the matchup, we've seen how 4LW using his HP as a resource to gain some value advantage over time, to regain it back later with Morgana equipped with that Darkin Halberd. But the problem is in this matchup, it comes down who gets to develop Rekindler first into those sacrifice spells. And we've seen how it was swang back straight up in the 4LW phase at the end, where he just couldn't keep up with this Rekindler being out-tempoed and the sacrifice, and just we've seen at that point 4 leveled up Mordekaisers, which is definitely too much to take on.
Yeah, it was ironic. I felt like 4LW was getting punished for being a bit too far ahead. Once we got to turn 7, turn 8, where Mordekaiser and Rekindler are true threats, my Mordekaiser's alive, sitting pretty with spell shield, and I can begin to bully. But as soon as Tai Guy says, well, if you put my Mordekaiser in a death pool, I immediately would roar ahead. And it was very difficult for 4LW to navigate that, because got to give the shout out to Boulevard for recognizing that the players aren't built to flip their Mordekaisers quickly. If you get ahead and you get your Mordekaiser and he's flipped, you worry a lot less about your opponent's Rekindlers, because you get your Grey Realm stacked up 1 or 2 turns ahead of time, and then you can just start to drain from your opponent's Nexus.
We did see a Grey Realm. We did, Alan.
It was MVP in Game 3 as well.
Yeah.
It would have came clutch in Game 2. It would have came clutch in Game... It was clutch in Game 3. So, like, we see where this 10 mana spell was detrimental to both of those games.
And it's not just the threat of clearing the board. How many Mordekaisers did I draw? Oh, I wonder. It's having that stacking emblem, as Boulevard put it. That means that every time you slay a unit, you drain 1, you drain 2, you drain 3. And when you can't get your Mordekaiser leveled up, or even when your opponent comes from behind, you saw Tai Guy and 4LW leveled up their Mordekaisers at the same time. But because Tai Guy had the priority for Rekindler into all of the slays, we never used to see that many champions in play since the Anivia days. And now, here in the top of the World Championships, I think that we're going to see a lot more of it.
Yeah, definitely. And also the issue was like where the Tai Guy had the prior on the Rekindler, then he get like if both of them develop Rekindler at the same time, then we see a Mordekaiser challenge opponent's Rekindler, forces the 4LW to use the spell first on Rekindler, and then there would be a counterplay from the Tai Guy coming with suiciding his own Rekindler into the 4LW Rekindler. So there was also an issue of having only 10 mana versus 13 mana in this position.
Yeah, so many intricacies, and they even pointed out the differences in the numbers of Rekindler that actually both of these decks were running as well, so that could also come into play. But what a journey we got for 4LW versus Tai Guy. 2-1 victory for Tai Guy means that he does get a chance to move on to that top 4, where 4LW still gets a chance to fight it back in that lower bracket. Well, we're moving on to that top 4, though. So when we're going to take a short break to get that ready, when we come back, it's all about who's moving on to the winners finals. So let's get excited for that.
Thank you so much. We're joined now by Little Leaf, the creative lead over here, and we're just going to dive right into the questions. What aspects of Mordekaiser and Morgana did you feel were important to keep in their visual update, and why were some of those aspects changed?
Yeah, so I actually wasn't the main story lead or the narrative person who did it, so I'm representing some of these answers were sort of like corroborated by Connor Sheehy, who was the narrative lead who came up with the whole set 8 story, so just like know that part of this is paraphrasing, do my best here. But basically, all right, let's start with Mordekaiser. This was our first look at the Grey Realm, which is, it hadn't appeared, like, as far as I know, in any sort of visualization in any other product. So we really wanted to show like how Mordekaiser would be affected by years spent in an afterlife and what that realm sort of looks like. So we really exaggerated the incorporeal part of his form within the armor. The iron incorporates some of the grays from the Death Realm, and the tattered cloth is supposed to emphasize, you know, his Noxian origin. In terms of recognizability, we were like, the tall horns on his helmet are super important to him actually looking like Mordekaiser. Like the smaller they got, the less he actually looked like Mord, so we had to kind of keep that in there. At a side note from Connor, that getting to explore the Grey Realm was really, really exciting because of the whole new color palette and because there was really this open exploration of how the world could appear and like the types of creatures and people he'd have under his control. I think that covers it for Mordekaiser. As for Morgana, we really wanted to show that she's far more grounded and that like the anger that she has is directed at specific people and specific events, not just like a general sense of like misanthropy or like judgmentalism. So giving her a sanctuary where she's protecting people who are being hunted by mage seekers felt like a really great way to show like her humanitarian side in ways that we've never really gotten a chance to show before. And as far as her visuals, we really wanted to lean into that sort of like veiled lady moniker. So we made her a bit more like formal and subdued. Her card art is really meant to show both aspects of her nature, the level 1 being that more compassionate side, having that affinity for mortality, and then in her level 2, it's like her unleashing her divine power, where you're actually seeing more of like that demigod that's inside of her.
I absolutely loved that. I think you guys knocked it out of the park. So what was your favorite piece of art from the set?
So I'm super, super biased, and I feel like this is a really impossible question to answer, and picking one is like, is not fair, but I'm biased because I actually did get to work on Mihira. I wrote the VO for Mihira, and I have a real soft spot for like Morgana and Kale and their relationship and sort of like the mommy issues kind of vibe that Mihira gives. So actually like Morgana and Kale's mother in her prime was so striking, being able to see like the gold and the purple in her wings. It's just a super gorgeous blend of like both Kale and Morgana's distinct color palettes, and she's just radiating like this sheer angelic power.
Incredible. And at what stage in the process did it become obvious that Mordekaiser was going to be the final villain of 2023?
Yeah, so I actually had to check back with Connor about this because again, I wasn't the one who was like pioneering the story. I saw it through. Apparently, like, we knew pretty early on what the story was going to be. Connor really wanted to tell a story that was linear, so he wanted to have a protagonist that could see it through. And then we were like, okay, as far as protagonist goes, how are we going to make sure that this person could reasonably meet a whole bunch of people across Runeterra? And Mila, being a monster hunter from another land who's picking fights, felt like a really great fit. And of course, when we're thinking about like what types of fights somebody like Mila, who's looking for like this challenge, and she's intentionally picking fights with people who she morally disagrees with, Mordekaiser felt like a really strong candidate for an antagonist there, because we were like, okay, if Neela relishes a challenge, who's a bigger opponent for Neela than death itself? You know, like death can't claim Mordekaiser, so if she can, you know, she's doing great. Not that Volibear isn't terrifying in its own right, but you know, as far as we know, Volibear hasn't repeatedly died and been able to come back to life.
No, that's absolutely on the nose. Thank you so much. And now back to the desk.
We're down to the wire. Bring my doom, my desire. Don't you hear the sound of the choir? Dancing to the dark.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to jump into our first of our winners semifinals with a spot in the winners finals on the line in this top 16 double elimination bracket. Alan and Skarzig are back with us on the casting desk to bring us through this next heavy hitting game. We've got Yoshino versus Seku, and I feel like you should be pretty excited about this one, Alan, with these two players involved.
Listen, I am rooting all for Yoshino. He's my fellow Polish mate. And listen, if Poland can take the Worlds once again, nothing could make me more proud.
I mean, even from the earliest days of Runeterra, we knew that EMEA was one of the powerhouse regions. I think that the competition we've seen yesterday and today has shown that that curve is certainly flattened out. And Seku does have a pretty spicy take on this fresh meta game with the new expansion that has really paid off for him up till this point.
We'll let you both dive into that shortly, but before we get into that, let's take a quick look at our bracket to see who is left in this competition so far. You can see on your screen the upper bracket where we've got Tai Guy versus Chenia, which will be our next and last match we cover for the day. But right now, it's Yoshino versus Seku, who have had some monstrous runs so far to be able to make it up to this point, not able to take a match yet in a 2-0 fashion. But as we look at the lower bracket as well, Skarzig, these are our players that are left. We still have a few more lower bracket matches to play out as well as J01 and you're gonna have to help me with this one, Alan.
Shulu Floopy?
Yes.
Close enough.
Card gamers and having silly names is a tradition that goes back generations. But this player is going to have to still fight tooth and nail to get out of this lower bracket. If you lose one more best of 3, you are out. J01 is going to have a tough time versus either Runeterra or Tapinator.
Yeah, definitely. We have a lot of great players still remaining in both upper and lower bracket. Tomorrow we'll see more of the lower bracket ones, but today we're all over this upper bracket gamers. And again, we see those players play so well in comparison to all of the tournaments. No, I was about to say clueless, but that's not the word. Pretty precisely, no misplays, really cleanly from so what we've seen so far.
Yes,
even when the
the
players
opposite
are caught,
of clueless.
Yes, exactly.
And when the players are caught off guard by, a deck they might have not have tested thoroughly against, if they're given the opportunity, they can very quickly adapt. And that's what I want to see as we get further and further into the tournament. Players that seemed uncomfortable earlier or slipped up a bit are still tightening that up to make Alan's prophecy even more true.
Or they just go with the tried and true strategy. If you don't know what it does, just ban it and you don't have to play against it. So there's also several ways around it that way. But I'm going to let you both get into the action here. It's Yoshino versus Seku, EMEA versus NA. Who's going to come out on top? Why don't both of you tell us when we find out?
As much as I like the Seku's lineup, like Yoshino brought the most broken decks right now you can bring. Just the standard. That's exactly what I would have brought if I would be playing today. Mm-hmm. Just a pure respect your elders, going in with the Morgana Mordekaiser and just set Karma. Just the pure powerhouse. While Seku goes with the, let me build my board and just buff it up. +1/+1 over time, every turn. And we'll see which of those decks has a stronger potency.
Ironically, as the tournament has gone on, players aren't just learning from their own matchups, but they're also kind of learning from how the rest of the bracket has gone. If you see a player that was on the same lineup as you get eliminated, oh, they were just matched up against this opponent. What did they ban? Is there a way I can adapt my strategy or my game plan to accommodate for these oddball lineups? And Yoshino is in a perfect position to take advantage of that going up against Seku.
Which deck are you looking forward to see the most out of the Seku? What's your by far favorite that you enjoy watching the most?
I think it's got to be Poro King. It can be a little bit rough at times to see just, oh, does he have Poro King or not? But the interesting way it affects the opponent's game plan, I think, is what I enjoy the most about it.
Oh, what do you think about that Shyvana Eldragon? Seku is the only player we could have seen played, piloted, and it's so far being very entertaining to watch, to be fair. Just eating up so far the Poro matchup.
And it does have the additional pressure of the Dragon Guard Lookout, which I personally enjoy in Dragon decks, and potentially to flip Elder Dragon unironically. And I do have to give him an extra point. The Gentle Gem Dragon, I didn't think was going to be that good of a card, and it's just a solid development that can snowball your board the way dragons love to do.
Yeah, this card interacting with boons, it's absolutely crazy what it can do once you have even one dragon. We've seen only it interacting with Shyvana, but then if you have 2-3 dragons on board, you just snowball out of the other player. Nothing that he can do.
And when you look at, again, dragons, Poro King, these are just decks that are going to continuously outscale, give you a lot of trouble, especially if you're Karma set. Do you just take the L on Karma? How do you stop yourself from getting 2-0'd, Alan? What do you think is the best ban out of Seku's list for Yoshino running this powerhouse lineup?
Yeah, I think Yoshino probably gonna ban the Elder Dragon deck because how fast it is, it has many combat tricks, it has all those strikes to interact with you after you commit a spell to try recall or remove something. But we see the deck from Yoshino is the first Mordekaiser Morgana, which we've seen the power plays just develop that Legion of the Severed Inquisitor Morgana. This line usually was the most successful to granting player victory when they withdrew it. If they didn't, then the deck starts to falling off.
And the techs are starting to rise to the top as well. Spectral Ironhound in that deck, Crumble, and this one has the Plaza Guardian Burblefish for extra resources and aggression, along with 3 Early Bird, accounting for the mirror, accounting for other decks' greedy top ends. It gives you a perfect wild card into a lot of decks. Broadmane to answer board, Riptide Rex to pressure the Nexus health of decks that don't develop enough, and Early Bird to out-greed. Karma set, poster child for that right there, Alan. 9 lives, I've got to say it once more for our folks at home. Great card for this archetype, and I love the offensive and defensive potential it brings to the combination.
Yeah, we've seen in the past a lot of iteration of the deck, and the newest addition are the 9 lives and Rocket Barrage, replacing some of the other cards that got nerfed to the deck, especially on top of the Focus Speed nerf coin. But this is the take of the Yoshino, where he brings also the heavier version, triple Karma, triple set. Unlike the other players, they brought softer Seraphine versions.
And now we get a closer look as well at the Shyvana Elder Dragon deck. Gentle Gem Dragon is the top of the curve. Once you get to 6 mana, you're just going to start popping off. It only took, in the few games we've seen from Seku, having just 2 or 3 units in play in order for it to really kick off. Cloud Drake, always an additional threat along with Deathless. Nico Nar, also a deck that hits the ground running. Tons of Swarm. If you aren't running a lot of AoE, suddenly this just begins to outscale you. Omen Hawk into Omen Dog into Froop, and then the train just keeps running from there.
Yeah, and potentially you don't only run 3 dogs, Nico can become 1 as well, and scaling your deck to the gargantuan sizes. And imagine trying to deal with that at this point. And then we have also the Poro King. This deck has surprised me the most at this tournament. I did not expect so many Poro Kings at the top cut. I considered this deck a meme before 2 days ago.
this list, especially the Targon version, right? There was always so many different ways and regions to pair the Poro King with. But what Targon brings to the table is utility. You have Targon Tailstones for Hush, or you can invoke one emergency time. Zalani Bloodweaver giving you this final win con, the final boss for your opponent to overcome or account for before they can confidently take the game away from you. And Seku has enjoyed and piloted this deck to great success. If you're Yoshino, I think overall, the Nico deck has been banned the most. It always seems to go very well for Seku if this does get unbanned.
The more I think about it after looking at the list, I think Yoshino has to leave the Elder Dragon in the pool because his Karma deck doesn't have that much small AoE spells like Seraphine versions does that can clear out those early Poros, the early units from Nico, but it has a solid stall power against taller units, which Elder Dragon does have. So this is your out to beat with your Karma set. Then on the other hand, set kind of shines into those smaller kind of units that you can trade off, but if you don't get that set, you don't get attack token on 5, that it struggles. So we see that Karma will be queued up first against Nico. That's gonna be a rough matchup, especially if Nico gets, if the Snowdog and the Omen Hawk will get to come online very early, applying that extra buffs on top of the deck, then it might be very tough for Yoshino to deal with, especially if you are forced to use recalls on very early units like Nar, like Nico, and then you don't have those tools to deal with the Warden later to the game.
And in a matchup like this, right, where you're playing for tempo, playing for aggression, sometimes we see it where the players aren't able to capitalize on that early aggression enough. And if you let Karma set stabilize, even if they're at 2 or 3 HP, that's sometimes all they need. Early place your bets. So what about the stats? The Snow Dog can do what it wants to do. I'm going to outscale this, says Yoshino.
Yeah, the problem with the dog is in this matchup, if you don't draw Aftershock, you can't really deal with it until like turn 4. If you get attack token on 2, Seku has on 3, then like this dog can potentially swing even twice in this matchup. Because like you don't really want to commit Mystic Shot High Note on this because it's so inefficient, and you can start trading with it once you develop your Mixologist. And again, you need to draw that Aftershock early on to deal with it on turn 2. And even then, like you have to commit 3 mana against 2 mana unit. It's very inefficient. This is such a powerful threat for this matchup.
And with Anora and Fruit hitting the board, this discount is massive to keep the board wide, keep the snowball going. Yoshino's going to immediately commit the coins, use the Mystic Shot. Seku had floated an additional mana rather than developing the Crimson Pigeon to threaten Sky Splitter, and Yoshino has to call him out. No, Seku doesn't have it, continues to develop and go wide instead.
Yeah, definitely that's the main problem of the Karma set deck, the wide boards that get too cheap you because you have no more access outside of Rocket Barrage of dealing with those. And Rocket Barrage doesn't really deal well with the Nico decks because they tend to have a bit more HP, especially after those buffs above 1. And once you start seeing this buffed up Boneheart Tritail, this is where the business gets serious. And the Combat Cook coming down with a good weapon and this weapon going between the units, then you know it's a big trouble for you.
That could confidently develop over and over again in the mid game. If I have a lot of stats and a lot of pressure, it's very difficult for Yoshino to develop Sunken Temple, start getting those discounts up and running. Beautiful tempo from the Spider, getting a stun, and another wide attack. Yoshino sitting on several bricks right now with Karma, not really doing a lot until round 10. Set needs to have the attack token to really get his maximum value, and then Sunken Temple's unplayable from this point.
Absolutely brutal attack, not only putting Yoshino at 12 HP, but also buffing your will be deciding to develop either Nico together with that Compact Hook or Nar, or just going a bit slower with the another 2-drop, just trying to get some portals on top of the deck. So we'll see what line does Seku decide to go. Decides to go with the Nar, having also this wall of potential for that extra strand for next turn to start utilizing that spell mana, given that his hand is rather more heavy-handed on the units.
Goes for Sunken Temple. Yoshino recognizes if the longer I wait, the harder it is to get this down. Sunken Temple has to draw into a couple of concussive palms or something here to stop this open attack. Seku getting Gnar in play for the wallop tempo or for the pokey stick to keep drawing and actually taking advantage of these boost attacks is key. 9 lives, 2 burst speed blockers for Yoshino to stay alive.
Yezhino recognized that he could have went for the set line development, but that's not a long-term win-con plan. Like, he needed to redraw a better hand, he needed some stall power, some 9 lives, draw the palm, and overall discount his deck, because his hand was way too heavy to deal with such an explosive opener that Seku has to put in front of him. And look at this board. We have Nico cosplaying as a dog, as we mentioned before. This is very strong board state from the Seku, and he can on top of that send a wallop to have even more pressure, while Yezhino is struggling to put up more board presence. The only thing he can follow up with is just develop the 9 lives.
Yep. Bird, spider, reptile, dog, Yordle. Is this enough to level up Nico? She might be 1 short. You'll have to forgive me, folks. But all the Nico specialists in chat knows that this is, regardless, this is still a lot of damage, and you get the extra buff from Yudolski. Here she is.
Oh my god, that's so brutal! Like, look at this swing. This is...
There was a cat earlier as well from the Deck Hunter. Yeah, so this is enough.
Yeah. This board is so brutal to deal with. And there is a very good follow-up if there is a manage to be a clear out
on this board. An elusive blocker! Unbelievable. 9 lives coming through clutch once again.
It doesn't help as much as you would like it to be, because you still need to block out others, clear out others. There is still Overwhelm unit coming at you, there is still Dog and Nar coming at you, and like, Seku gets to generate a Poke Stick, while Yezhino is staring at 1 mana and not many options. Like, he'll need to get another updraft, try to draw even a better hand. He needs to find some set, he needs to find another 9 lives, potentially Palm, but then it's still gonna look pretty tough for him.
Yeah, when you go down this low, even if you are in a great position to start taking over the game with your spells and your aggression and your tempo, it's just not going to be enough. Pokestick to remove a blocker rather than just chipping away at the Nexus. Seku knows that the win con is Nico's elusive, Gnar flipping and becoming an Overwhelm unit, and the Glacial Saurian as well. Yezhino's going to have to pull a miracle from the depths of the ocean with the Sunken Temple.
And Seku realizes that he doesn't need to any spell mana, so he decides to just develop blockers. If Yezhino decides to play some sort of removal on this board, like let's say Rocket Barrage, so he can redevelop into double combat cook, not holding on to the spell mana, which he won't be casting any spells on the following turn. He'd rather keep that Sky Splitter for the attack turn instead. So really good heads up play there, and Yezhino probably will recognize that he doesn't want to really cast spells here, he just wants to develop a set and possibly some extra blockers. But the hand is not looking too great. Like, Yezhino needs to find Palm and 9 lives in the next turn, or it's gonna be looking pretty grim. But if he manages to survive the next turn and gets to set up level up Karma, level up set, we're looking at the 180 potential swing.
Aftershock opens up. Seku doesn't want to defend, has the Sky Splitter, but doesn't matter. I've just got another big unit to take Nico's place. If any of these things on board connect with the Nexus, it's going to be lethal.
We are seeing a big unit. Decides not to go with the double combat cook, decides to go only with 1 combat cook plus a Sky Splitter answer, or might be considering going for the wallop to remove another blocker. But again, that unit is
the Shepherd's Authority, it's so big.
Another big unit that's gonna be threatening lethal is absolutely massive. Seku would rather probably see here something like Overwhelm to set up another big unit that can connect through the 9 lives, but we take those. 7/6 4-drop, why not?
And Set being able to take down the Junk Construct is really the only option that he has available, and take out Snowdog. Putting a portal on the top of the deck means that there is a chance that Seku gets a 6-wide swing regardless. Just trying to get maximum effectiveness.
it's important to take out the 4 damage unit, because 3 damage is like just not giving you the break point to kill you off, so decides that it's not worth going after. But again, there is an issue of the overwhelm units that might find that missing 1 point of damage if the dog would be connecting, in fact. And when we see Seku developing that Sky Speeder to protect the dog, to have a wider swing instead of...
Oh my god, tag out! 9 lives! Palm! Is there enough mana for all of this? Yes! Is it enough defense, though? 2 overwhelm attackers coming through, has to get rid of the overwhelm and has to block down everything. Startled Stomper from the portal, 6 wide attack. Yoshino can take 2, maybe 3 from this point.
Yeah, we're looking at 4 mana tag out, 4 mana palm, and then we're kinda shy. We can only squeeze the Mystic Shot. So Yoshino might struggle to stabilize here, because again, those overwhelm units are a big issue. We can block 2 units, we can take down the dog, and we can recall 1 unit, and then there is still 5 damage coming from Gnar and 2 damage coming from the elephant that came out of the portal. So Gnar would be still a lethal threat alone, even if there was no portal coming for the Seku.
Maybe if the 9 lives is played, it can get a big unit to block, but Yoshino doesn't fish for it, just immediately surrenders, saves his time, saves his mental to go into the next.
Yeah, but we knew this matchup was kinda doomed. Yoshino decided to ban the Shyvana Elder Dragon instead of banning the Poro King. He is saying, okay, if you don't draw Poro King, this is a free matchup for me anyway. And it was all about if he does want to face with Respect Your Elders against Shyvana Elder Dragon. And this was the matchup where he was aiming for, because I believe the Shyvana Elder Dragon should be stronger into the Respect Your Elders. So he was playing the longer game. He wasn't worried much about the Karma matchup, but he was also worried about Respect Your Elders matchup.
Yeah, very true. Yoshino has basically learned from experience. I just have to prioritize dealing with Poro King, and then the Yordle stops scaling, and I'm good from there. Any other large threat is very easily answered with Concussive Palm, etc. So very heads up, especially if there's no main deck snacks. These portals will remain small throughout the early mid-game, and a great early Rocket Barrage could wipe out all of Seku's progress.
I was about to say we don't see the Poro snacks. It looks pretty good for the Yoshino, but hey, look at the stop deck. It's a snack.
Yep, goes for Mystic Shot now. I love it. Just using your removal right away on these Poros, because you know that every single one that sticks to the board will become a threat later on in the game.
Yeah, definitely heads up play. Knows he'll have to do it eventually. So like every single bit of removal, like Misty Shot, High Note, they'll come down on the Poros anyway. And it's better to save this HP now, so you can use it as a resource later on down the drain. And we are looking at the Explorer playing. It decides to go for the healing option. And the hand is not looking too great. Probably Yoshino will be looking to develop that second level ASAP to cycle those karmas away. Because if he doesn't get set, if he doesn't get 9 lives to get the board stabilization... Oh my god, that's a third karma top deck. Okay, this is not the best. We'll be looking for to just send out the Palm, send out High Note, and cycle this away next turn, and pray that Seku does not have the Poro snacks while he's staring at 2 copies already.
That is probably the best outcome. Get these karmas in your hand. If your hand is bricked, Sunken Temple can let you choose a different destiny. With the Poro snacks at this position, it is a little awkward, right, for Seku to weave these in. You want to go wide, you want to go for pressure. Sure, you've got a 2-2, but does it really matter? You might as well go for the early aggression while you can.
What do you think about not committing Palm there? Palm was looking pretty handy for Yoshino to just develop it, so to have another blocker to prevent the damage swing. Reading out High Note instead. Very interesting line to take, because Explorer doesn't block anything here unless you have a read that there is no Poro snack. That Palm was looking very, very good. So instead, he might opt to just heal this turn into pass, into discount Palm for future turns.
Yeah, I like that line. You're trying to maximize your resources. The Concussive Palm can come down later when the Poros are actually a true threat. And Seku doesn't have a way to really remove the Sunken Temple. What are the options? Behold the Infinite, hope for Fallen Comet, way too much of a commitment. Seku just has to commit to going very wide, even with double snack. A 2-2 Poro is dealing twice as much damage just with one snack, so.
Yezhino went with the pass. With this hand, it was a risky pass. If Seku had a bricked hand and he took a pass, Yezhino would be in big trouble. But given that he has quite a premium hand, he could have chosen to play either Poro sled or just develop a bunch of Poros. He opted to go for the more Poro line due to the Poro snack. Do you prefer in this position actually going for the Poro sled instead?
The Poro sled into Yoshino's full mana probably wasn't that big a deal, but yeah, after he taps down with Temple, I think you absolutely can go for sled and just keep swinging. I think what Seku is worried about is I've got double snack, so it's better to just go as wide as possible and let Poro sled feed Poro King instead. When it summons a Poro on attack, it does trigger the Poro King's ability.
You want
There's
to use
only
all
one copy
the...
of sled in Seku's build as well, so he's being a little precious with it.
You want to use all the minor Poros without a premium keywords at the start to force out the removal before you start jamming your Daring Poro, Impact Poro. You want the other ones to take the removal first before you commit the other, and we're gonna see another Poro snap. Oh, Seku decides to go for the Yumi instead to swing with the Daring Poro, completely different line. Even though the Poro snap was looking very, very tempting on this board.
Yeah, you get a bunch of 3/3s, get to hit in over Mariam, continue to pressure, but just maximizing mana, maximizing how wide he is. Seku says, yeah, I don't have Poro King yet. It's better to just go wide, get chip damage around the side, maybe trying to set up for the pepper snacks, the impact damage to be the true burn win condition.
He says to take a full swing anyway, take inefficient trade on your Spell Shield Poro, which is very good in this matchup. I'm very surprised by Seku's line here. Obviously he has a full refill following turn, but then going for the Yumi line might not have been the best, but again, he might be worried about set. He wanted to prepare the ring for to outgrow the set trade-off. And then we say Yezhino actually redrawing into set, which is pretty handy. And then to the top decking Mariam, which allows you to get more charm blockers. So if you wanted to top deck a hand, this is the hand, and you have to just hope to top deck a palm to stop the Daring Poro chunking you for 5, 6, 7 damage.
And because Yoshino's under so much pressure, the Sunken Temple only draws you the same number of cards you had +1. So as Seku has gone for this wide game plan, has pressured Yoshino into, rather than sitting back and shuffling a ton of cards into the deck to really maximize Sunken Temple, is missing out on a lot of that potential value because of the need to keep up on board.
We see the Poro King coming, generating already snack. We can generate another snack. What a turn! Like the next attack will be so brutal. Just this
double
Poro
pepper snack as well. This is stacking impact damage. I'm pretty sure this is lethal, Alan. Yoshino didn't want to commit the set and the Mystic Shot to try to take down that Daring Poro with Yumi attached. It's absolutely enormous.
If Seku decides to develop Poro Sled, there is actually a chance, because we see that we have the set spell to stun 2 units.
Wow,
and
I'm very surprised he went for that development.
Yeah, but this development, the 4-unit swing into the set will be sacrificed. How are we winning the game at this point? Like, you can develop, if you redraw into Karma next turn, maybe, and Karma might level, but then your spells are not really that great in battling the big-ass 7 HP units in the combat.
But if the set isn't pressured to block here like we're seeing, there's always a chance that the showstopper comes through. One showstopper for Poro King, one showstopper for Poro Sled. Just keep drawing into spells and stuns off of the Sunken Temple. This is a bit dire. I think that Facebreaker connecting puts Yoshio on a very strong path to victory from this position. 2 more turns means that Karma will be leveled up. I think that Yoshino could definitely slam her down safely this turn. No threat of Sunburst. Get more card draw and just prep for that big pop-off.
This is lethal, because he didn't block the... Yeah, he couldn't play around double pepperoni snack.
I didn't realize! Ah!
I mean, he was playing around Pale Cascade. He knew that he needed to keep set alive because it's his win con. I'm pretty sure that Yezhino took the winning line. It was just too much pressure from Seku coming down.
Double pepper snack. I know that everybody at home, you eagle-eyed mathematicians in the chat, were letting me ramble on, but the pepper snack, lethal. I even said it myself, and I didn't properly understand that the Poro herder was unblocked. 8 damage in total, the pressure and the swarm, beautiful from Seku to read. I want to go aggressive rather than going for snacks, but I'm not going to steal glory from our analyst desk. Let them dig into that sweet 2-0.
Thank you so much, Skarzik and Alan. Yeah, I think we have a lot to break down from the final few turns of that game. Spids, it was looking so good until it wasn't in that second game there for Yurgerno.
Yeah, I mean, you thought you had the capacity to stall out the game, try and set something up, but Seku's lineup did exactly what it was trying to do. Target this Karma set, target with these big units that continually to pummel the Nexus. All of the lineups, all of the main meta decks are these sort of like slow control things, the Respect Your Elders and this Karma set, and Seku's lineup is perfectly positioned to do well in it, and we saw that exemplified so well in the second game and in the first game.
Yeah, it looked like it was just kind of a lights out performance there that Seku was able to put down onto Yoshino. But Boulevard, I feel like outside of even just like the great navigation of Poro King, just kind of snowballing, getting those nice big units on the board and just continuing to buff them up, we also saw the Nar Nico have a great performance in that game number 1.
Yeah, my notes for game number 1 is just Yadulski Snowdog with a couple of exclamation points after it. It's a card that players were really excited to see, but then we haven't seen Jaxorn all day. We saw a little bit of Overwhelm that was playing the Yadulski. The Freljord Elusive players that are in the top cut are not playing Yadulski, so it's really just this Nico where we get to see it shine in comparison with the Glacial Saurian and the Omen Hawk and Seku. Even getting a Nico Yadulski to come down and get additional buffs before it flips for the level up and swings for the lethal. But again, Seku is looking to pick on decks like Karma set, and they just found it.
I mean, getting the whole pack, getting the whole swarm, just continually attacking and buffing everything up is just such a powerful thing. And I think it's something that like all of us were expecting coming into this season, that this would be the strongest thing. Then a lot of players shifted away from it, but the players that stuck around with it have been rewarded. They've been holding on to this, keeping it to themselves, and it's doing quite well for them.
I like the little snow dogs. I know that Alan has a cute little nickname for them too, but I really like the snow dogs. I think that they have been able to do wonders here, and I feel like winter is coming when it comes down to this lineup that Seku has brought to the table. So it's amazing to be able to see that really get the wins that it needs to. But it's not over for Yoshino. I feel like you could still take away some really bright spots from Yoshino's performance throughout this entire tournament so far, Spids.
Yeah, I mean, to get here, you have to be an amazing player, like inherently so. It took so much time to get here. You've battled through everything to get here. I mean, these players are amazing. You have to lose one. Like, one player goes out every time, and it's a heartbreak every single time. But props to Yurgerno for playing as best as they can, doing the best plays that they tried to do. Just the matchups weren't there. They fought the player that has a counter lineup in Seku. It's heartbreaking to see.
And it's not even necessarily just like the matchup, but looking at Yoshino's hand in a couple of the games, I remember looking up and seeing, okay, it's turn 4, and the hand is Temple, Karma, set, like just a whole bunch of 5 drops that don't interact with the board, that are going to take a little bit too long to come down, that you don't necessarily even want to play on curve in the case of Karma. And it was just like an unfortunate set of draws. But like Alan's been saying, you got to get that bad luck out sometime, and we'll see Yoshino in the lower bracket, and I'm sure they can come on back.
Yeah, and they have a little ways to go for that as well. Yeah, they're going to end up facing the winner of Flippy, I think. That's going to be a tongue twister for the rest of the tournament. I still hope that they do well, but that's going to be a hard one to say. And then we'll see what happens after that point. But they do get a chance to kind of sit back, relax, and kind of unwind a little bit after these matches and look forward to what is ahead of them. But that does mean that Seku gets to move forward to that winner's final. So huge congratulations to him. And we have to figure out who his opponent is going to be. We take a short break to get ready for that matchup, and when we come back, it's going to be that second winner semifinals. Welcome back, everybody, to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship broadcast. We are approaching the end of day number 2, but we still have one more match for you, and that is going to be our second winner semifinals to determine who is going to be going into that winners finals versus Seku. I've got Spids and Skarzik back on the casting desk to bring you through this final match, and I think we couldn't have picked a better one to end on, Spids. We've got Tai Guy versus Chenia here.
Yeah, an absolutely stellar matchup. These players have been going through this tournament all with slightly different lineups. Tai Guy going for the more like American stock standard option of bringing the 2 best decks, while Chenia has gone for the slight other way around, going for the Poro King, going for these low to the ground, trying to target the main meta decks things. It's going to be an interesting matchup, the anti-meta versus the meta. We've typically seen the anti-meta do better by its very nature, with Seku already being one of our Words finalists. We'll see if Chenia can join them or if Tai Guy can battle through it.
Yeah, when you're on the standard lineup, you just have to trust in the power of your deck, trust in the reps and training that you put in with your testing partners, and just hope that you can come out on top. I know that over the course of this tournament, players have been able to collect a lot of data, additional data, right, from their opponents. How do I even play against my counter lineups? But it might be a little too late, and then the counters would reign supreme.
I have to wait and find out. As you said, Spids, it's already happened once before. As we take a look at our upper bracket, Seku was able to get the better of Yoshino to be able to move forward. But also when you look at the lower bracket, we still have plenty of players that are battling it out here, Spids. Who's sticking out to you right now as somebody that you're hoping will continue to do well in this lower bracket?
I am seeing this J01 Tapinator matchup, and I am thoroughly intrigued. Both of them are players that I've been really invested in for this tournament. Tapinator has an amazing lineup of both the Jananilla and the Morgana Riven, 2 decks that I quite like that are being brought together as a cool anti-aggro option, versus J01, the powerhouse from APAC. I'm so curious to see how that one comes out.
And Shulufippi actually going to be up against Aurora, flying his way out of this lower bracket, having to take down 4LW to do so, proving that he is on this repeat world performance, still not out of the running.
Ooh, I feel like Alan is really hoping for EMEA's sake that Tapinator and Shulufippi can both make it out of this lower bracket, but it is going to be very hard fought all the way across. Top 16 has been amazing so far today, and we still have that one more match. So, Spids, Skarzik, have fun with this. We've got Tai Guy and Chenia.
When we evaluate the lineups of both of these players, right? Tai Guy, we did see earlier on the broadcast, bringing something a bit standard, trying to just fight and play clean to get over the finish line. Meanwhile, when we compare that to Chenia's idea, it really throws a curveball into the mix. What do you think about that, Spids?
Chenia has gone for a Seku-esque lineup of doing the anti-meta, but only 2 of those decks are like that. We've got the Fizz Yumi and we've got the Poro King as the anti-meta option, but they've also brought Karma Set, which is one of the meta decks. It's going to be kind of equal, and so I could see a world where Karma Set isn't banned just so that option is available for Tai Guy's own Karma Set to try and beat, trying to protect the Karma Set by getting into the mirror. It's not as targeted as Seku's.
Yeah, if you have this deck, right, Karma Set, some players, especially the players who really like to play that Ionia P and Z, they maybe don't mind the mirror match as much. They think that they can just outplay and it'll be fine to leave it up. And other players who are less comfortable in that matchup or didn't build their lineup to target it are kind of forced to ban it. And then Chenia gets to play these other 2 off-meta lists to really try to high-roll games with the Fizz Yumi, etc. But when we take a closer look now at the players' lineups, starting off with this Mordekaiser that was brought by Tai Guy. I love the 3 Rekindlers at the top end. This gives you so much greed and the ability to resurrect Mordekaiser consistently to win out on the mirror match.
What we saw last time when Tai Guy was playing, that we were going into the late game, we had to rely on all of these Mordekaisers and Rekindlers, but in these matchups, we're going to have to see the early game come into power. We're going to have to see the Wings in the Wave and the Fading Icon try and defend against things like the Poro King. Going into Karma Set, Tai Guy's, this is Tai Guy's like bread and butter. This is what he loves about LOR. I can't imagine Tai Guy's going to be unhappy playing this deck.
Yeah, and when we talk about the early defensive potential. Karmaset is not necessarily known for that. You just kind of want to pass and chill in the early game, get to your Sunken Temple, and then take over the game from there. But I do love the inclusion of double Rocket Barrage and triple 9 lives to still have that failsafe. Rounding it all out, of course, is Nora, Elder Dragon. This is the version with Plaza Guardian and with Burblefish. Has that mid-late game aggressive potential, extra resources from Burblefish, and I gotta say it again, triple early bird allows you to beat it. And I love that Tai Guy is bringing the standard list, but you can see they're very much tweaked towards winning mirror lineups.
I mean, this is your card, this is your early bird, and it's going to be really good into this matchup. You're going to be able to discard like Zalani, the Porous Lead, and even against the Fizumi, you can get rid of the Battle Fury or the Bone Club, these massive cards that are going to be going on these elusive units to try and pressure in. We saw Chenia play this deck really, really well against Elites earlier, sacrificing that Fizz on turn 1, even though that's one of the main win cons, knowing that's how the matchup needed to be played in that moment. Chenia must be really, really good at this deck to even identify that as their method to try and win. Really, really cool list, and I think as an anti-meta option, Fizumi was incredibly clever to try and play. This is combined with the Poro King, another anti-meta deck. This is the duopoly of the anti-meta.
Yeah, the Poro King, very strong presence on ladder leading up to this tournament. Players thought that maybe, oh, is this just a ladder deck? Am I confident to bring an anti-meta choice to the World Championships after so many of the top players have been testing night and day with the new set, and he's been reigning supreme. I love the 2 copies of Sunburst just to have some flexibility for answering targets and then relying on your scaling to take over. Chenia with the Karma set, rounding it out with the Seraphine variety, getting that much more resource generation and access to a wider variety of spells thanks to Seraphine, thanks to Sputtering Song Spinner, and having that sort of final boss idea with the Pursuit of Perfection at end games.
The champion split's very interesting here. A lot of people see this as a set deck first, the other champion second, but this the way Chenia has built this has only got 2 set and 4 of the doubling champions, playing a lot more for that combo potential of just spamming out spells as opposed to playing for the set. But now we can see the matchups and the bans. Skarzik, what do you think is going to be the ban?
My gut tells me that Tai Guy just doesn't really want to deal with Fizumi. When you take competitive players like this, their default state is, I really dislike playing against a deck that has the ability to draw a really strong, almost perfect hand and just take a game away from me.
Yeah, that is a really
world,
good
though.
train.
Does Tai Guy ban Poros, take the L against Fizz, and try to 2-0 Karma set?
We have seen Poros be really, really, really effective this entire broadcast. It's sort of like the premier deck that's come through. I mean, we've seen it be successful over the last couple of months as an anti-meta option. And when you're Tai Guy and you're seeing this lineup, you can say, okay, this Poro King deck, this is like Poro King's day. I might have to ban it and try and tour this Karma set, which I think Tai Guy isn't amazing into Karma set, but this lineup can beat it, right? Respect Your Elders does have Riptide Rex. The Mordekaiser does have that high pressure and the Karma Miracanica. We do see the Poro King banned, and then we see the Mordekaiser Morgana banned.
Yeah, getting Mordekaiser out of the equation is fine. There's always that, terrible outcome where the Inquisitor comes through, and not only is the suppression getting duplicated, you've got a nice challenge unit that's clearing out potentially your Fizz or your Poros. I think that that's a really smart decision, and we do get to see some Respect Your Elders potentially seeing a little bit more play on the broadcast before we bring it home.
Respect Your Elders is like the most brought deck of this format. It has got so much power latent in it, so keeping it up is a little bit risky because it's such a powerful deck, and we are going to see that being brought against the Karma set, which should be a favored matchup for Tai Guy with the Respect Your Elders deck, being able to play Riptide Rex eventually when it will probably be drawn.
You've got a lot of swarming potential, a lot of continuous pressure thanks to portals, and because these Karma decks don't play for board as consistently, the Riptide Rex is threatening a ton of direct burn Nexus damage. Chenia got the Poro King banned away from him. Tai Guy doesn't want to deal with that Doomsday Clock, and we'll see if which one of these players made the correct decision after all.
Tai Guy's hand looks absolutely amazing. The Riptide Rex is one of the key cards. Getting both portals immediately, already dealing 5 on the open. There's nothing really Chenia can do except this Mystic Shot. But, oh my god, Tai Guy, I mean, he's got everything he needs. He's feeling this game.
Get rewarded for 2 portals right off the top, immediately putting down some early pressure. When Chenia saw, you know, pass on the open turn, okay, no Nora, I think I'm doing pretty good. Now has the opportunity to slam down a Seraphine and play towards Set or Sunken Temple. This is also a beautiful off-turn for Tai Guy to maybe fish with early bird. Exbliterator is going to be the target getting discarded here. Gives Tai Guy a little bit of information. Okay, there's probably a Temple, maybe a Set.
That's probably feeling really sad for Tai Guy. I think they really wanted to get rid of any of the 5-mana cards. Hexbliterator almost acting as a bit of a shield as opposed to obliterating something else. You're going to see the Trinket Trade come down. Try and get a spell. Bursting Backpack, Oedipus, and Proximity Puffcap. The options going for the Oedipus. Trying to scry to see if they are able to scout out the hand a little bit. The Sunken Temple will change up the hand anyway, so getting the prank out doesn't really matter except for making something cost more.
Gets a little bit of information that a form up is going to be shuffled back into the deck after the Seraphine. I thought that Tai Guy might even want to go for the Bursting Backpack there to just start trying to replicate, you know, get some mushrooms into the deck as the Sunken Temple is going to continuously draw.
That could have been a very interesting line, but because Bursting Backpack does shuffle itself back into your deck, it's sort of like the old go hard question, right? Do you want to add too many of these into your hand? What if you don't draw them effectively enough? We're going to see the Plaza Guardian come down very, very aggressive, very early with the tough keyword. Impossible for Chenia to deal with outside of a recall.
Yeah, even though a lot of spells haven't been played, just a strong mid-game threat, the Undying as a 2/2 that's going to continuously chip away at Chenia's Nexus is also great to see. The portal's coming up big for Tai Guy here.
It's feeling amazing for Tai Guy. Everything he could possibly want has happened so far. He got a Plaza Guardian on turn 5. He got the Portal Palooza exactly how he wanted. He's got a proc for the Rex on turn 6. Oh, sorry, for turn 8 when that's necessary. Chenia able to try and draw into what he needs over the next couple of turns. The Mixologist will help heal, or you could even try and go for the Songspin. We are going to see the Mixologist for the heal. Try and stabilize a little bit into Tai Guy's very threatening hand and board.
Yeah, even though Tai Guy's enjoying a lot of tempo from this position, some decent pressure with Plaza Guardian, if you're relying on just one big threat like this, Marmoset loves to fly in the face with just a stun or a chump block. Chenia, after defending Seraphine, doesn't get a chance to weave in the 9 lives to block down versus this next attack.
Do you see a recall finally drawn from Chenia, able to try and deal with a Plaza Guardian on the attack, but because Plaza Guardian becomes cheaper, it doesn't really matter if you recall it. You're even going mana negative just to prevent some damage. The second Plaza Guardian comes down, the pressure from Tai Guy is insane.
Wow, Tai Guy attacking with these huge units and the Undying, but Chenia is able to just get enough chump blocks here. Going full greed now, Sunken Temple and Back Alley Bar. The discounts are stacking up, the cards are being drawn. If Tai Guy doesn't find a broad main, Chenia is going to start really being able to stick a lot of these late game threats that will threaten to take over entirely. This is completely flipping the script from what I expected in this matchup.
Chenia has played for the most value he possibly could. He's got both landmarks on the field. He's got the Seraphine on the field. I'm sure as soon as Karma or Set will be played, they'll be going down on the field. Getting every single engine you could possibly get up at once is such an amazing way to try and deal with Tai Guy. While it's a very versatile deck, it does try and aggress rather linearly. You know what Tai Guy is going to be trying to do. It's Burblefish, Plaza Guardian, Riptide Rex. That's about it.
Using the Piltover Tailstones to get Hextech Transmogulator and just shuffling it into the deck for later. Pursuit of Perfection now being drawn into the hand, fully discounted. Tons of 0, 1, and 2 mana cards to fill out this board and start working towards Seraphine's level up.
Tai Guy has to try and find that opportunity for Rex, is going to try and go for it right now. We could try and see the Nopify here to try and interact with this, prevent the Rex for another turn. Let Chenia keep the Seraphine around, keep the board around, not have to deal with the amount of pressure. Keep these as blockers. Very, very cool Nopify, protecting Chenia's board and Nexus.
Oh, Empyrean Dance grabbed off the Ferris Financier. Another early bird grabbed. After the Sunken Temple's been repeating itself over and over again, might not be the best first pickup, grabs Poro Stories, trying to go wide. Now Tai Guy recognizing I have to go for this swarmy game plan to try to be able to get some damage in around the sides to activate Riptide Rex.
See the place your bets come down. Try and draw into some cards like this set. Try and make sure the Sunken Temple is getting as much value as it possibly can. Chenia thinking, okay, how am I going to deal with these two Plaza Guardians? Tai Guy has already hinted that there's a Rex, so Chenia has to plan for that Rex as well. Figure out, okay, how am I going to be planning for the next couple of turns?
And with set on the table, I like this a lot. Even though Chenia is kind of running low on board space, just going to begin flinging these spells, dealing with these targets. Everything else can simply be blocked. This Plaza Guardian that has Fearsome is the big priority.
Putting the Aftershock on the Plaza Guardian right now, setting up for future damage-based removal. Because Chenia's hand will be refreshed every so often, you need to set up for what those draws could be. Seraphine leveling up, going to be able to make that even more possible if we get a 1 damage ping, not just a 2. For example, like Caustic Rift will be able to deal with this Plaza Guardian. We're going to see the recall come down, but interrupted with the group shot. Not the biggest concern, I don't think, but still a little bit sad to see that not fully pan out.
1 Perilous Pastry in the hand. Tai Guy still needs to get this connect to activate Riptide Rex, but in this in-between turn, where Tai Guy does not have any more threat potential, Chenia is able to unleash all of this mana, all of these discounted cards to take over and pave the way for Set and his showstopper.
I can't believe this is the same turn that started with a Perilous Pastry and a Nopified. Chenia getting the coin doubled by the Seraphine, planning for that ahead of time. Going to be able to play this set probably to obliterate the Plaza Guardian. Chenia has gotten all the tempo back in his favor thanks to the immense value of these double landmarks and the Seraphine.
Just running some quick calculations, seeing how close Set is to leveling up. When you have the back alley bar and the Sunken Temple, it does become a little bit difficult to actually gain the showstopper. Going for High Note, just to double it up here, get some damage down onto the Plaza Guardian past Tough.
Oh my god, this is activated. I had no clue this was activated. The cat is coming down. 30-30 already on whatever early turn this is. We're going to see the Wallop come down to interact with it for 1 more turn, but I was not counting to 20. I thought we were going to be at something like 10.
Unbelievable. Chenia just hyper scaling, getting the Pursuit of Perfection down. If Tai Guy didn't have that wall up there, that was going to be the game. Chenia can just go full ham because there has been no Lord Broadmain to kind of answer some of these bigger targets. Tai Guy's the one that wants to be in the driver's seat, wants to be the one pressuring, and it just has not come through. Conchologist trying to find a resource, but there's simply no way to cleanly activate Riptide Rex, and Elder Dragon is a long ways off.
Taking the Lightning Rush to reset the Conchologist, trying to do anything Tai Guy can possibly do for the Wallop, but Chenia now has all 3 champions on the field, as well as this 30-30
That's
overall.
4
Chenia
champions,
has
baby.
everything they could possibly want, and Tai Guy needs to... Tai Guy needs to try and find anything, can take... None of this really helps.
No, condense. If this Riptide Rex was able to connect into a condense loop, it would have been fantastic. But now, with the Pursuit of Perfection in play, this catastrophe, and he is receiving the attack token and a win in game 1. Unless, I think there's one more main deck Wallop for him to grab off the top.
I have to wait for this animation to finish. Chenia has had every single animation they could want to see from this deck, but Tai Guy, if they don't end up drawing that Wallop, will be losing in what was supposed to be their, way out of getting this, right? Tai Guy needed to be able to beat this Karma set because the other deck, the Fizz Yumi, is even harder for them to get through. It is possible, but it's not going to be easy. This 30-30 coming in, the catastrophe showing why they are something to be feared.
Beautifully played. Karma set Seraphine, a deck that completely runs away with the game in terms of value if they aren't pressured. This Elder Dragon Nora list is known for its ability to develop early, potentially with Nora, the way we saw the Portal Palooza get 2 units instantly and try to attack, but the mid-game was not as powerful as it needed to be. Just playing the Plaza Guardians, typically you want those to come into the hand later on in the game to be fully discounted, but just trying to slam them down as mid-game drops is exactly the sort of game plan that Karma Set and Seraphine can deal with quite easily.
Chenia has been playing Karma Set really well. We saw Karma Set versus Elise earlier, and Chenia was absolutely great at making sure Karma could get through in another unfavored matchup then. I think Chenia is the king of Karma Set in this tournament right now. Now into the Fizz Yuumi with a double Fizz draw, as well as some cheap spells to protect against any sort of pie toss that Tai Guy might want to throw Fizz's way.
And depending on the attack tokens, Chenia can just play out the first Fizz, kind of scout for some pings, or simply float that mana, play towards Inner Beast, and fully defending the first Fizz, trying to save the second for a potential playful Trickster for a rally. You can kind of see how, based on opening hands, the rest of the game can be mapped out on top. Early Bird is going to find the Battle Fury at some point, potentially. Nora gives Tai Guy a chance to also block Fizz for one time.
See the controller just come down and try and make a blocker for Fizz. You don't really want to be committing any of these spells this turn just yet. You can do the Inner Beast and attack in for 3, but you typically want to be keeping these cards for later. So this is a great way of blocking this down, taking some pings. We're going to see the Early Bird come down. Your favorite card, Skarzig, trying to get rid of anything, trying to scout out the hand. It's going to get rid of the Battle Fury. Quite an important card to get rid of, but wouldn't be coming into the game for quite a while anyway.
Yeah, if you can get rid of Battle Fury or Bone Club, it takes a lot of the sting out of Fizz. And now Tai Guy doesn't actually get a lot of information, right? Like, oh, I discarded an 8-mana spell. The rest of the hand could be absolutely anything.
Going to see the Nora come down as an elusive blocker, try and stem some of the attacks that Chenia is going to go for, because Tai Guy doesn't have a quick clock. They're not going to be able to win until at least turn 8 or turn 9, and Chenia can make use of that and try and pressure as much as possible. We're going to see the Inner Beast come down to try and take out the Nora, get rid of this elusive blocker for the future. Not a great feeling for Tai Guy, but has seen one of the burst speed spells come out, so if they try and go for Fizz, they can.
I was kind of surprised by that block, saving the Nora to maybe get rid of something that was a bit more serious. But the fact of the matter is, if Chenia gets the Bandle Commando connecting with the Nexus, you're getting Owlcats. These are big units with Spell Shield that can also be boosted by Bone Club or Yuumi. And as pings and Lord Broadmane are your main way of interacting, it makes sense to keep that additional win condition from coming online.
This Bone Club top deck is absolutely amazing. Just getting drawn right after the early birds. Now Fizz is protected from any pings. Obviously, it's kind of tough to ping Fizz a lot of the time, but sometimes the game ends up making it such that you do need to try and ping Fizz, but now it's never going to be worth it because it's a 7/6 elusive constantly, and Tai Guy doesn't really have any way of dealing with this unit. We're going to see one of the stances come down, +2/+2. Tough to decide what unit to go on. You could pick the 1/2 to spread out your attack, so you could pick the Fizz, just continually use that as your main win con. We're going to see what Chenia decides to go for, or take the pass, burn the mana.
I love taking that, floating the mana. You need to save some spells for reaction. If Tai Guy gets desperate, it's only a matter of time before those pings come raining down, or even Lord Broadmane to try to take out the Fizz. And as the mana climbs higher, the threat of another Battle Fury or the threat of another playful Trickster becomes a massive threat.
Let's see the elusives push in, dealing 8 damage this turn. It'll be even more over the next couple of turns. Tai Guy did end up drawing the Broadmane, something that Chenia can't interact with the Broadmane card necessarily too much, but it doesn't really matter when all of the eggs are in the Fizz basket. As long as Chenia has spells, it doesn't matter if Broadmane kills damaged units because it'll always be denied by the Fizz. We're going to see the Bear Stance come down, make it 10 damage, which puts it on a 2-turn clock as opposed to a 3-turn clock.
And depending on how Tai Guy responds to that, could open the path for Playful Trickster to just make this a quick 2-shot. Tai Guy now recognizing that I can't really get around this Fizz anymore. I need to draw into Nora. I need to draw into Burblefish and block it instead. It's immune to Riptide Rex even.
See the Three Sisters Hover, just getting rid of this card, going to be taking the Entomb, trying to deal with the Broadmane or just keep it in hand. Maybe it's not really relevant, it's just going to be discarded later. We don't know what this is going to go for. It is going to get rid of the Broadmane. May as well, there's nothing else to spend mana on for Chenia, so this is a very easy option to go for, but the Condense comes down to protect the Broadmane, in quotes.
Have one more Broadmane able to be developed. Got 2 working in tandem, trying to pressure the Fizz. Chenia has Inner Beast, Brittle Steel, a couple more spells to make things happen.
Broadmane come down. Chenia I mean, it's always annoying to attack into Fizz because, you know, every single attempt you're trying to go for will be denied, but eventually Chenia is going to be able to play all of these spells. So Tai Guy is going for that win con. We see 3 pings in hand. We see the Riptide Rex. We see all of these broad mains. These are 5 ways of interacting with Fizz, and Chenia only has 3 spells. One of them you have to play within combat, so I think that's what Tai Guy's trying to go for.
Skip takes away a pie toss. Even fewer answers to try to get rid of this Fizz, and this is just stopping one threat. There's a second Fizz in hand, and then that Bone Club is also going to come back to the hand to establish another elusive hit. Group shot now to take out Fizz. We've got Inner Beast and Brittle Steel to cancel the next 2 attempts.
First attempt cancel. Tai Guy did draw Burblefish recently, is able to create an elusive blocker, stay alive for a little bit longer. That's going to be quite critical for Tai Guy's chances to be able to stall out this game. Tai Guy does have a decent enough late game in the Riptide Rex and the Sign and Thousand Tail, so it's not all over just yet. All Tai Guy needs to do is stay around for a couple turns, but Chenia is pressuring and saying you need to win soon.
Very interesting concept here. If I can take out Skip King of the Reef, then I get another pie toss, I get more spells and more pings instead. One more attempt to take down Fizz. Inner Beast is forced.
Gonna see what the play ends up being. Inner Beasting the Skip, denying, sort of healing that unit by giving the temporary +1/+1. Fizz levels up as well, gets a little bit of statage there. Very good choice from Chenia. Buffing up something with the temporary buff to get it that temporary heal. Very, very cool. We're gonna see the Burblefish come down, granted either fearsome or healing the Nexus.
A little bit of healing never hurt. Picks up Bursting Backpack from the Burblefish spell choices instead. Was maybe hoping to grab a ping there to have one more shot at answering the Fizz. And now with Boar Stance, putting regeneration on the Fizz, no longer damaged, once more immune to broad main. A lot of elusive threat coming through alongside Playful Trickster.
This isn't the regen Skarsig. This is the deal 1 to everything. Getting rid of the elusive blocker, being able to present even more damage. An amazingly clever play from Chenia. Unless they're hovering, they're thinking about it. They might be thinking about Overwhelm to go over instead. 2 very interesting options for this line.
Oh my god, Chenia reconsidering the line. Can I remove the elusive blocker? What if I just go beyond it? I have the read that Tai Guy is absolutely out of pings, is going for a major aggression here, and puzzling signpost to stop any final attempt against this attack.
There's a pre-commit of this Playful Trickster. There's absolutely nothing Tai Guy is going to be able to do. This Playful Trickster that's been sitting in the hand since the early turns with the double draw of Fizz. We're going to see the Playful Trickster come down. If this goes through, Chenia will get another rally right after and be able to threaten for lethal and get it done.
And because Fizz has Overwhelm, even the top deck of the Burblefish isn't going to be enough to stop this. A 10-5 attacking you twice. If this had happened just a little bit earlier, a classic 2-shot scenario. What can Tai Guy even grab off of this Burblefish to stop it? Chenia still has the puzzling signpost backing it up. I think it's done and done.
Chenia, by the way, made sure to use the Playful Trickster on the Skip. If the Skip was the one that was blocked, extra pings would have been able to be added to the hand. Combine that with the Burblefish, you could have shot 2 pings at the Fizz to try and get through the puzzling signpost. This very minor play of what you decide to Playful Trickster doesn't sound like it matters all that much, but is there. But 2 pings were drawn. Fizz can be targeted.
Tai Guy playing Sign in Thousand Tail, drawing into these clutch spells. There's 2 broad mains in play. Has to take down this unit. 1 signpost for 1 cancel. 1 group shot to buy another shot at redemption. Fizz finally goes down, but that's not the end of it, folks. There's still a Bone Club for this Skip and another draw besides.
Not slippery enough, this Fizz had to go through, what was that, something like 8 pings over all of Tai Guy's draws and gets from Conchologist. We're going to see the Burblefish come down, thinking about Fearsome or Challenger. Challenger would be able to remove the Skip before the Bone Club could be equipped, but Fearsome would also be able to add some strength to get the Nexus procced and go into Riptide Rex. It's whether you want to go for aggro or control. Tai Guy getting the sign and getting the miracle draw to stay in this game and actually pulling it back quite easily.
is still Chum the Waters, another Skip, King of the Reef, to mess with Tai Guy's hand. In a matchup like this, both players have been trying to disrupt their hands, with Skip and then Tai Guy with early birds, scouting for information and stopping those resources. A wide swing coming through, setting up for Riptide Rex, mind you. This is going to be it. Unbelievable that Tai Guy was able to survive thanks to Sign in Thousand Tail drawing the perfect cards.
All of these players are playing to their best outs, right? Chenia having really good mechanical plays and thinking about even the most minute possibilities, and Tai Guy thinking, okay, how am I going to deal with this? What is that possible line? They're playing their absolute heart out in the world's semi-finals. It's absolutely amazing to see this happen.
A nail biter of a game, to say the least. King of the Reef trying to take Riptide Rex out of the hand, but he is able to dodge that, and with the cannon barrages hitting the stack, that's Chenia all the way down to 1 HP.
1 HP, but has a dream. There is the Overwhelm unit in hand. There is the Bone Club. That'll make it a 10-7, and you can choose what to grant vulnerable to, so you're able to decide the blocks. You can even give it +2/+2. It's got some very, very interesting things, but there is the wallop in the hand.
Oh my god, Skip having to give back his ill-gotten gains. Tai Guy gains access to Pie Toss, gains access to Wallop, can immediately shoot something with this, and then fire the Perilous Pastry at Nexus. Chenia plays the Scholar to get a little bit of healing to play around that outcome, but this is still getting so close, folks, in just the second game of this best of 3.
I think every single card has been relevant here, Skarsik. Every single one. We're going to see the Overwhelm going prepared here before the heal, trying to make sure you can do this at this time. You are able to open attack, threaten the Conchologist, but you know there's a Wallop in hand, so you know you need to create 2 separate threatened attacks, and Chenia has just enough mana to be able to afford all 11 mana's worth of cards in hand, so Chenia, as it currently stands, has a capacity for lethal.
As soon as this Perilous Pastry is used, we'll go for the healing to not die to Pie Toss, set up Chum the Waters, and just making sure that I'm understanding this outcome enough. Does Tai Guy have the option to deal with 2 different threats?
I think that was a missequence. I think now Tai Guy should have an action, be able to get 1 burn, because it should be Tai Guy's action right now, misevaluating the specific timings, and Chenia, just with a small little misplay, the most minor of things, has given Tai Guy the win in this matchup.
Yeah, you have to go for the Nexus heal first at focus speed before putting that slow speed spell on the stack. If we evaluate the rest of how that could have gone, Spids, we've got Chum the Waters, and then still Perilous Pastry to get rid of the damaged Scholar, and then Wallop against the Shark. I think it still might have been enough, but what an unfortunate miss sequence there at the end. When the pressure's on, when the players are advanced this far into the World Championship bracket, this is where the cracks will start to show. Chenia has to shake it off and keep his mental strong for game number 3. Tai Guy playing his heart out, and Chenia once again trying to find a win with Fizz into Karma.
Every single card there was relevant in that last matchup, and it's probably going to be the exact same here. We see the Bandle Commando kept, as well as the Fizz and the Yuumi. Keeping Yuumi, or getting Yuumi, is so important against Tai Guy. The repeated stat gain, the possibility of Spell Shield, being able to transfer Yuumi to other units is so difficult for a deck like Tai Guy to deal with.
Can't deal with Fizz directly in this matchup, using all of your spells, using your stuns the way this one really wants to go for. It's going to be up to Set, or maybe even this Augmented Clockling to chump down just enough to buy some time. Tai Guy learning his lesson from game number 2, going to immediately start taxing Chenia's hand.
That top deck of the Trinket trade, being able to protect this Fizz, very good from Chenia. Tai Guy not having anything else to spend that mana on, so just being able to do that. It's not really too big of a punish from Tai Guy's perspective. There wasn't a better play at the time. Chenia now having a bunch of options for them. Do you develop more elusives? Do you go for the Yuumi? Do you put all of your stock into Fizz? Doing some trading passes, keeping that mana, being defensive.
Yeah, just floating, not really have anything to commit to, wanting to take the pass, wanting the attack token back. Hurry up and pass that orange sword back to me across the table. Yuumi now attached, buffing Fizz up to a 4-3. Double Sky Splitter in hand to protect Fizz from even more damage. And now Augmented Clockling is going to be the response. Getting a chump blocker from here. I wonder if Tai Guy is going to take this damage and then save the Clockling from when Fizz is actually even larger.
Chenia doesn't have great ways of dealing with elusive blockers, so keeping them around for when they're blocking the most is very, very nice. I also want to point out that Tai Guy is on many, many copies of 9 Lives, and because 9 Lives looks within region, it does have a high chance of finding elusive blockers. It's something along the lines of 30% or 40%. Now playing the set to try and threaten any elusive develops or threaten the Fizz if Tai Guy decides to go for it. Very good power play on turn 5.
Conjologist finding wall up. You're able to stun an elusive blocker, protect Fizz from set potentially. Grabs drop the bomb, is looking for burn. Saw how close that last game was, already remixing his battle strategy, saying I need a few more points of direct damage in order to get over the hump.
Drop the Bomb also deals with his Augmented Clockling really, really effectively. Basically saying, hey, using Drop the Bomb here, let's Fizz strike in another time. It's almost as good as a rally. We're going to see the tag out come out because we need this Clockling as defense from Tai Guy. This card basically says draw 1, heal 8. It's an incredibly important card for Tai Guy. We're going to see Skip try and get it, and it does!
Put it back in your hand. Thank you very much. Skip, you animal. Gets to strike the Nexus once again and has another friend to back him up.
Now pre-committing the Prowling projectile, trying to kill the set, getting the open attack so that Tai Guy isn't able to deal with the skip and get these cards back, dealing as much damage as possible. The sequencing from Chenia is immaculate right now. This is a masterclass.
Playful Trickster still in the hand. It's a great way to take unit out of combat, depending on how much Tai Guy is going to respond with. Chooses to rescue that. Having another repetition of Challenger to threaten the Fizz is the way Tai Guy wants to respond to this. In the post game, do we go for set, post combat rather? Set development here, or Sunken Temple? No, that's silly. Has to go for set. Trying to pressure the Fizz. He's scaling. He's about to get Spell Shield from the Yuumi.
Story of Fizz scaling, story as old as time. Set is trying to deal with this board, but it isn't going to be too effective. But if you're able to deal 4 damage to this Fizz, the Rocket Barrage won't be denied by the Fizz denial ability, but we do see the Sky Splitter in hand, meaning that you can buff the Fizz's health up naturally. We are going to see the challenge on the Challenger unit, doing some little challenging there, not going for the Fizz, instead going for the skip instead. Lots of decisions to be made. Tai Guy's going to have to pick one. Cycling through them doesn't actually challenge them all.
If Tai Guy takes out skip, if Chenia lets us go through, Tai Guy gets an Augmented Clockling down, but because of the Scholarly Pioneer, has a Challenger to pull that to the side, is going to continue to keep damage running through.
So many factors for Tai Guy to consider. How do I actually deal with this Fizz? Am I going to be wanting to do it with the Clockling? How does the Clockling deal with the Challenge unit? Lots of difficult micro decisions to make. We're going to see the Rocket Barrage come down, try and deal with the Challenger unit, not answered by the Sky Splitter, keeping that as re-up so that Fizz is able to deny things. Going to see the Clockling come down, try and look for 2 Karmas and a Mystic Shot. Going to see what ends up being picked, and it was the Karma.
And it is important to note, even though there is the Portal Pioneer in hand, Explorer's Blunder does not affect Fizz. He gets his keyword after you cast a spell. Yuumi levels
Yuumi
up.
has flipped, granting Spell Shield, which is going to be really difficult to interact with. There is still the blocker for that, but this Yuumi is very, very annoying when you're a spell-based player.
Going for place your bets, trying to find something here that can deal with this, but after getting rid of the keywords on the Augmented Clockling, there is no way to stop Fizz. Chenia cleans it up with Yuumi Fizz in game number 3.
Chenia bringing the anti-meta lineup, fighting the meta, dealing with this Karma set. Now we have 2 people on the Poro King in the top, but we're going to hand this over to Necra and the Analyst to break down all of those very, very tense matches.
It was super tense. What an exciting finish to our day number 2 here at the Legends of Runeterra World Championships, especially when it came down to that second game. Boulevard, Alan, I feel like when we were looking at that board state in that middle of the second game, we're like, it's over. So what happened there when you took a look at just how the Elder Dragon and Nora deck is actually able to get the job done there, Boulevard?
Well, you see, when they built Tai Guy, they forgot to put in the quit. Tai Guy went ahead and was able to draw double pings off of the sign-in in order to like stay in that game very narrowly and eventually pull it right back.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So Chenia felt a bit too confident with the spells how he utilized early on, using the trinket trade instead of keeping it to protect the fees, which would have allowed him to find Lethal a bit sooner, closing on the game 2. But hey, he went for the gentleman's deal, letting the opponent to grab the extra win, so it could go down to game 3.
How kind of Chenia to do that, right? Because that game 3 was very exciting, and so a gift not just to Tai Guy for that game, but to us as viewers to be able to see such an exciting finish there for the Yuumi and Fizz deck to be able to get it done. Alan, this lineup across the board, though, what a stellar lineup to watch for every single game.
Listen, in terms of Fizz deck, it's such a brutal deck to deal with when you are playing a targeting spell kind of deck, which is Respect Your Elders and kind of set decks, which either it's Seraphine set or it's Karma set. Like all of those decks kind of want to target units, and Fizz doesn't really allow you to do that. And then when we see a swing with leveled up Yuumi on top of the Fizz with the spell shield, at this point, this is just FF angle. But coming back yet to the game number 1, when we've seen Sarah set going against Respect Your Elders, where we've seen the double portal pull or turn 3, applying that pressure on top of rolling the Undying, was looking very, very promising. But still, this is such an unfavorite matchup for the Respect Your Dragons that like it just couldn't pull through. And we've seen Catastrophe coming on turn 8. That is such an early presence of that gigantic cat.
Was so that got online really fast. I remember, Alan, you were saying, wow, I don't think I've ever seen the cat get online this quickly. So really just looking like all heads here for Chenia moving into that winners finals versus Seku. But I just want to give Tai Guy another shout out here, because Alan, this is definitely a player where you heard it from Boulevard, there's no quit in this player. So what does really stand out about Tai Guy that you feel like still makes him such a formidable force?
Solid lineup, solid plays, very solid performance overall throughout the tournament so far. I'm pretty confident he can make it through the loser bracket, so it's not quite over for the player yet.
Cannot wait to see how that action is going to continue for tomorrow, but we still have a little bit more action ahead of us as we look to close out this second broadcast day. And I want to go over the results, because today overall, Alan, has been phenomenal when it's come down to the competition we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen Chenia Seku coming through with the unique lineups they brought, possibly targeting the expected decks and performing very well every time they have been on the cast. And we see a lot of names that drop down to the loser bracket or possibly already got eliminated, such as MajinBaee, 4LW, the Tankbuster. All of those players are pretty well known in the competitive circuit, and just Chenia and Seku giving them no chance.
Yeah, that lower bracket was brutal. We did see a lot of those fan favorites go home, but there's still a bunch of players that are left kicking. And what else could you expect from a top 16 that's as stacked as this, Alan? We still have so much action ahead of us when we look forward to what is going to happen tomorrow. And so I wonder, when we take a look at that lower bracket, what matches are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Definitely looking for the Jino facing the winner of the J01 against Tapinator. We have here, we're gonna be seeing one of the possibly EMEA players going forward, which I'm really looking for. Also, Tai Guy will be facing the winner of Shlulu Flippy going against Aurora. Aurora, to be fair, Shlulu comes from EMEA, but Aurora's lineup is so spicy. I really want to see it.
I hear it. You have the the bias there, wanting EMEA to do well, but also able to celebrate those amazing deck lineups that some of these players have brought to the fore. Especially when you look at our winners finals, we've got 2 players that are bringing anti-meta, and I feel like that makes the winners finals even more exciting, Boulevard.
It does, and I'm really excited to see as we get into the later stages of the tournament, like how do these sort of anti-meta lineups stack up against each other? Who went a little bit too far into targeting the Nora Elder and the Mordekaiser Morgana and is not going to have the tools necessary to deal with some of the more rogue decks that they're going to end up playing in these mirror matches? And again, I cannot stress this enough. I again want to shout out J01 and Chenia for having the exact same lineup and both making it all the way to day 3.
Yeah,
you can definitely tell that some players cooked well, but some did overcook, in fact.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to leave that up to you 2 analysts to let us know about. But whether you're cooking or whether you have brought the best of the best, you can play some of those decks if you buy the World's 2023 bundle in-game. Not only do you get these special cosmetics, but you also get access to 4 of these players' decks. You can see on your screen there. Alan, what is the one that you're most excited about going home and trying?
Oh, I was looking to play today, didn't get chance yet. After these games, I'll definitely play Shyvana Elder Dragon. This deck, even though it's straightforward, just curve out, I don't know, it has some spark in it that I want to play.
What about you, Boulevard? What's the deck that stands out to you the most here?
Oh, definitely Aurora's War Mothers, that Lysandra Volibear. It's something that I was very excited to look forward to coming into this meta, and the ability to just grab a real list and take it to ladder is something that I can't wait to try.
I want to try out J01's Poro King. That was the deck that's really inspired me the most from watching this World's broadcast, and I love that we not only get a chance to celebrate these 4 decks, but you mentioned it. It's going to be about the Shyvana and the Elder Dragon, and who better to speak about it themselves than the player that has created it. We've got Seku on the broadcast with us, not only to celebrate your spot in the winners finals, but just an incredible run so far. How are you feeling about everything so far from these past 2 days?
I've been feeling good so far. I thought I'd be more nervous than I am, but going good.
Does it help that you came up with this amazing, basically anti-meta lineup that has been absolutely crushing the competition?
It's definitely helped. It feels like I'm going into almost every match favored, but I wouldn't say I came up with it. I got a lot of help, so.
Did you expect those kind of lineups you are facing? Did you expect those particular decks? And is this what you prepared for?
Yeah, I'd say I was prepared for this. I mean, MajinBaee and Ikato are people that I prepped with, and they both were looking to bring Elder Dragon Nora and Karma. And I was basically saying, I know this looks bad, guys, but I'm trying to beat those decks, so.
In the later stages of this tournament, this lineup's working out incredibly for you, right? You're running into all of the Elder Dragons and Karma sets. Did you have any close calls in day 1?
Honestly, this is going to sound bad, but I don't think so. I think most of my matches were just like very favored for me, and I managed to run through them very, very quickly. A lot of matches I was just like smiling and laughing as I ran down my opponent's Karma, so I can't remember a time that I felt like I was on the back burner.
Absolutely, you are blasting through the opponents so far. Are you afraid going into Chenia in the day 3?
No, not at all. I feel like I'm either favored or even, so honestly, no nerves at all.
Is there anyone in the tournament still that you are a little bit worried about running into in day 3, or do you think that this is just smooth sailing into world champion? Let's see the Seku follower.
I think that like obviously luck will be a factor, but the only wild card left that I saw was Aurora, and I've already beaten Aurora twice during the open rounds and this, so I think everything else is just standard, just hoping to draw the right cards and, you know, play well, get lucky, and win.
That's awesome insight to hear. I know you said that you were working a little bit with Ikato as well as MajinBaee to prepare for this tournament. Did you want to give any shout outs to anyone else that has helped you or cheered you on for the World's broadcast?
Yeah, absolutely. Specifically, Shotox, you're the greatest. He's a big part of the LOR community in a lot of different circles. He really pushed me to prepare a lot and is probably the only reason I'm this far, as well as it's his birthday tomorrow. So I'm trying to win it to bring it home for him.
Aw, happy early birthday. That's awesome. Well, Seku, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Congratulations once again on your spot in the winners finals, and best of luck to you tomorrow.
Thanks very much.
I'm so glad we got a chance to talk to Seku, because I feel like we got a really nice insight onto just the confidence level, the element that's so important when you are going into a tournament that has as high a stakes as Worlds.
Definitely, you cannot be shaky going into day 3 of the World's Championship. You need to be confident in your lines, in your decks, and just take it home.
Take it one game at a time. Remember that, you know, you've gone like 9-0 or 10-0 or 10-1 or whatever up until this point. There's a reason for that. Your deck isn't just going to suddenly fall apart in your hands. You've got the tools available to you. You just have to bring it home.
Sounds like he might be well equipped to do that. So a lot to look forward to tomorrow, as we're going to get to the conclusion of this year's World Championships. We still have games to cover, though. That's the rest of the lower bracket that we still have to run through. And then, of course, figure out who will be in that grand finals going for the big title. Boulevard, I didn't get a chance to ask you yet, but what has been one of your favorite moments from today that feel like will propel you forward to tomorrow?
I think a lot of it is seeing Chenia and Aurora improve upon their performance from last year. Aurora failing to make it out of the top 16 now in the lower bracket, but still into the top 8. And Chenia in the upper finals. Last year, I was really hoping for them to take it over reroll in the 3rd place. Decided it was actually me and Alan that were casting that match in the first place. So I just love to see players come back stronger than ever. And I am rooting for Chenia and J01.
Alan, what about you? I know you had some of those EMEA matches you were looking forward to in the lower bracket, but what else has you excited about tomorrow?
Listen, a part of the fellow countrymen going into strong into the day 3, I also want to see the spicy lineups perform well. Since I'm a big fan of bringing a surprise factor, seeing the players perform well with such a unique lineups make me joyful.
So much to look forward to for that day number 3. We're going to go ahead and say goodnight for now and see you all tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. We are going to be crowning the 2023 Legends of Runeterra World Champion. So thank you so much for watching tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Your wickedness shall not prosper.